Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku's soulmate words were Bakugou's Cruelest insult story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. You receive your words on your 17th birthday. The skin on your arm is a blank slate one day, smooth and blessedly empty. And then the next there's writing scrawled across it like some ghost in the night thought it was a scrap piece of paper. The words vary. It could be the first thing you uttered to each other, a familiar phrase, a sentence that hasn't yet been said, or a greeting with a person you've yet to meet. But it's said that you'll know. That whether it's a conversation you've already had or one that's destined for the future, you'll know. There's no mistaking that the words on your arm are something your soulmate has already said to you, or something they will say eventually. Fate has determined that's the person you're meant to be bound to. Fate. Katsuki had never bought into all that to begin with, unlike seemingly every other extra on the planet. He really didn't care what showed up on his skin. It wasn't something he was looking forward to, and the total lack of anticipation meant he probably wouldn't even stay up the night before his birthday so he could read the words whenever they finally showed up. The hell did it matter anyway? There was no way his supposed soulmate was someone he already knew. There wasn't a single person in his life he could imagine being stuck with forever, so he figured whatever dumbass sentence scrawled itself onto his skin, it'd likely be something that hadn't been said yet. Some unknown rando in the future was probably who he was going to end up with, and maybe by then he'd even give a SHT about it. He kind of doubted it, though. It was hard to imagine caring about much of anything beyond becoming number one. He couldn't really even fathom a future that involved dating and marriage and CRP like that. Sometimes, when he saw his classmates going on dates, starting to call each other boyfriend and girlfriend and all that garbage, he wondered if one day some sort of SWCH was going to flip inside of him that would make him do a 180 from F that noise to alright, let's get some. Frankly, it seemed like too much of a hassle. It wasn't like he was totally unaware of, like, urges and SHT. Even his eyes lingered sometimes in the locker room, but it was all just a distraction. There were more important things, and honestly, the assumption that some stupid words on his arm were irrevocably going to tie him to one single person forever was bullshit. If ever he decided it was worth it, he'd date whoever he wanted to, thank you very much. It wasn't unheard of. The world was huge and not everyone was lucky enough to cross paths with their soulmate. So people did end up in relationships with someone they weren't matched with. Those people were usually considered kind of unfortunate, even when they were perfectly happy. It was a sad but unavoidable social stigma. Even rarer were couples who knew they were meant for each other but somehow managed to live life separately, or stay with someone else. It was all really stupid and Katsuki did not give a SHT, so he ignored his phone blowing up with texts from every person under the sun, from his parents to his grandmother to his cousins he hadn't spoken to in months, and went to bed at his usual time and didn't give it another second of thought. Unfortunately, he lived with a bunch of nosy assholes and 4 of them started banging on his door the following morning before the sun was even up. Bakugou. Dude, let us in. It's the big day. Come on, Baku, we wanna see what your words are. Katsuki wrenched the door open and his idiot squad tumbled halfway through, all bright-eyed with wide grins despite the early hour. For F's sake, could you assholes be any louder, he complained, scuffing a hand through his hair. The hell do you want? Happy birthday, Kakin. Kaminari sang, shoving past Katsuki before he could try to slam the door in their faces and lock them out. He spun around once he made it to the middle of the room and propped his hands on his hips. So, is it good news or bad news? Do you know who it is? 𝐒𝐻 asked, before Kaminari spoke up again to add, is it someone cute? Katsuki was seriously about 2 seconds away from exploding all of their faces. Guys, Kirishima said. We said we wouldn't annoy him about it. Alright, so maybe he would explode everyone but Kirishima. That was the only reason he stepped back, he told himself, a silent invitation to the others that he was allowing them into his room. Because Kirishima wasn't actually that infuriating and he was attempting to be considerate and Katsuki, despite all his huffing and puffing, didn't actually mind putting up with him. Kirishima smiled and clapped him on the shoulder as he walked past. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 gave him a thumbs up and Mina bounced along after him looking like she was barely refraining from squealing out loud. "Happy birthday, Bakugou," she cried, throwing her arms around him the second the door was shut. He was still feeling halfway charitable since it was his birthday, so he even managed to allow that for as long as it took him to exhale a vaguely annoyed breath, and then he pushed her off. Gently. "Yeah, he muttered, bringing a hand up to rub at his eyes. It was still too early for this essay, even for him, so it was only when he lowered his hand again that he noticed all four of his friends staring fixedly at his arm. Oh, right. So, Kirishima shifted his weight from one foot to the other, and Katsuki rolled his eyes. He was so obvious. All of them were. He didn't know if it was because he was the first one in their group to get his words or what, but he really, truly didn't get all the excitement. It was just going to be some random sentence that held no meaning for any of them. "I haven't looked yet," he said, and immediately they all looked completely gobsmacked. And stupid. Katsuki could see it out of the corner of his eye now, though, the scroll across the inside of his right forearm. Gross, he just had to live with that forever now apparently. Soulmates were the worst. "How haven't you looked yet?" Mina wailed, and Katsuki promptly scowled at her. "I just woke up. I was sleeping until you idiots barged in here." 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 pressed his hands to his face. "Oh my god," he muttered, and Kaminari, arms now folded across the top of his head, let out the most disparaging, pathetic sound Katsuki had ever heard in his life. "How?" he demanded. "How did you not stay up until they came? Holy s... Dude, I'm not going to bed on my birthday until every freaking letter is legible. How are you not dying to look at your arm right now?" "Denki," Kirishima tried, but Kaminari just waved wildly at Katsuki. "He's still not even looking." "Because it's dumb," Katsuki finally said. He shoved his hands into the pockets of his sweatpants, still not having read whatever was written on his arm, but admittedly at that point he was mostly doing that just to watch Kaminari flail like a dumbass about it. "Okay, but seriously," Kirishima said. "You're not even a little curious." Mina inched toward him like she really thought Katsuki wasn't going to notice. "You have to look sometime." "It doesn't matter," Katsuki grumbled. "It's not gonna mean a DMN thing, it's not like I've actually met my thing, He rolled his eyes. "My soulmate or whatever." "You don't know that," Kaminari said instantly. "You have no idea, it could be anyone." "Doubt it." 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 sighed. "This is actually torture. Like, I actually kind of want to strangle you with my tape right now." Katsuki let out an irritated sound. "If I look, will you all get off my DMN back about it?" It was lucky Kirishima was the only dorm neighbor he had, because the volume at which they all shouted affirmatives back at him was loud enough to shatter eardrums. Katsuki heaved the most put-upon, aggravated sigh he could manage and pulled his right arm back out of his pocket. He wasn't sure what to expect, really. He definitely didn't think it was going to be anything profound or noteworthy. Hell, his dad had gotten stuck with his mom's very first greeting to him, which meant the phrase tattooed on his arm forever was, "Hey nerd," so he honestly had pretty low expectations here. He was so completely unconcerned with whatever was written on his skin that it was really kind of a punch to the gut when he finally saw it, because not only did he recognize the words but they were painfully familiar, to the point that he could hear the grating, wobbly voice saying them in his ear. They were specific in a deeming way, but at the same time vague enough that it could be someone else who said them. Someone he still had to meet in a situation that hadn't yet occurred. Maybe. Okay, so that was a bunch of bullshit and he wasn't pathetic enough to cling to desperate hope like that for too long. But maybe. Right. Because there was no way. There was just absolutely no way. You looked like you needed saving, son of a beach. Katsuki had no idea how long he'd been staring at his arm. He'd more or less gone all tunnel vision on it, the rest of the room fading out around him and his friends' increasingly worried voices sounding like they were coming from underwater. There was a churning in his gut, something cold that he refused to acknowledge as panic even as it clawed upward toward his chest and turned breathing into something of a challenge. He didn't even realize he was drawing in sharp, gasping gulps of air over and over again until Kirishima finally grabbed his shoulder and shook some awareness back into him. "Hey! Bakugou, hey, calm down, man. Holy 𝐿, 𝐂𝐿 muttered, and Katsuki realized the other three had crowded around him as well. They were all staring down at his arm and he had to push away the instinctive urge to hide it from view. They didn't know, he reminded himself. Repeated it like a mantra. They weren't there, they had no idea. Do you know who it is? Mina asked. He's got her, right? Kaminari bodily shoved Kirishima out of the way and got in Katsuki's face. Then he went a step even further than that, because apparently he felt like dying today, and smacked his palms to Katsuki's cheeks and forced him to meet his eyes. Who is it? We're all friends here, you can tell us if you're stuck with Monoma for the rest of your life. I promise I'll only laugh a little. Katsuki aimed an explosion right at his gut, but he danced backwards and spun out of the way with a snicker, somehow twirling right back into Katsuki's personal space so that he could sling an arm over his shoulders. Come on, Kakin. Share. Get off, you thing discount Pikachu, Katsuki growled. He was about to explode him again, but then suddenly Kirishima was there, pressing up against his other side and grabbing his arm. You were kind of freaking out, dude. Everything okay? I was not freaking out, Katsuki said in a low, dangerous tone. Kirishima ignored him, too busy reading what his arm said again. Katsuki swallowed. Do you know who it is? Kirishima asked, eyes lifting to look at him. Katsuki frowned. No. 𝐂𝐿 leaned over to check out his arm, too. What's your deal, then? Katsuki felt like he was on display in a thing museum or something and clenched his teeth. He was doing his best not to scream at all of them, but his patience was seriously wearing thin. Or are you just mad? The hell would I be mad about? I don't know who it is, Katsuki said again, because maybe if he kept telling himself that it would end up being true. It's just thing dumb. Dumb. Mina laughed. It's kinda sweet, isn't it? Someone's gonna save you. That's why it's dumb, Katsuki snapped. Like I need to be thing saved. Kaminari snorted. Seriously? That's what you're flipping your SHT about? He gave him a weirdly fond look that somehow also said he thought Katsuki was being completely ridiculous, and that put Katsuki right the F over his limit. Alright, all of you can F off and die, he snarled, twisting away from them and stepping back toward his bed. He gestured angrily at his arm, sparks flying from his left palm. I gotta live with this stupid bullshit tattooed on me forever. It could have at least been something less. He didn't know where to go with that, not sure how to explain why it was so DMN insulting and disrespectful, frankly, and how dare Deku think he even needed a f. Ah! Mina was right back in his face again, because she had no concept of personal space. It's not that bad, Bakugou. Maybe they're just teasing you. It could be an adorable meet-cute, you know. What the hell is a meet-cute? 𝐂𝐿 muttered, and Mina spun around to beam at him. It's the scene in a movie where the romantic interests meet for the first time. There's no way Bakugou's ever meeting anyone in an adorable way, Kaminari said. Mina just pouted at him, hands propped on her hips. You don't know. Maybe he'll be at a bar and some troll will be hitting on him and then this badass lady will slide in pretending to be his fiancé and once the troll backs off, she'll give Bakugou a seki smile and say, she turned back to Katsuki, curling an arm around his as she leaned in and grinned up at him, continuing in a low, sultry tone, you looked like you needed saving. You. Was that somehow worse than everything involving the sludge villain? Katsuki made a face, trying to shake Mina off of him. That was, 𝐂𝐿 blinked. Oddly specific. Mina just said it, Kaminari pointed out. Maybe that was it, maybe she's your soulmate. Katsuki barked out a harsh laugh as Mina finally let him go. Yeah, thing right. Rude, Mina harumphed. It could just be something that happens on the job, Kirishima said. Any random hero dropping in to help you out on a tough day could toss that out there as an opening line. Kaminari snickered. Maybe Endeavor will rescue you, I will actually kill you, Katsuki interrupted, deadpan. Then he scowled, cutting his hands in front of him. No more talking about it, everyone shut up. I gotta cover this up somehow. What? Why? Mina cried. She sounded like she was personally offended by the very idea, as though Katsuki was committing a war crime or something. Because. Katsuki marched toward the attached bathroom so he could unearth the first aid kit from beneath the sink. No one else needs to see this. It wasn't entirely unusual for people to cover up their words. Just because his friends were nosy as F didn't mean the general population was. Soulmate words could be very private, and not everyone wanted to have them on full display all the time. They even sold patches specifically made for it, designed in every skin color or pattern under the sun. He would have to pick some up next time he was out. He hadn't thought he would need them. Katsuki stomped back over to his bed, which Mina and Kaminari were now sitting on. He shoved himself between them, settling in a cross-legged position. I don't want you assholes telling anyone either. Really? Kirishima asked, dropping down into the chair at Katsuki's desk. Zero leaned against the desk beside him. If, big ask, Kaminari muttered. Yes, really, and I'm serious, Katsuki said, pinning Kaminari with a glare. I don't want anyone else knowing. Kaminari held his hands up in front of him. All right. My lips are sealed. This is so not romantic, Mina said with a sigh. She rested her chin on her first. Boys are lame. Katsuki frowned down at his arm. Soulmates are lame. They were never romantic to begin with. He trailed his fingers over the words, then pressed a little harder, as if the inky black dashes and curves spelling out his supposed destiny were really just leftover smudges from a pen that he could rub off. They're just inconvenient. Hell if I'm letting some random words manipulate me into being with someone I don't give a SHT about. Zero squinted at him. Are you sure you don't know who it is? Yes, Katsuki snapped. Stop asking. All right, dude, Kirishima said. It's cool, don't worry. We won't say anything. Good. Katsuki pulled an elastic bandage out of the first aid kit. Now someone help me wrap this DMN thing. The thing was that he hadn't actually thought about it in concrete terms yet. He'd more just instantly rejected the entire idea of Deku being his soulmate because it was the stupidest thing he'd ever been forced to consider in his life, but he hadn't gone deeper into, what it actually meant. What being soulmates implied. His brain dead but noped away from the entire concept, and he was more than fine with that. It was ridiculous anyway. And annoying as they had been, Mina and Kirishima maybe had a point. It wasn't a totally unique choice of words, especially considering their chosen profession. He could possibly see it coming up again. Someone else might say it. Maybe. He tramped downstairs with the rest of his crew an hour or so later, and was mildly surprised to see balloons and streamers and other similar SHT hung about, complete with a full breakfast laid out on one of the tables that he hoped had come from one of the few people in his class who could actually handle themselves in the kitchen. Like Seitu. He really hoped that was Seitu's doing. Katsuki hadn't celebrated a birthday with his classmates yet, so he was struggling a little with how to handle it. His birthday was so early in the school year that no one had really known each other yet when he turned 16 last year, and they'd been months away from living in the dorms back then anyway. This year it seemed like everyone wanted to stop by and chat his ear off, which wasn't great for his temper. They were lucky he was showing his face at all, honestly, given that it was a Sunday so he didn't actually have to leave his room. Happy birthday, Kaken. And then there was Deku. Katsuki flinched before he could stop himself, turning slowly to face the other boy. He didn't realize he was holding his breath until their eyes met and nothing crazy happened. What the hell was he expecting? That the heavens would open up and a goddamn choir of angels would suddenly start singing. It was still just Deku. Deku with Uraraka plastered to his side, her arm wrapped around his. What? Thanks, Katsuki finally remembered to mutter, sort of turning his arm so that the inside of it was hidden from view. Which was a totally pointless endeavor since he'd just made Kaminari wrap it all of an hour ago. Deku glanced down at it anyway. Most of his classmates had been doing that, before eyeing him curiously after seeing the bandage. Deku was the only one brave enough to question it. Not what you were expecting. I wasn't expecting anything, Katsuki said. People are just too DMN nosy. He gave Deku a pointed look at that, which had him laughing sheepishly. Do you know who it is? Uraraka asked, because apparently that was the only question anyone was capable of coming up with today. Nope. Uraraka pouted. DMN. She swayed into Deku a little, nudging his arm and grinning up at him. I had my money on Kirishima. Guess I owe Mina. Katsuki blinked. The F. Nothing, nothing. Uraraka said loudly, giggling as she waved Katsuki off. Happy birthday, Bakugou. Then she was dragging Deku away and pushing him onto one of the couches in the common room, all but falling into his lap afterwards. Deku blushed a bright red, but he didn't shove her off. He just curled an arm around her waist and gave her a smile, and all of it looked as natural as anything, as though disgustingly clinging to each other was something they'd been doing for ages. Katsuki's hands curled into fists at his sides without him realizing it. When the F did that happen, he asked the open air in front of him, and then hoped to God that someone not annoying was nearby who could answer and not ask him why he gave a 𝐻𝐻. Luckily 𝐤𝐸 had just wandered over with a muffin stuffed into his mouth, so close enough. What? Midoriya and Uraraka. Katsuki shot him a look and nodded. 𝐤𝐸 arched an eyebrow in return. Seriously? Like 2 months ago, man. Okay. Right. What? Are you shitting me? No. 𝐤𝐸 glanced over at the couple in question, a weird kind of frown tugging at his mouth. He beat me to it, but I don't even know why I was surprised. Should have seen it coming, really. Katsuki wasn't built for providing comfort and could barely navigate relationships at the best of times, so it took a few seconds, but eventually what 𝐤𝐸 was saying clicked and he ended up just kind of cringing. Oh. That SCKS. Yeah, but it's cool. They're cute. 𝐤𝐸 elbowed Katsuki in the side, giving him a sly grin. Besides, Midoriya turned 17 in July, so you know. Guess we'll see what words he gets. SHT, F, right. F. Katsuki had totally forgotten this wasn't just a situation he was stuck in by himself. Soulmates involved 2 people. Something was going to show up on Deku's arm in a few months, so whether or not Katsuki wanted to hide this was ultimately pointless. Deku's words might just be a dead thing giveaway. Why did this whole thing SCK so much? 𝐤𝐸 poked him in the arm. His gaze cut from Katsuki to Deku and back again, and Katsuki realized he'd just been standing there, wide-eyed and panicked, staring at the two on the couch. Are you sure you don't know who your soulmate is? Yes, Katsuki hissed, looking around to make sure no one else had noticed anything. Aha. Shut up. Just don't. Okay, bro. It could be anyone, he tried. He was reaching and he knew it, could hear it in his voice. Really, he just needed to stop talking. 𝐤𝐸 was watching him calmly. I don't care anyway. Okay, 𝐤𝐸 said again. F off, Katsuki snapped, and then he stomped away and threw himself into a chair beside Kirishima at one of the tables. Right, so this was maybe going to be a problem. He wondered if he could get away with ignoring Deku until July, and then potentially continue to ignore him forever after that if worst came to worst. Logically, he knew that wasn't possible. Logically, he knew that would probably just make everyone suspicious that something was up. Because unfortunately for Katsuki, he was actually pretty terrible at ignoring Deku. Not to mention they were well beyond petty bullshit like that. They weren't in a great place, necessarily, but these days, after Kamino and their fight and sharing the secret of One for All and doing their work study together with Todoroki and everything else that had happened, they were certainly way better off than they'd been a year ago. They even trained together a few days a week, and Katsuki wasn't sure he'd be able to get himself out of that without raising a few eyebrows. All good? Kirishima asked him. I hate everything, Katsuki replied, voice flat and glower firmly in place. Life is a joke. Across the table from him, Tokoyami nodded. Truly, we are forever stuck in this mad banquet of darkness. Kirishima and Katsuki stared at him. A beat passed. Happy birthday, he added. Katsuki let his head fall forward to thunk off the table. F birthdays. The next couple of weeks were weird. Deku was suddenly everywhere with round face, although if Katsuki really thought about it he'd probably have to admit that they'd been all over the place together like this for a while now and he just hadn't cared before. He couldn't seem to stop noticing them now, though, and it was really grating on his nerves. If he went down to watch TV with the others they were usually there, curled up on the couch together. They hung out with each other after classes all the time, and they were always doing homework at one of the dining room tables. They sat next to each other during lunch in the cafeteria, which wasn't anything new except that now sometimes their hands were clasped together beneath the table. Katsuki could see it from where he sat with his own group, and if Kirishima had to nudge him out of a glare a few times, well, it's not like he was hurting anybody. Besides, he wasn't glaring. He was just looking intently. "What is wrong with you?" Kaminari asked on one such day. Kirishima had just jabbed an elbow into his side, so Katsuki was currently scowling at anything and everything as he rubbed the tender spot. He was staring at Midoriya and Uraraka again, Zero said, all too blasé as he shoveled some rice into his mouth. Glaring, Kirishima corrected. Kaminari twisted around to glance at the table in question over his shoulder. "I was not," Katsuki said quickly. He kicked Kaminari's shin underneath the table. "That's just how my face looks. Stop looking at them." "Your face permanently looks like it's glaring," then, Kirishima said, and then paused. "Wait, that's actually true." Kaminari burst out into snickers and winced when Katsuki kicked him again. "What did they even do to you? I thought you and Midoriya were cool now." "Nothing," Katsuki grumbled. "We're fine." Zero, sitting next to Kaminari on the opposite side of the table, just raised his eyebrows. Katsuki felt his face grow warm and cursed under his breath. He didn't even know why he was so irritated, but it was almost a constant thing these days. Sure, Deku was capable of annoying him if he so much as breathed incorrectly in Katsuki's direction, but this was different. Something about Deku's hand intertwined with Uraraka's made his blood absolutely boil, had him clenching his teeth and wanting to punch the first available non-breathing surface. And Katsuki wasn't an idiot. He knew he hadn't given two shs what Deku was doing in his spare time until those DMN words had shown up on his arm. But that was what made all of this so much more aggravating, because he didn't care, he really didn't. He didn't even dislike Round Face if he was being super honest with himself. Besides, anyone with eyes and a halfway functioning brain cell could tell this had been coming. Even when Katsuki had been in the middle of his wanting Deku to F off and die phase, he could still see the flustered way those two idiots had interacted from DMN near day one. Honestly, it was about time one of them had manned up and asked the other out. He was assuming it had been Uraraka because there was no way Deku had actually grown a pair. It was just a lot to get used to. And he was having a hard time wrapping his brain around Deku being, like, involved. Romantic and hitty involved, like in an adult way involved, and he knew they were because he'd accidentally walked in on them being gross on the couch a few days back and had nearly exploded the entire room in shock. Deku was just so tied to the image of the wide-eyed brat he had in his mind, or the cowering junior high kid who couldn't even talk to a girl, much less kiss one, that it was difficult imagining him doing actual teenage things. Things Katsuki definitely was not doing, and maybe that was part of it. Like here, Katsuki was bound and determined to be the #1 hero and therefore making sure he dedicated all of his time to it, and Deku claimed he was aiming for that, too, but was actually busy sking face with someone. He hadn't missed any training sessions for it or anything. Katsuki would have kicked his butt if that had happened, but that just made it worse that he was still somehow continuing to improve at a steady pace. And obviously Katsuki wasn't actually spending every second of the day trying to better himself. He was realizing now more than ever just how much he let Kirishima and the others sidetrack him. How much time they spent hanging out in each other's rooms, playing video games or doing whatever else. And if he was able to do all that, if he already had the room in his schedule for it, then maybe dating someone wouldn't actually be that much of a distraction. Maybe you could do both. Not that he had anyone he wanted to date. But Deku did. Deku had a girlfriend he could kiss and do whatever the F else with, and that very abruptly had Katsuki realizing that he was 17 years old and hadn't done a DMN thing with another person. He felt like a stupid but teenager for even letting the thought cross his mind, but there was no stopping it once it did. Deku had one-upped him there and he was kind of obsessed about it. An idea started forming in his brain. A really terrible, stupid idea that he suddenly couldn't stop thinking about. Katsuki still got irrationally mad whenever Deku and Uraraka, as a pair, ended up in the same vicinity as him. So he stopped paying attention to them and started to actively look at his other classmates for maybe the first time ever. He was surprised the first time he noticed Kirishima and Mina sitting more closely together than was really necessary. They seemed kind of awkward about it, so he didn't think anything had actually happened between them, but they were both clearly interested. They kept stealing glances at each other when they thought the other wasn't looking, or Mina would lean in whenever she had something to say and Kirishima would flush a little and laugh and sheepishly scratch the back of his head. And he thought there might be some kind of unresolved three-way thing happening between half and half, Yaomomo, and Jiru. Four-way if you included Kaminari in that, though he mostly seemed to be on the outskirts, doing his usual flirting with Jiru but seemingly not pursuing anything more than that. One night he decided to ask Kaminari about it. He couldn't figure out how to casually lead into it, particularly since he'd never bothered getting in on gossip like this before, so he ended up just kind of blurting it out when the two of them were hanging out in the common room. So what the F is going on with Icy Hot and Ponytail? It was not, perhaps, the smoothest thing he'd ever done. Kaminari gave him a baffled look that had Katsuki scowling and slumping further into the couch cushions. What? They're being weird. It was true, after all. They were sort of cautiously dancing around each other and looking awkward as F about it. Yaomomo kept blushing for no reason at all, and Todoroki mostly seemed like he had no idea what the hell was going on. Then again, that was his default setting, like, at least 60% of the time. Oh my god, right? Kaminari said, bouncing back beautifully from his shock at Katsuki asking such a random question. He glanced over the back of the couch toward the dining area where the other two were sitting at one of the tables, doing their homework. Dude, you have no idea. So they went on a double date with Midoriya and Uraraka, but Todoroki didn't realize that's what it was. Holy SHD. Katsuki leaned forward, grinning despite himself. If all gossip involved half and half making an butt of himself, he might actually be able to get behind it. Kaminari nodded eagerly at him and slid down so that he was mostly obscured by the couch. He kept peeking over the back of it, and gestured for Katsuki to dip out of sight, too. Yeah, it was bad. He thought it was just a group lunch with friends. He must be the most oblivious but on the planet. Kaminari snickered. Uraraka said he apologized. I guess he's trying to make it up to her. You think he likes her? And wow, Katsuki almost couldn't believe that question had seriously just come out of his mouth. Maybe. Who can tell? Kaminari waved a hand in front of his face, his expression comically blanking out. Stoic. Katsuki snorted. He wanted to bring up Jiru, now that they were really getting into it, but he didn't know how to do it. Plus, he wasn't sure where Kaminari stood with her and he kind of really didn't want to accidentally upset him. He was already regretting deciding to give a SHT about any of this. He needed to know, though. This dumb idea he was toying with depended on it. Luckily for him, Jiru chose that moment to round the corner from the stairwell. Katsuki watched her pause, very abruptly, as she noticed Yaomomo and Todoroki at the table. Then she rolled her shoulders back and marched over to them. That was the opening he needed. Okay, Thunderbolt, curveball. Kaminari blinked wide eyes at him, and Katsuki jerked his head a bit in Jiru's direction. She's definitely into Momo. Kaminari's jaw dropped. What? He whisper-yelled, head snapping around to watch the others. Jiru was currently leaning on the table in between Todoroki and Yaomomo, bent forward towards Momo just slightly as she spoke to her. She was ignoring half and half entirely, and he looked a little disgruntled about it. Holy F, you might be right, Kaminari said. When did you get so perceptive? For bullshit like this. Like, 2 days ago, Katsuki admitted. He watched as Jiru twirled one of her earphone jacks around her finger. They were probably lucky she wasn't trying to use those at the moment. Nah, Kaminari said, looking back at Katsuki. He was grinning. This started when your words came in and you found out Midoriya was 2 months deep in a relationship with Uraraka. What? No, Katsuki spluttered. F you, that idiot has nothing to do with this. Sure. Have you told him? There's nothing to tell. Katsuki's eyes narrowed. What about you? Are you gonna do anything about ears? Kaminari flushed slightly, but just shrugged in response. Probably not right now. Like, if she's caught up in all that drama. he held his palm up in the direction of the dining room, making a circular motion with it. Then I can wait. Let her figure that out first. Besides, and now he was grinning again, looking like a shark that had just smelled BLD in the water. It's not like she's my soulmate. Katsuki knew for a fact that Kaminari's birthday wasn't until June, so that was definitely just a dig at him. He shot up from the couch, snarling, but since his face currently felt like it was on fire, it probably didn't have the same effect as usual. Fuyuk. Dude, Kaminari said, hands held in front of him in a placating manner. Bro, Bakugou. Kaken. Kaken of the Bakugus, what? Katsuki snapped. Kaminari stood up and grabbed his arm. Come on, let's go to my room. Everyone's looking now. He hadn't even noticed Jiru, and the others were staring in their direction. He let Kaminari pull him out of the room and over to the elevators since, weirdly, this was kind of what he'd been aiming for in the first place. There was the slight hiccup of his idiot friend not being an idiot about the soulmate thing, but, well, he could work around that. I think you should tell him, Kaminari said, the second his bedroom door shut behind them. Katsuki scowled. Did you short your brain out or something? He's not my, okay, but listen, Kaminari interrupted. He started ticking things off on his fingers. You got really weird when you saw your words. You were all prepared to not give two Fs about it, but then you saw what they actually said and started freaking out. So I figure you did actually recognize them from somewhere. You keep glaring at Midoriya and Uraraka whenever you see them together. Zero said you lost your SHT when you found out they were dating. I didn't, and you looked like you needed saving. My man, that is exactly the type of thing Midoriya would say to you when he's in the middle of bailing your butt out of any number of things. So apparently he could not, in fact, work around it. Katsuki stood there for a long moment, seething, his hands clenching and unclenching at his sides, before he finally caved and huffed out an aggravated breath. It could still be anyone, he grumbled. Guessing that's something Midoriya has said to you before, though. That doesn't mean anything. It ain't that special, Shitty Hair was right. Any hero could say it. But Deku already has. Kaminari leaned forward, trying to catch Katsuki's eyes. Just tell him. He's gonna find out in a couple months anyway. Only if he recognizes whatever the F is written on his skin. He folded his arms uncomfortably across his chest. And even if he does, it doesn't matter. He's dating what's-her-face. Uraraka, Kaminari said dryly, amused. Whatever. Shut up. Look, I wanted to ask you something. Kaminari looked surprised by that. Oh. Yeah. Except he didn't actually know how to ask it, so he just stood there. A few seconds ticked by. Kaminari's eyebrows slowly crawled higher up his forehead. So did you want to ask me now, or? Yes, Katsuki spat. He fidgeted in place, hated himself for doing so, and then decided to just throw it out there. You've kissed someone before, right? Whoa. Kaminari snorted out a laugh. Seriously? Just answer the DMN question. I mean, yeah. Okay. Damn it, what was he doing? This was so stupid. Maybe he should have gone to Kirishima after all. He'd considered it, briefly, but the idea of actually following through made him want to mash his face against a pillow and either scream or possibly stop breathing forever. It was marginally less embarrassing with Kaminari, for some reason, but not by much. He didn't know why. It definitely felt like there was a certain line he was crossing, and maybe he just didn't want to risk anything up with Kirishima. Plus, he had his whole tiptoeing, will they won't they, dumbass dance going on with Pinky. Katsuki's face felt so warm, what the hell. Kaminari was still laughing a little, though he was clearly also very confused. Dude, are you okay? You look like you're about to explode in a not cool way. I'm fine, Katsuki muttered. He waited a beat, and then, I've never, kissed anyone. Ha! SHT Katsuki wanted to groan. He wanted to bury himself in his bed under a pile of blankets and not come out for at least 3 days. Yeah, he said instead. That. Kaminari grinned. Bo, are you trying to ask me to make out with you? Motherfucking Esevin, this was officially the worst idea he'd ever had. Katsuki had spun on his heel and was halfway back to the door when Kaminari stopped him. "Whoa, hey! Hold on, you don't have to run away," he said, sliding in front of the door and splaying himself against it like that would really stop Katsuki if he truly wanted to get the F out of here. He was still laughing and looked entirely too amused. "Calm down, it's fine. It's not like I'm gonna say no." "Oh." Katsuki blinked. "What?" "Like, hello." Kaminari waved at Katsuki's everything, a sweeping gesture that was definitely meant to encompass his entire body. "I'm not stupid, who wouldn't say yes to that?" For FS sake, Katsuki grumbled, though he was weirdly sort of pleased. It made him want to puff his chest out, which was dumb as hell. Normally he only got like that when people were praising his fighting style. "I have some questions, though." Of course he did. Katsuki let out a sigh. "Fine, shoot. It's more just one question, I guess. Two-parter. Spit it out already." "All right." Kaminari took a deep breath. Katsuki shifted his weight from one foot to the other, feeling abruptly nervous for some reason. "Is this because you found out Midoriya's more experienced than you and you've got some weird macho need to stay on pace with him in every freaking department? Or do you just not want to look like you have no idea what you're doing when the whole soulmate thing comes out and you two end up in the sack?" Wait. End up in the, wait. No. Nope. No. What the F? Katsuki's mental mainframe straight up crashed. Error Bakugou. EXE has stopped working. Somehow he still had not thought about what being soulmates actually entailed. Every time his mind started to drift in that direction, he completely balked. It was impossible. He couldn't even imagine. There was no way. He and Deku weren't like that. Neither of them was interested. Katsuki certainly wasn't, and Deku was dating Uraraka, that little SHT, so clearly nothing was going to happen between them as long as that was still a thing, and Katsuki didn't want it to happen anyway. "I don't want to kiss Deku," he exploded, voice high and strangled, and Kaminari quickly reached out to slap a hand over his mouth, looking slightly panicked. "Hey," he hissed, keeping his hand in place even as Katsuki tried to JRK backwards. "Careful. Midoriya's room is right below mine." It's fine, it's fine." Kaminari said. "He probably didn't hear that, don't worry." Katsuki twisted away and Kaminari let him this time, his hand falling to Katsuki's shoulder instead. "I wasn't worried," he snapped, which was a blatant lie. Kaminari sighed. "Of course you weren't. But it's okay, man, it's fine. I get it, you don't want to kiss him." Katsuki caught him rolling his eyes as he spoke, though, so he obviously didn't get it, but he wasn't going to argue with him. "Or do anything else," he added, because it seemed necessary. As if he would end up in the sack with that nerd, what the actual goddamn F, right? Sure. Kaminari's thumb brushed over Katsuki's skin where the strap of his tank top was. "You still want to do this? For reasons that have absolutely nothing to do with Midoriya in any way, shape, or form. Quit it," Katsuki said warningly, and Kaminari huffed. There was a sudden zap along his shoulder where Kaminari was touching him, just the slightest shock of static electricity that had Katsuki skiing in a breath. Kaminari gave him a look. Eyebrows arched a bit, a playful curve to his mouth. "Geez, and they say I'm the dense one. Whatever your reasons are, I don't care, alright. I'm telling you I don't mind. So do you want to or not?" "What, like now?" Something in Katsuki's stomach flipped. Kaminari's fingers curled under the strap of his shirt this time, tugging just a bit. He was still leaning back against the door. "Up to you, Kakin. Guessing this is totally no strings attached, right?" It was the first time Katsuki wasn't too thrilled with him using that stupid cutesy nickname. He normally didn't really care, he didn't love it or anything, but he was used to it, and it was just kind of whatever. But it felt weird in this situation. He didn't want to think about why. It didn't stop him from moving forward with Kaminari's tugs, pausing an inch or two short of actually touching him. "Right," he said, voice rough in a way it had never been before. He swallowed. Kaminari grinned up at him. "Oh, you nervous?" "TCH, no. Do you wanna die?" "Not really," Kaminari said cheerfully. "But seriously, relax. This SHT's easy once you finally just do it." And then he was pressing forward, lifting his chin and planting his mouth against Katsuki's, and Katsuki momentarily forgot how to breathe. It didn't last long. Kaminari held himself in place for a few seconds, just a gentle pressure against his lips that Katsuki didn't really know what to do with. It was warm. And not awful, maybe. Kaminari broke away with a hum, both of his hands on Katsuki's shoulders now. You could, like, kiss me back, dude. Ah. Right. Katsuki just kind of stared at him blankly, which made Kaminari snort and lean back in to press another impossibly quick kiss to his mouth. He was there and gone again before Katsuki could even register what was happening, which was kind of annoying, so he found himself chasing after him when he pulled back. Hang on, Kaminari said, tilting away from Katsuki's return advances. He reached for one of Katsuki's hands and placed it on his waist. You can touch me, okay. I don't mind. Touching was not something Katsuki really did. It was always Kirishima or Kaminari who were throwing their arms around him, pushing up against him, getting in his face. Katsuki was always the one shoving his hands into his pockets and trying to slouch away from them. You sure? He asked. Yeah. If we're gonna get you up to speed, we might as well have fun doing it. Katsuki flushed all over again and scowled, eyes dropping to where his hand was now pressed against Kaminari's side. He twisted his fingers into the material of the shirt he was wearing. You're really okay with this? He muttered, forcing himself to ask. To make sure. Are you kidding? Kaminari gave him an easy smile. Katsuki tried searching his expression for any signs that he was lying or hiding something beneath that bright grin, but he actually seemed genuine. SHT, I'm 𝐵 you came to me. And it's not like I'm hooking up with anyone right now, so this works out for me, too. Can never practice too much and all that. Well, okay then. Kaminari seemed to take his silence as permission to proceed, and Katsuki was ready this time when he leaned back in, only drawing in a sharp, anticipatory breath just before they finally connected. It was more insistent this time. Kaminari had his head tilted just slightly, mouth a little more parted as their lips slid together. It was wetter, something that sent a quick zing up Katsuki's spine and instantly had him wanting more. He found himself grasping Kaminari's hips with both hands, crowding him up against the door as Kaminari tugged his bottom lip between his teeth and bit down just the slightest bit. Katsuki exhaled in a rush, breaking away for a moment as his entire body flashed hot, but Kaminari didn't give him time to catch his breath. He squeezed Katsuki's shoulders and then curled his hands behind his neck and tugged him right back in. Thumbs stroked beneath his jaw as Kaminari kissed him again, his tongue peeking out this time, brushing Katsuki's lip. Katsuki went with it, unable to help gasping a little, but that just gave Kaminari more room to press even closer. Their mouths fit together like a puzzle. Heat rose between them and Katsuki let his body fall against Kaminari's, chests melded together, his arm winding around the other boy's waist. He was getting the hang of it, a thought that brought with it a wave of confidence as Kaminari surged into him, lifting up on his toes a little. He wasn't that much shorter than Katsuki, but it was enough that Katsuki found he really liked it. He was maybe about the same height as Deku. Kaminari slid a hand up the back of Katsuki's neck and into his hair, gripping tight, which had his thoughts scattering to the wind as goosebumps broke out along his arms. He shuddered, some kind of choked sound getting stuck in his throat, and Kaminari brushed their tongues together again in a move that turned his insides into molten lava. What the hell? Kissing had no business being this good. He could maybe understand why his classmates kept losing their DMN minds over it. It was Kaminari who pulled back this time, breathing lightly as he blinked his eyes open to consider Katsuki. Not bad. Figures you'd be a fast learner. Katsuki just grunted at him. Kaminari had relaxed back against the door after ending the kiss and Katsuki was still leaning against him, which meant they were just kind of standing there, wrapped around each other, bodies pressed together in an embarrassingly NTMT way. He didn't hate it. Like, his hips were straight up resting against Kaminari's, their crotches only separated by their respective sweatpants and shorts, and it was weirdly okay. He gave Kaminari's waist a squeeze and leaned in to kiss him again, a brief, chaste thing just because he could. Kaminari grinned into it and patted his cheek when they broke apart. Alright, big guy, he said. We can pick this up again later. Katsuki arched his eyebrows at him. Yeah, Totally. But right now I need your help with the math homework. 𝐾𝐲 frowned, opening his mouth to complain about the fact that it was, like, already 8 p.m. or something and Kaminari's dumb but definitely should have finished that hours ago. But Kaminari just beamed and gave his cheek another light smack. You're not allowed to say no, dude, damn it. They ended up on Kaminari's bed, sitting cross-legged next to each other as 𝐾𝐲 barked out instructions and explanations. Kaminari nodded and scribbled along, moving through each problem way faster than he usually did, and the second he was done he tossed his textbook to the side and tackled 𝐾𝐲, pinning him to the mattress. Okay, back to this, he announced, and then slammed his mouth against 𝐾𝐲's and got his tongue between his lips so quickly it made 𝐾𝐲's head spin. The F, he croaked when he was finally able to break away, desperately in need of air. Now you want to. It's late. It was maybe 9 p.m. Kaminari pouted at him. Just a little, he asked, but 𝐾𝐲 was already rolling him off and scooting to the edge of the mattress. Maybe you should get your DMN homework done earlier next time and not leave it for the last minute. Then we'd actually have time for this essay. And that was how that new routine started. It wasn't nightly or anything. Kaminari wasn't the only one 𝐾𝐲 had gotten roped into helping with homework over the past year, and the others still continuously buzzed around like flies and weren't that easy to shake. Plus it would be weird if he kept vanishing to hang out with only Kaminari, who could still be annoying as even if 𝐾𝐲 didn't necessarily mind getting wrapped up in him sometimes. But occasionally they'd all be down in the common room and Kirishima and Mina would go off on some tangent and end up talking animatedly with each other and 𝐾𝐲 would catch Kaminari's eye, see his slight head jerk toward the stairs, and that would seal his plans for the rest of the night. One time he hung back in Kaminari's room after a round of kicking but at whatever random fighting game had just come out, and both Kirishima and 𝐒𝐿 had given him identical baffled looks when he didn't follow them out. So he tried not to do that too often. And other times everyone else would be busy for whatever reason and 𝐾𝐲 would find himself sitting close to Kaminari on one of their beds, just the two of them, shoulders pressed together as he went over notes from one of their classes. Then Kaminari's hand would slip under his shirt, fingers stroking his skin just above the line of his sweatpants, and that would effectively distract them for a while until 𝐾𝐲 could wrestle the other boy's attention span back into SBMSN. 𝐾𝐲 could maybe see why Deku liked having a girlfriend. Maybe. It was great until other people started getting nosy. Hey, Kirishima said one afternoon when they were in the weight room. He was spotting 𝐾𝐲 while he used the bench press, hovering over him and looking down into his face. I need to ask you something. It wasn't often Kirishima felt the need to lead into anything like that. 𝐾𝐲 wondered why he was hesitating, and then immediately decided this conversation was heading nowhere good. He exhaled as he pushed the barbell up, keeping his pace steady. What is it? Is something going on between you and Denki? 𝐾𝐲 faltered, but Kirishima's hands were there so he didn't accidentally make an attempt at crushing his ribs by dropping the weight. He scowled up at him after a beat, feeling his face flush. Get off, I got it. Kirishima moved his hands, holding them up in an apologetic way. My bad. You gonna answer? No, 𝐾𝐲 grunted, doing another rep. Going on like what? You tell me, dude. 𝐾𝐲 pushed up a final time and let the barbell crash back into the rack, then sat up and twisted around to glare at his friend. The hell business is it of yours, shitty hair? Kirishima just arched an eyebrow at him. It's my business because I care about both of you and I'm pretty sure your words have nothing to do with him, so I don't want anyone getting hurt. My words don't dictate who I can. He paused, nose scrunching up as he tried to figure out what to say. Do stuff with. Stuff, Kirishima repeated. He let out a short laugh. Stuff. Shut up, 𝐾𝐲 snapped, feeling his face burn again. It's not a big deal, alright, just leave it. Bakugou. Kirishima leaned over the barbell rack, folding his arms across the top of it. I'm just checking, you don't need to get all defensive. I'm not. Why don't you ask him if you're so freaking curious? He's not the one with soulmate words on his arm, Kirishima said. He looked down at 𝐾𝐲's arm where the scrawled sentence was actually on display for once. The patches usually worked great, but they could be kind of annoying when he was working out and sweating all over the place, so he'd left it off this time. 𝐾𝐲 shifted, moving his arm out of sight. Yet. And this is why the whole thing is so DMN stupid. What, I'm not allowed to, he faltered again. SET, maybe he actually did need some kind of label for his and Kaminari's whole thing. Do whatever the F I want with other people now that I've got this tattooed on me. I'm not saying that. Kirishima looked a little flustered himself, which was about when Katsuki realized that he was dancing around something. He was clearly trying to make a point but seemed unwilling to just outright say it. To be honest, he wasn't sure if Kirishima knew about Deku or not. Katsuki hadn't said anything to him, it was still too embarrassing to actually admit out loud, but if both Zero and Kaminari had figured it out, then it was a good bet they'd pass that oh-so-interesting tidbit on to Kirishima. He was just the only one who was too polite to say anything about it. If that was the case, then he was probably worried on Kaminari's behalf that Katsuki was going to dump his, but for Deku the second Deku's words showed up. Katsuki groaned and rested his face on his hand, fingers pressed around his temple as he gave Kirishima a look. Listen, he said, dropping his gaze to stare somewhere in the vicinity of Kirishima's right ear when meeting his eyes became too awkward. I cleared it with him before we even did anything. And what we're doing isn't that thing serious. It's just, for fun. Kirishima provided, and Katsuki's entire body flashed hot with embarrassment. He shot up from the bench, stalking over to where his bag was so he could dig out his towel and promptly bury his face in it. I guess, he said loudly, voice slightly muffled. He heard Kirishima trail over after him. Because you don't want to date him. Katsuki lowered the towel, glowering at Kirishima over the top of it. Of course not. Oh, come on. Denki's great. His, fine, Katsuki allowed. In small doses. Sometimes. You're in his room, like every night, dude. Katsuki spluttered. Not? No. Sometimes we just do homework. Kirishima gave him a wide grin at that. Sometimes, he repeated, and Katsuki had to fight very hard not to throw an explosion in his face. I'm not looking for anything more than whatever the F we're doing, he said instead, and holy s, he could not believe Kirishima was making him have this kind of stupid butt conversation. This was why he didn't do dating and all the nonsense involved with it. I've got better things to do. And a soulmate lurking around somewhere. Well, apparently everyone has one of those, Katsuki grumbled. He draped the towel around his neck and picked up his bag. But this is why they are bullshit. People miss out on things because they're too busy waiting on a thing fairytale. Kirishima hummed a little and slung his own bag over his shoulder. I get where you're coming from, but isn't it kinda nice to know there's someone out there who's perfect for you? Not if you're gonna waste your life looking for them. Katsuki pushed through the gym doors and out into the warm afternoon. The calendar had just flipped to June and the weather was finally starting to reflect that. There were students spilled across the various lawns of U, studying together, chatting. He could see several of his own classmates sprawled across a blanket, pointing up at the clouds drifting slowly through the sky. Across the way, Deku and Uraraka were walking along another path that led back to the dorms, their hands swinging together between them. Katsuki hated that his eyes seemed to instantly spot them whenever they were around. He hated that something inside of him abruptly went cold. Some people don't have to look very far, Kirishima said softly from beside him. That's why I'm just making sure Denki isn't caught up in an unfair situation. Katsuki scowled. Kirishima had no idea how obnoxious Kaminari actually was about the whole Deku thing. He was slowly becoming Katsuki's own personal cheerleader, egging him on, repeatedly saying how he should just tell Deku now and get it over with. Kaminari was a romantic. Maybe that's why he was so okay with being involved with Katsuki right now. Why he somehow wasn't worried about feelings and SHT becoming a problem. Katsuki could appreciate that part of him, at least. It made everything easier, even if it was just because Kaminari believed with his whole DMN heart that they had a time limit on them that was set to end on July 15th. His not. Nothing's gonna happen, this'll just run its course and then we'll both move on. Kirishima eyed him. I'm also making sure you're not using this whole thing as some kind of unhealthy denial strategy. I'm not in denial, Katsuki said sharply, and Kirishima sighed. All right, Bakugou. Whatever you say. Okay, so he was maybe in denial. It was annoying to realize because Katsuki didn't like running away from things. But he had to admit that he'd spent the last several weeks since getting his words actively not thinking about what they meant, or what he was going to do when July rolled around and this possibly life-changing secret was potentially discovered. Would Deku ignore it, too? Thing unlikely. Deku was incapable of ignoring anything. He'd probably want to talk about it, which was just going to be awful. And awkward. And then what? What the hell did they do after that? It was the after part that he refused to think about. He was totally fine with becoming one of those soulmate pairs that somehow managed to ignore their words and live life separately. Except that he'd never really known life without Deku in it. It was actually hard to imagine. Like, they were barely friendly as it was, but before his words had come in he'd still assumed that at this point, with Deku having won for all and Katsuki being in on that whole thing, that they'd always at least run in the same circles as they battled their way to the #1 spot. They could be platonic soulmates, right? Platonic rival soulmates. That could be a thing. Katsuki made a face. No, it definitely wasn't a thing. The heck is that look for? Kaminari asked, chuckling a little from where he was sitting at his desk across the room. He had his guitar out and was absently strumming at the strings, alternating between chords. It's nothing, Katsuki muttered. He was cross-legged on Kaminari's bed, a long-forgotten textbook open in his lap. Just thinking. About. Nothing. So, Midoriya then. Katsuki frowned and threw his pencil at the other boy. Kaminari just laughed and dodged out of the way. Come on, what is it? None of your DMN business, that's what. Have you thought about what his words are going to be? No. No, he hadn't, because he didn't even know where to start with that. There were a lot of possibilities. We've known each other too long, he said, resting his elbow on his knee and dropping his chin into his hand. Could be anything. Kaminari grinned, plucking a few notes of some song that Katsuki didn't know. I bet he just ends up with a string of curse words. He'd be furious, Katsuki said, grinning back despite himself. Probably be scared to show his mom. Honestly, though, there really were just too many options. Most of them not so great, at that. His grin faded and he grimaced a little as he thought about it. There were definitely more bad things it could say than good. Maybe they'd get lucky and it would pull something from their early childhood. Something about All Might being cool. Deku would probably like that. And it would be vague enough that it couldn't necessarily be tied back to Katsuki. He was avoiding thinking about it again. But seriously, he couldn't even get his brain to go there. Katsuki was a couple weeks into his thing with Kaminari now, okay? He knew all about kissing and even a little about getting handsy, and if he tried imagining doing those things with Deku, nope. Katsuki's face felt like it was on fire. He literally couldn't. F it. He still had about a month left until Deku's birthday, he would just circle back to that. Later. He focused on Kaminari again, watching him as he concentrated on the guitar strings. I can't believe you're still playing that thing. Kaminari blinked, looking up at him. He huffed out a soft laugh. Dude, do you know how long I spent practicing for the cultural festival? Seemed like a waste just letting all that go. Besides, I actually enjoy it. We should get the band back together sometime. No way, Katsuki said immediately. Not interested. Oh, come on. You didn't hate it. I didn't love it either. But it wasn't that bad, right? Kaminari strummed out a couple lines of an upbeat melody. I actually asked my parents to get me a guitar for my birthday. Katsuki arched his eyebrows. That's not yours. Nah, Jiru's letting me borrow it. She'd probably let you borrow her drums again if you asked. I'm not interested, Katsuki said again, with a roll of his eyes this time. He tipped his head slightly, watching Kaminari. Your birthday's soon. Yep. Kaminari paused his playing and glanced down at the smooth, unmarked skin of his right arm. End of the month. You ever think about it? What your words will be? Kaminari snorted. Only all the time. Maybe something music or band related. Katsuki said, smirking, and he watched as Kaminari flushed, the lightest pink splashing across his cheekbones. It was stupidly attractive, actually. Katsuki was not in the habit of judging whether other people were good-looking or not. He didn't usually give a SHT, for one, but also it just wasn't something that ever crossed his mind. It wasn't information he was ever going to do anything with, so his brain never bothered deciding if another person had something about their looks that made him sit up and notice, personally or even just objectively. But Kaminari right now, with his head ducked, his hair falling into his eyes, a sheepish grin tugging at his mouth, that warm hue to his skin. Something bubbled up in Katsuki's gut. Something fond, which was gross, but it was okay. Kaminari was okay. Kaminari was nice and thoughtful and willing to help him out and still practiced playing the guitar that Juru was letting him borrow, and he was kind of an idiot, but he wasn't weak by any stretch of the imagination, and he was actually sort of hot, what the F. He could be super obnoxious about girls and was desperate to be liked by everyone, yet he told Katsuki to his face after knowing him for all of a week that he had a dumpster fire of a personality. And then he'd stuck around anyway, and now here they were. His soulmate would be lucky to have him. Was Deku attractive? Katsuki could think about that, right? That was safe. That didn't involve trying to imagine doing stuff with him. Those were the kind of thoughts that made Katsuki's insides twist up in knots and had his heart thudding loudly against the back of his ribcage. No, this was simply trying to figure out if Deku was, like, ugly or not. He was focusing too much on the physical aspect of being soulmates, maybe. There was also the entire emotional side of it, which was something he was wholly unprepared to start wading through. At least he was thinking about it at all. SHT, that was something. Even if it was the worst and made him want to crawl out of his skin. Mulling over these things started to become Katsuki's new normal. He'd find himself doing anything random thing with one of his friends and try to imagine doing it with Deku instead. Most of the time it was totally mundane, like something as stupid as watching TV with Kirishima. It was easy enough to replace him with Deku in his mind, and that was usually alright. He could probably handle eating a meal with him, might even be able to study with him in one of their rooms. It wasn't like he and Deku didn't spend time together now. After all, it was just that they were rarely alone when they did. All Might was present most of the time when they trained together. He had to be if they wanted to use their quirks while sparring. The few times he wasn't there and they ended up doing non-quirk related exercises, they didn't really talk much. Just said what they needed to and got on with it. All Might was there for most of their otherwise alone time, now that Katsuki thought about it. At the gym, in the teacher's lounge, that time they'd actually fought for real and word vomited their complicated feelings at each other, he was practically supervising their entire relationship. They'd had their work study over the winter, of course. That had involved spending a SHT ton of time together, except Todoroki had also been present for the whole thing. On their own, he and Deku didn't exactly hang out. All that aside, it was easy enough to substitute Deku in for any of his friends when something completely inconsequential was going on. If he had Kaminari pinned to his bed, however, one hand shoved up his shirt and another buried in his hair as he nosed at his jawline and pressed open-mouthed kisses along his neck, trying to imagine Deku in that position instead was actually debilitating. His entire body would burn, stomach lurching up into his chest, and he'd have to take a moment to bury his face against Kaminari's shoulder and just try to breathe. Catch his breath. Think about anything else. And if it was the other way around, if Katsuki was on his back and Kaminari was straddling his hips, grinning down at him, looking freshly kissed with the strap of his tank top slipping off his shoulder, picturing Deku hovering over him instead almost caused him to straight up flatline. Other times it was simpler. He was sitting on the couch in the common room with Kaminari one Sunday morning, slumped against him more than he would normally allow himself. Public displays of affection weren't exactly his thing, to absolutely no one's surprise, but it was kind of early and he was still a little sleepy. Kaminari was warm and Katsuki was comfortable, and just, F it, you know. What the hell did he care if someone else saw them? So there he was, practically cuddling the other boy and watching over his shoulder as he played some boring but handheld game that involved chopping down trees or some SHT, and it was fine. It actually was. He could maybe do this CRP with Deku one day. Hey, Kakin. Katsuki was close to dozing off at that point, and for a second he actually thought it was Kaminari talking to him. Except the voice was coming from somewhere behind them, and when he shifted to look over the back of the couch it was Deku who was standing there, watching the two of them with a somewhat perplexed look on his face. Katsuki instinctively wanted to JRK away from Kaminari, maybe throw himself across the room and pretend he hadn't been doing something so disgustingly soft, but he made himself stay put. "What?" he grunted. Kaminari greeted Deku with a cheerful, "Yo, Midoriya." "Morning," Deku said to him. He sounded perfectly normal but his smile was all wrong. Tight and kind of strained. Katsuki lifted an eyebrow at him. "What do you want?" He ignored the subtle jab of Kaminari's elbow into his side. Deku blinked, his expression clearing. I was wondering if you'd mind bumping up our training today. Something came up this afternoon." "Everything all right?" Kaminari asked. Yeah, it's fine, it's just, I've got a date." He looked sheepish as he said it, as though he and Round Face hadn't been together going on 4 months now. Kaminari made a teasing uhu sound, and Deku blushed like an idiot. It's a double date, actually." "OSHT. Kaminari straightened up a little, looking eager. "Todoroki and Yaomomo again." Deku nodded, which made Katsuki snort. Does he actually know it's a thing date this time? That wasn't his fault, Deku said tiredly, like he'd had this conversation at least 10 times already. "I wasn't clear enough, I should've." He paused suddenly, eyes going wide as he stared at Katsuki. "Wait, you know about that?" "What? I pay attention." "No, you don't," Deku said, which, fair. He had that weird expression on his face again. "I'm pretty sure you didn't know I was dating Uraraka for, like, weeks." "Okay." Katsuki wasn't going to dignify that with a response. "Th." He lifted his chin a bit, letting a smirk settle on his face as he honed in on something else instead. "Uraraka," he said slowly, and watched as Deku went red all over again. Kaminari, for as much as he was a stupid F in their classes a lot of the time, was actually pretty smart with people. He had a knack for reading them and caught on almost immediately to what Katsuki was doing. "Katsuki, be nice," he said, reaching up to tug on a lock of his hair. Deku looked like he was actually about to implode. Katsuki tried not to feel too smug about that but he failed almost immediately. Deku said in a breath. His voice was doing a weird, high-pitched kind of thing, but he soldiered on regardless. "Do you guys want to come with us?" "Gross," Katsuki muttered, as Kaminari laughed and said, "No way, dude, but thanks." "Okay," Deku said, clearly relieved. "Maybe next time. Anyway, Kaken. Jim." Katsuki, for something reason, looked at Kaminari before answering. It wasn't like he needed his permission, no, it was just. He was checking with him. They were the only two hanging out down here at the moment, so if Katsuki left then Kaminari would be by himself. And Katsuki was actually checking with him to make sure that was okay. Wow. The hell was happening to him? Kaminari just smiled at him. He cut a glance towards Deku, and Katsuki watched as something mischievous flashed across his face. "It's fine," he said, and then he grasped Katsuki's chin and leaned forward to smack a kiss to his cheek. "You two have fun. Think I'm gonna go bother Jiru in a bit, see if I can get her to help with some chords I keep thing up." Katsuki felt his face go slightly warm and he could see Deku outright gaping at them out of the corner of his eye, but he forced himself to stay calm and just heaved himself up from the couch. "Help with some chords," he repeated, low and amused. "K&KY." He dropped a hand on Kaminari's head as he walked past, ruffling his hair. "I gotta change, I'll meet you outside," he said to the still gobsmacked boy. "Oh. Okay, yeah, sure," Deku babbled, hands coming up to hover awkwardly in midair. He looked like he wasn't sure what to do with them, and ended up giving Katsuki a double thumbs up. "Great, I'll fill up our water bottles," Katsuki snorted. "Fine." He glanced back at the two of them before he left the room, at Deku, who had the appearance of someone whose whole world had just been flipped upside down, and Kaminari, still sitting on the couch, smirking with an entirely too satisfied expression on his face. Katsuki returned the smirk, the corner of his mouth tugging upwards. "Later, Denki." Kaminari beamed. Deku spun on his heel, staggering off in the direction of the kitchen, and Katsuki barked out a laugh. Totally worth it. Deku seemed to have recovered somewhat by the time Katsuki met him outside. He just held Katsuki's water bottle out to him, which he wordlessly accepted. All Might coming? He asked, heading down a path that led toward the student gyms. Deku shook his head. No, he's off campus so he couldn't make the earlier time. I figured we could spar without quirks. I mean, if you want. Boring, Katsuki muttered. He huffed out a sigh. But fine, whatever. Great. Deku shot him a grin, which had Katsuki scowling and looking quickly away. But he glanced back almost immediately, unable to help himself, so he saw the shadowed look that washed over Deku's face. He was mumbling to himself, too. Typical. Katsuki sighed again. Loudly. What is it? At least that was enough to startle Deku out of his thoughts. He blinked big, green eyes over at Katsuki. Oh. Sorry. It's nothing. Deku, Katsuki growled, and the other boy winced. No, really, it's just. I didn't know you and Kaminari were dating. Katsuki didn't bother to correct him. He just rolled his eyes and adjusted the strap of his gym bag over his shoulder. I guess I didn't know you liked guys, Deku continued somewhat hesitantly, which, here. Katsuki had quite literally never thought about it like that before. His soulmate words had connected him to Deku and he just shot straight past the gay panic part of it all in favor of diving wholeheartedly into Deku panic instead. Besides, who gave a SHT, really? He hadn't even questioned it when deciding to go to Kaminari either, but, like, seriously, was he supposed to ask Mina to help him out? She probably would have been into it, actually, but even imagining it made Katsuki cringe. SHT, Deku was dating a girl. Did he like guys? He had to, right? The soulmate gods or whoever the F wouldn't just stick him with someone who didn't have a chance of being into him, right? That a problem? Katsuki asked darkly, even though he told himself he didn't care what Deku's answer was. No, of course not, Deku said quickly. Not at all, I was just surprised. He let out a short laugh. I guess I would have been just as surprised seeing you with a girl, though. Wow. Katsuki frowned. The hell is that supposed to mean? Deku's eyes went wide. No, he said, arms flailing uselessly in front of him. I didn't mean, that's not what I meant. It's just hard picturing you with anyone. That's the same thing. Katsuki complained, and Deku squeaked and then followed that up with a groan. No, I'm saying it all wrong. SHT, I mean, shoot, I'm sorry. That threw Katsuki for a whole different kind of loop. He stared at Deku, mystified, and crammed down the sudden urge to laugh at him in a not necessarily mean way. It was kind of amusing. Hearing him talk like that. Take a breath already, he grumbled. For FS sake, Deku. It's fine. That's just not the you I have in my head. Deku finally managed to get out. I forgot, even though I forgot you could date, too. But that's on me. I think it's great you're with Kaminari. Really? Weirdly, Katsuki understood that. Maybe he'd finally mastered speaking Deku after all these years. It was the same kind of issue he'd originally had when he'd found out Deku was with Uraraka, wasn't it? That it was hard to reconcile the able-to-do adult things version with the kid he'd grown up with. Apparently Deku felt the same. They made it to the gym and Katsuki pushed through the doors before stalking over to the sparring mats. There weren't many people around, which was convenient, less extras to get in their way. Katsuki tossed his bag against the wall and then dropped down next to it so he could start stretching. Deku trailed slowly after him. He seemed almost hesitant. It made Katsuki roll his eyes. Hey, dumbass, he said, peering up at him in a grumpy kind of way. I get it, okay. Oh, Deku said softly. He looked faintly surprised. You do? Yeah. It was, he fished around for words. Really freaking bizarre, when I found out you were… Katsuki forced himself to say it. Dating round face. Uraraka, Deku corrected him, but then he closed his eyes and huffed out a breath. Okiko. See, I can say it, he muttered petulantly. Katsuki snorted. To her face. No, absolutely not, was the immediate response, and Katsuki laughed despite himself. Nerd. He considered Deku for a moment. All right. Okay, he could do this. He could have an actual conversation with him about stupid high schooler. I'm assuming she asked you. Deku's brow furrowed, something like a pout taking over his features. What makes you say that? Because there's no way in hell you manned up and asked her. What, Kakin? Deku spluttered, his face flushing. That's just. I mean. He made a strangled sound and then exhaled in a rush, before apparently accepting defeat and plopping down in front of Katsuki. Fine, you're right, he grumbled, and Katsuki gave him a sharp grin. Knew it. Well. Deku scowled at him. What about you? Who asked who out? Katsuki lifted his chin, feeling smug. I did, he said, before he could consider that, 1, maybe he didn't actually want anyone thinking he'd asked Kaminari to date him, dear thing God, and, 2, they weren't actually dating. Deku was staring, wide-eyed. Really? Yes. Katsuki snapped. What, you think I don't know how to ask someone out? No, it's not that. His gaze drifted to the side for a moment, then darted back. So how long did it take you to figure out I had a girlfriend? Katsuki opened his mouth to reply, but Deku cut him off with a look. Be honest, DMN. Katsuki harumphed. I didn't notice until my birthday. Wow. Shut up. Your birthday. Deku let out a disbelieving laugh. So, like, 2 months. Seriously. Katsuki crossed his arms, hunching over as he grimaced. She was clinging to you or whatever and Zero told me. 2 months, Deku repeated, like a broken record. I guess I should have said something. I just figured it was obvious. It doesn't matter, Katsuki said loudly. It's not like I care, we don't have to do that kinda SHT. I didn't tell you about Denki. He remembered at the last second to go with his given name. How lucky for me that he kissed you, then, Deku said, with a dry, sarcastic bite to his tone that had Katsuki raising an eyebrow. Doubt you ever would have said anything otherwise. Obviously. Deku let out an annoyed sound. His eyes dropped and for a long moment he just squinted in the direction of Katsuki's folded arms. Unless he'd suddenly developed X-ray vision as one of his new quirks, there was no way he could see the words scrawled on Katsuki's skin. They were facing away from him, tucked against Katsuki's stomach, and besides that he had a patch on. It was still uncomfortable. He was struggling not to fidget under his gaze and could feel his temper ratcheting upwards with every passing second. Is he your soulmate? Deku finally blurted out, and Katsuki's eyes went wide. Holy SHT, no. Are you kidding me? No. Deku's eyebrows arched high on his forehead. So defensive, Kakin. Because that was a stupid question. Katsuki straightened his legs out, making sure to kick Deku in the shin as he shifted positions so that he could bend forward into a stretch. It had the added benefit of letting him duck his head so he could hide his face from view for a moment. You're the one dating him, that's different. Okay, Deku sighed. He pulled his arm across his chest, head tipping back to look up at the ceiling. When Katsuki peeked at him, his brow was furrowed in thought. You look constipated. Deku barked out a laugh, gaze dropping back down to Katsuki. Wow, rude. Then he followed that up immediately with, what do your words say? And Katsuki actually hesitated. Something in his chest tightened. He could tell him. Right now. Rip the band-aid off, get it over with. He could practically hear Kaminari's voice in his head chanting do it do it over and over again. But, like hell I'm telling you, he said instead, and Deku frowned. Kirishima and the others know. Katsuki wasn't going to ask how he knew that. It was safer, if he didn't know which one of them had blabbed, then there was no way he could kill them. Only because they barged into my room that morning before I'd even read them. Deku glowered something fierce, which made Katsuki's stomach flip like it did whenever Kaminari shot him a look and tipped his head in a way that suggested they should be heading to one of their bedrooms, like, stat. Which was, slightly startling. Deku had very intense eyes. Katsuki had known that already since they'd regularly sessed him off before, but now, in this new context, it very abruptly felt different. He shot up to his feet, feeling way too warm, and strode quickly over to one of the mats. "Come on, 𝐻𝐸𝐵, he called over his shoulder. He heard Deku heave out a breath and follow after him. "Can you at least tell me if you know who it is?" Katsuki settled into a fighting stance, legs slightly spread, his arms held in front of him. "I don't," he said shortly. "Why the F do you want to know so badly?" "Because I don't get how the whole thing works." Deku mimicked his stance, bouncing lightly on the ball of his feet as he waited for Katsuki to make the first move. "And I don't think Uraraka is my soulmate." "Oh. What makes you say that?" Katsuki asked, voice a low rumble as he darted forward from his position and swung his arm around. Deku blocked easily enough, then dropped low to sweep his leg out at Katsuki's ankles. "I just feel like I would know. I should know, right? If it's her. Wouldn't I be able to feel it? How the F should I know?" Katsuki jumped and landed on one foot, pivoting on his heel to aim a high kick at Deku's head. Deku twisted to the side and lunged forward, trying to get Katsuki while he was still unbalanced, but Katsuki had a hand up to catch his fist and was returning the punch in an instant. "When's her birthday?" "Not until December," Deku grunted. He took Katsuki's hit in the shoulder and grabbed his wrist, yanking him forward so he could drive a knee up into his gut. "She's excited for mine. Can't wait to see what my words are." Katsuki felt an odd pang at that, something that could almost qualify as guilt, which distracted him long enough for Deku's knee to bury itself in his stomach. He wheezed, dropping to the mat and rolling out of the way of a follow-up punch, then lurched back to his feet and barreled forward to catch Deku around the middle. They went down in a tangle of limbs, Deku's back hitting the mat with a solid thud that knocked the breath out of him. "Do you like her?" Katsuki breathed, grappling with Deku, trying to pin him down. Deku strained against him. "I care about her. I don't want to hurt her." Katsuki got Deku's wrists in his grasp and pushed them up over his head, slamming them into the mat. "Do you like her?" he asked again, insistently. Maybe a tinge desperately. Deku bucked his hips up. Katsuki's breath caught in his throat. "I liked her better as a friend." "Then what the hell more do you need to know?" Deku went still beneath him and Katsuki sat back a little. He knew he should get up, let go of the other boy and climb the F off of him, but Deku was blinking his stupid big eyes up at him and the skin of his wrists was soft under Katsuki's hands, and they were staring at each other. "Soulmates," Katsuki forced himself to talk, his voice rough like sandpaper as he squeezed his knees against Deku's sides for some thing reason, "are bullshit. If you've got feelings or whatever the hell for someone else, then throwing everything away for some shitty random words on your skin is completely fed. But," he leaned forward a little, "if you don't feel that way about her and you think your words are just going to hurt her, cut it off now. Break up with her." Deku said faintly. His eyes darted back and forth between Katsuki's. It was almost too much. Katsuki had to look away for a moment, but unfortunately his gaze fell to Deku's shirt instead, which was rucked halfway up his stomach after their scuffle. He'd seen Deku in various states of undress a million times in their lives, so it shouldn't have mattered. It was the complete opposite of a big deal. It was just his thing's stomach, smooth skin over toned muscles that didn't used to be nearly so defined. And his belly button. Everyone had a goddamn belly button. It wasn't somehow fascinating to look at, but the trail of dark hair dusting a path south that disappeared into his shorts was something he'd never paid attention to before. Holy Eze, Katsuki rolled off and shoved himself up in one fluid motion, facing the wall and propping his hands on his hips. He was fine. Totally fine. "Do whatever you want," he said loudly. "It's your life. I've seen you two all tangled up with each other, being gross and messy, so I don't know how true it is that you don't like her." "When did you see that?" Deku demanded, and when Katsuki glanced back at him he looked a little flustered. "I don't think no, weeks ago. Your fault for going at it in the DMN common room instead of keeping that SHT private. We live in a thing dorm, you idiot." Deku went bright red. "I try not to be alone with her in either of our rooms," he mumbled. "It's inappropriate." Katsuki snorted. He turned around to face him again, an amused look plastered on his face, and Deku pouted at him. "It is," he insisted. "Ida reminds me constantly, and besides, I don't dislike her, and kissing and stuff is—" He gestured aimlessly with his hands, his blush deepening. "Well, you know." Katsuki did know. He was glad that he knew, actually, because the thought of fumbling around with Deku without having any idea what he was getting into was somehow mortifying. Kaminari made it seem easy, but the two of them didn't have a lifetime's worth of explosive animosity between them. Katsuki had never grappled with feeling inadequate around him, or inferior, and he definitely never suspected that Kaminari thought he was better than him. Even with whatever experience Kaminari had before he and Katsuki had started their thing, it didn't matter. Katsuki didn't care. It never would have been that simple with Deku. Despite Katsuki having a better understanding of where they stood with each other now, it didn't mean his previous feelings didn't linger, or rear their heads at the most inopportune moments. He was trying, but they had too much history for it to fix itself overnight. But look, they'd had an entire conversation about dumbass relationships and he didn't want to explode his own face off, so. Progress. Yai. What glasses doesn't know? Won't hurt him, Katsuki said. And then, because he felt like needling him some more, added, Denki and I sure as F don't do that 𝐔𝐻 out in the open. Deku grimaced. I don't want to think about what you and Denki do, he muttered, unexpectedly dark, only to immediately go owl-eyed right after. Ah, 𝐶𝐻, sorry. That's not what I meant. Ha. Wow. Katsuki grinned. He was about 2 seconds away from outright laughing. What, you jealous? No. Deku spluttered. He was red again. It was kind of awesome. No, definitely not, why would I be? You look like you're about to have a heart attack. I'm not, I'm fine. Sure, Katsuki drawled. He peered at him for a moment. Have you fed her? He was pretty sure he knew the answer to that. He hoped he knew the answer to that, but he caught himself kind of holding his breath anyway. Uraraka would probably launch him into the stratosphere if she ever found out he'd asked such a dickish thing. Necessary evils and all that, though. Deku's jaw dropped. He honestly looked like he was about to pass out any second. No, he cried, hands coming up to press against his cheeks. Katsuki refused to feel relieved. Oh my god, Kaken, what have you? He sounded kind of horrified, like maybe the thought hadn't crossed his mind before. Katsuki lifted an eyebrow. What? Fed round face. Of course not. Don't say it like that. Deku's brow furrowed. And you know that's not what I meant. Katsuki ambled back over to the other side of the sparring mat. Come on, round 2, he said, sliding into position. Deku was still standing where he'd left him, gaping. Kaken! Come on, Deku, Katsuki called, voice lilting in a sing-song kind of way. Kaken, tell me. I'm about to kick your butt if you don't get moving. Are you a virgin or not? Deku demanded loudly, and you, wording it that way was about 10,000 times worse. It also drew some questioning looks from some of the other losers in the gym, so there was no way Katsuki was going to answer now. Even though he definitely was. But Deku didn't need to know that. Katsuki blasted forward, using a small explosion to increase his speed even though they'd said no quirks. It meant Deku barely had time to get his defenses up and he growled at Katsuki from behind his crossed arms after he blocked Katsuki's kick. But, he muttered. Katsuki gave him a sharp grin. Version, he shot back. Deku's teeth clenched. There was a dark flush still high on his cheekbones that was ridiculously distracting. Katsuki stared at it. Found himself thinking, inanely, freckles. He ended up on his back that round, Deku breathing above him, unruly green hair escaping the stupid tiny ponytail he'd pulled it back into, and when had his hair gotten long enough to do that anyway? And why was it so tiny and stupid? No wonder his hair was exploding out of it, this dumb mothif, okay. So Katsuki maybe had a problem. He slammed into Kaminari's room a couple hours later, still sweaty from their workout and feeling half out of his mind. Is Deku actually hot? He burst out, incredulous and almost offended, only to realize entirely too late that Kaminari wasn't alone. He and Jiru were sitting across from each other on his bed, guitars in their laps and startled looks on their faces. Startled looks that were quickly shifting into something decidedly more evil, and if oh ho, Jiru murmured, resting her chin on her hand and giving Katsuki an absolutely infuriating look. Her mouth stretched into a wide smirk. Finally hopping on board the Midoriya train, here. He's hot as F, Kaminari added, grinning smugly. He shot finger guns at Katsuki, which meant Katsuki was probably going to have to kill him later. About time you noticed. Okay. This was terrible. F, Katsuki said, succinctly and yet so full of meaning. Kaminari and Jiru just laughed. Deku broke up with Uraraka a few days later. It was about 3 weeks before his birthday. Katsuki actually managed to get the news right away this time because Mina barged into Kirishima's room practically the second it happened, all but bursting at the seams and ready to gossip. Kirishima, Kaminari, and 𝐂𝐿 all swiveled their heads around in tandem to stare at him, though Kirishima looked away again almost instantly because apparently they were still pretending that he didn't definitely know who Katsuki's soulmate was. Katsuki felt a rush of embarrassment at the reminder that he still hadn't managed to just open his mouth and tell him, but then 𝐂𝐿's look turned knowing and Kaminari started waggling his eyebrows and he quickly became too flustered and irritated by the whole thing to even think about trying to admit it out loud to Kirishima. What? He snapped at the other two idiots, feeling his face heat up. Oh nothing, Kaminari said innocently. What suspicious timing, 𝐂𝐿 added, glancing up at the ceiling and tapping his chin. I can't imagine why he'd break up with his girlfriend so close to his birthday. Mina let out a frustrated sound. I'm so torn. They were cute, you know. She glared at Katsuki as though this was somehow his fault, her cheeks puffing out. The sheer thing audacity. Katsuki had merely offered him advice. That he actually followed through was totally on Deku. Don't give me that look. He slouched back against Kirishima's bed from where he was sitting on the floor, arms crossed tightly over his chest. I've got nothing to do with this. Mina said, deeply disbelieving. I have to go. The girls are all meeting in Hagiku's room to shove our faces in a swimming pool's worth of ice cream and talk about how much boys 𝐶𝐾. Just thought there might be an interested party in here who'd want that update. She turned to leave. Some grumpy JK eagerly awaiting any and all crumbs of news about what Midoriya's up to. What is Midoriya up to? Kirishima asked before she could get too far. Katsuki scowled at nothing in particular. Mina glanced back over her shoulder. He's moping downstairs. By himself. Alone. Then she shot them all a bright grin and swept off through the door. Okay, bye, good night. Alone, 𝐂𝐿 repeated. Moping, said Kaminari. Katsuki gave them both a blank look, while Kirishima cleared his throat. Maybe you should go check on him. The hell? Katsuki turned his blank look on the red-headed boy. Why the F would I do that? My God, 𝐂𝐿 muttered, burying his face in his hands. Because he's upset. Kirishima offered, somehow managing to sound only a little incredulous. Uraraka's got all the girls checking up on her, so maybe you can check up on him. He's got his own DMN friends for that. I mean, his friends include, like, Todoroki, Kaminari said. Who might be the only person in class who's more oblivious about this SHT than you are? F you, Katsuki snapped. He's got glasses, too. Ida's visiting his brother this weekend, 𝐂𝐿 said, lifting his head again. He left after classes ended. Sent out a memo about it via text and everything. Katsuki frowned. I probably didn't read it, he said, and 𝐂𝐿 rolled his eyes. Yeah, no SHT. Well. Katsuki hunched forward over his crossed legs, resting his elbows on his knees and dropping his chin onto his folded hands. Not my fault he chose a shitty day to do it. And dumb friends. Oh my God, Bakugou. He probably didn't tell them, Kirishima said. It's Midoriya. He probably didn't want to burden anyone, and besides, they're all in the same group. Yeah. Kaminari pointed at Kirishima with a nod. Kiri's right. Dude probably feels all guilty and doesn't want to make things awkward with anyone. He's totally gonna try handling this on his own. 𝐂𝐿 clamped a hand on Katsuki's shoulder. Just pretend you're going down to get a drink. You don't have to be obvious about making sure he's okay. Katsuki really didn't know why he even had to pretend he was checking on the nerd. Deku was a grown but almost adult, he could take care of himself. But he also didn't want to stay here with these three idiots giving him the most unbearable, imploring looks, so he shook Zero's hand off and shoved himself up to his feet. "You're all annoying as SHT, he said, striding over to the door. "I'm not going down there." Maybe he was a little thirsty, though. His feet took him over to the stairs. He could just stop by the kitchen really fast and then go right back up to his room. Deku was sitting in the corner of one of the couches when Katsuki wandered into the common room. He had a sofa pillow clutched to his chest and his feet pulled up onto the cushions. Even from where he stood on the outskirts of the room, Katsuki could see that his eyes were red-rimmed and his cheeks looked wet. "Goddammit. What the hell are you doing?" Deku straightened up a little, jerking his stare away from the TV. Katsuki noticed there was an All Might documentary playing, an old All Might documentary. One they'd used to watch as kids. If he had to guess, he'd say it was probably Deku's own copy that he was watching. "Oh, Kaken." Deku dragged a hand beneath his eyes. His voice was thick. "Sorry, there was no one else down here so I borrowed the TV." "You're a little old to be crying over All Might." Katsuki walked over to stand behind the couch. "Especially considering you personally know the guy now." Deku snorted lightly. He was still swiping at his cheeks. "Yeah, I guess." Katsuki braced his hip against the couch and looked down at Deku, arms folded across his chest. "So, what? You just felt like digging this relic out of storage?" "It's been a while," Deku mumbled. "I was in the mood. If you're gonna be embarrassing, you should do it in your room." "I don't have a TV." His eyes started welling up again, and why that was setting him off, Katsuki had no idea. He panicked, though, some foreign feeling washing over him with startling speed as he tried to think of anything to say that would make Deku not cry. "I heard about your Araka." Was he stupid? What the actual hell, why was he bringing that up? "Oh," Deku said dully. "Good news really travels fast, here. Not the actual good news, no, that took months, but this. The breakup you somehow managed to hear about within the hour." "Pinky's a nosy F," Katsuki muttered. He hesitated, brows drawing down as he watched Deku. "You called it off, though," she said. "She keeps her gossip accurate, at least." Katsuki was honestly so confused. He knew his dumbass friends had said to check on Deku, but he hadn't counted on him actually being so visibly upset. Especially over something that was his own DMN decision. "So why the F are you crying?" he demanded, and Deku finally looked back at him, frowning. "Because she's one of my best friends, Kaken." He sniffed, a few tears breaking loose and trailing a path down over his freckles. "She was my first girlfriend. We were together for 4 months." Deku choked back a sob, turning away again, and Katsuki's chest tightened. "I'm scared everything will be screwed up now." She was really upset. "Okay, well." Katsuki's voice came out gruffer than expected. He cleared his throat before continuing. "Do you want to take it back?" "And no," Deku whispered. "I just wish it didn't SCK this much." That was a relief, at least. Which Katsuki was annoyed for even thinking. He huffed. "Alright, well, sitting down here being all pathetic and SHT is stupid as hell." "I'm allowed to be upset, too," Deku said, irritated. "That's not what I'm saying." Katsuki's hands dropped, clenching into fists at his sides. "Just, why do it down here where any lame extra can come in?" Deku flung an arm out in the direction of the TV. "I wanted All Might, right? Yeah," Katsuki said in a rush. God. Deku was still such a nerd, even in this situation. He moved around the couch, stomping over to the TV and jabbing at the eject button on the DVD player. Deku protested immediately, but Katsuki ignored him and stuffed the disc back in its case. When he made it back over to the couch, he shoved the DMN thing into Deku's chest. "Use my room." Deku blinked at him, his eyes going wide. "What?" "Don't make me say it again," Katsuki said, scowling. "I've got a TV. Finish your dumb documentary there. Deku blinked some more. He looked down at the DVD case where All Might's face was grinning back up at him. Will you be there, too? You don't want to be alone? Katsuki asked. No. Deku drew in a slow breath. He gave Katsuki a steady look. At least his tears had stopped again. Do you want to watch it with me? Katsuki's heart did some kinda stupid thing behind his ribcage. He didn't even know what, it just lurched or some SHT and then picked up speed, thudding along at a wholly unnecessary pace. It was almost over, he said. Mumbled, really? I can start it over. Deku looked so goddamn hopeful. The problem was that Katsuki didn't believe in his own ability to be, like, comforting. He didn't know how. He'd probably just yell at Deku and make him cry again or something. He sighed a little. Just go put it on. Watch it from where you were, I'll be up in a few minutes. Deku squinted at him in a disbelieving kind of way. You promise? Yes, Deku, Katsuki said loudly, rolling his eyes. Get the F out of here. And get all your crying SHT out of your system before I come up. A shaky laugh bubbled up from Deku's throat as he dragged the heel of his hand across his cheek again. All right, he murmured, then pushed himself up from the couch and headed for the stairs. He glanced back at Katsuki briefly before he exited, but didn't say anything else. Katsuki waited for the ding of the elevator to sound, then he pulled out his phone and called Kaminari. Yo, Bakugou, the other boy said when he answered. How's Midoriya? Katsuki ignored the question. I need a favor, he said instead. Oh. Kaminari sounded surprised. Probably because Katsuki had never asked anyone for a favor before in his entire goddamn life. Sure, what's up? I just sent Deku up to my room. Oh, Kaminari interrupted. Be careful with the rebound hookups, man. It's only been, like, 5 minutes. Would you just listen to me? Katsuki snapped. He was down here crying, I just sent him somewhere more private. You gonna join him? Later. Katsuki walked into the kitchen and pulled the fridge door open, eyeing the contents inside. I gotta do something first. What did Mina say? Something about ice cream. Yeah, it's basically a breakup staple. Okay. Tell Kirishima and 𝐶𝐻 to go buy some, and then go hang out with Deku. What? Kaminari laughed a little. Dude, not a great idea. Why the F not? Katsuki complained. I'll pay them back. Not that. I just don't think you want to send me in there to sit with him. Katsuki frowned. He likes you. Sure, but we also let him think I'm your boyfriend, Kaminari pointed out, and Katsuki cursed. If I go in there, he's either gonna ask a SHT ton of questions about it, and about you, because he definitely knows I'm way more likely to talk than you are, or he's just gonna be weird and sad about the reminder that you're dating someone. Alright, fine, Katsuki said. Then send Kirishima in there and you and 𝐶𝐻 go buy ice cream. He paused. Strawberry. Strawberry, Kaminari repeated. Amused. Katsuki could practically see his eyebrows rising and felt his cheeks flush in response. Just go. Be quick about it. Buy a lot. Kaminari laughed. Okay, lover boy. We'll go buy lots of strawberry ice cream. Shut up, Katsuki growled. It's his favorite. Yeah, I guess that much. See you soon. Kaminari hung up and Katsuki tossed his phone onto the counter before returning his glare to the fridge. He knew what he wanted to make, but it wasn't like he'd prepared for this ahead of time. It didn't look like anyone had pork cutlets stashed somewhere, and he didn't think he could ditch Deku long enough to make katsudon anyway. He could probably throw together a quick curry, though. Was this whole thing stupid? What, did he think he could just magically make everything better by shoving Deku's favorite foods at him and surrounding him with Katsuki's friends? Why the heck did he even remember what Deku liked anyway? Katsuki grimaced, glancing back at his phone again. Fuyuk, fine. Fine. He snatched the phone off the counter before he could talk himself out of it and found his rarely used text thread with half and half. It mostly consisted of short conversations about their work study, And even then the dates between those messages were spaced out since they had another group text with Deku where they tended to have those discussions. Todoroki also had a habit of sending Katsuki the dumbest thing jokes he could find, something that had started back when they were taking the additional classes they'd been forced into before they could get their provisional licenses. Katsuki wasn't sure if the idiot actually thought the SHT he sent was funny or not, or if he just liked annoying him, but either way he never bothered replying. The last texts he had from Todoroki right now, sent over a week ago, said, "What do you call a dinosaur that crashes his car?" "A Tyrannosaurus Rex." LOL, it was actually painful. Also, Icy Hot was definitely that guy who sent CRP like LOL while staring completely impassively at his phone. He fired off a quick text to him and then began pulling things out of the fridge. A reply came through after only a few seconds. Several replies, actually. "Hey, go to my room, I'm flattered, Bakugou, but you've got a boyfriend. Or so I've heard. My sources are pretty reliable, though." Katsuki nearly exploded the bag of rice he just hauled out of the pantry. FOFF, not like that, but are my sources wrong? Inquiring minds would like to know. Are your sources F in Deku? Possibly. Also Yorozu heard it from Jiru, who I believe got the news directly from Kaminari. Congratulations on your electrifying relationship. FFS fantastic for sure. Freaky fun soul. Fabulous foot socks. Holy Etu, would you just go to my room already? It's Deku. Todoroki's tone, as much as it could be deciphered through texts, changed immediately. Is he okay? What happened? His fine just moping and he broke up with round face. Oh. Why? IDK ask him, is Uraraka okay? She's got all the girls with her. We get Deku's dumb but just Geo shithead, G's already on the way. Why? Is he in your room? Katsuki left that one on read. It was none of half and half's thing business was why, but also he just couldn't be bothered giving him an explanation. And he was busy tossing things into a pot on the stove anyway. He focused on that for the next little while, pulling up the simplest curry recipe he could think of in his mind. It was an easy go-to, something his mom had made all throughout his childhood. Deku'd had it plenty of times himself. He was idly watching the pot, stirring occasionally and waiting for the rice cooker to finish, when he reached for his phone again. This time it was Kirishima he texted. Is the nerd still crying? Nah, he seems okay. Todoroki's here now. Did you send him? Yeah, oh dude, shut up. Is his stupid All Might thing still going? Just ended. Where are you? Get out my old gaming system, the vintage one. There's a fuckton of old games on it he likes. You're gonna let us play them? Break anything and I'll kill you. Be up in a few onk playing Smash all night. That and the racing one, brew. Shut up. Being nice was the worst. Deku had better be fing grateful. The rice cooker beeped at him and Katsuki turned it off, then snapped off the burner beneath the curry, as well. He spooned some of each into a bowl and spent about 2 seconds wondering if he should bring up enough for everyone before quickly deciding against it. They could get off their buttes and come feed themselves. When he pushed into his room, Kirishima was kneeling in front of his TV and fiddling with one of the gaming controllers. It looked like he'd gotten everything hooked up properly, at least, and was just navigating through the menu now. Deku and Icy Hot were talking to each other in low voices, both sitting somewhat stiffly on his bed, probably because neither of them had ever been in his room before. Deku perked up when he saw him. Kaken. OSE, you cooked. Kirishima was looking at him over his shoulder, his eyes round with surprise. Katsuki scowled and unceremoniously shoved the bowl he was carrying at Deku. We didn't have any pork, he muttered, feeling his cheeks go hot. So I couldn't make katsudon. You get shitty curry instead. Oh, Deku said. He seemed kind of overwhelmed. You didn't have to. I know I didn't, Katsuki snapped. Even Todoroki looked mildly taken aback, eyes drifting back and forth between the two of them. I just felt like it. It's not a big deal. No, Deku said quickly. Soothingly, like he was talking to an angry dog that had its hackles up. I know it's not. He laughed a little, and then tipped his face up and beamed at Katsuki. Thank you, Kaken. It was like being punched in the gut by a smile. Katsuki's breath left him entirely for a moment. He opened his mouth but nothing came out, and thank Fing God Todoroki chose that moment to speak up. Where's my painstakingly homemade it's not a big deal curry, he asked. Get it yourself, Katsuki said, just barely managing to recover. He glowered at Icy Hot. I'm not serving everyone. There's more in the kitchen. Todoroki's eyes went even wider at that, his eyebrows hiking up. What, did he think Katsuki had made one single thing serving? Did he know anything about cooking at all? Dumb question. Guess I'll go get some, then, he murmured, rising from the bed. Bring me a bowl. Kirishima called. Double serving. Todoroki nodded and ambled out of the room. Katsuki was quick to claim his spot on the bed, settling in next to Deku. This is really good, Deku said softly. Your mom's recipe. Katsuki shrugged. Old hag's good for cooking, if nothing else. Deku took another bite. I remember. Todoroki had a whole butt tray of curry with him when he came back. There were 3 bowls on it, including one that was near overflowing and clearly meant for Kirishima. Katsuki wordlessly accepted one of the others. Not too long after that, Kaminari and 𝐤𝐸 turned up with an entire thing ice cream bar and about 4 different types of candy and at least 7 bags of chips. Katsuki tried not to outwardly cringe at the amount of food that was currently in his room. With this crowd, there was bound to be crumbs and messiness left behind. The look on Deku's face when he saw the multiple tubs of strawberry ice cream was worth it, though. He kept glancing curiously at Katsuki, expression shifting from confusion to something tender and warm and pleased. Katsuki steadfastly kept his gaze averted, but their knees were touching as they sat next to each other. He thought it might have been deliberate on Deku's end. He knew it was on his. Kaminari had plopped himself down a safe distance away on the floor. He shot Katsuki a grinning, knowing look when he saw him next to Deku, but other than that didn't try to intrude. Deku had initially seemed on the verge of getting up and moving out of the way for him, but Kaminari just waved him off and started digging into the ridiculous amount of bags he and 𝐤𝐸 had returned with. They all ate and shot the SHT for a while. It was mostly Katsuki's boisterous trio who filled the silence, though they managed to draw Todoroki into their conversations easily enough. Deku was quieter than usual, only speaking up here and there. He got the occasional concerned glance from someone, but all of them knew the reason for his mood and no one brought attention to it. At one point, 𝐤𝐸 briefly disappeared and returned with more curry, which Deku happily accepted seconds of, and it turned out that inviting half and half had been a genius idea on Katsuki's part because he kept the ice cream cold for them. Eventually, though, Kirishima's patience ran out. All right, I'm starting, he said, waving some extra controllers at the rest of them. Who wants first round? Katsuki had allowed his friends to break out this particular gaming system only a handful of times before. It was an ancient, temperamental thing that his dad had gotten him as a kid, stuffed to the brim with old-era games that once upon a time had been housed on cartridges and discs, but now were just loaded directly into the system. He trusted Kirishima with setting it up because he'd been the only other one who even knew what the F it was the first time Katsuki had deigned to show it to his group. Kaminari and 𝐤𝐸 had just blinked at it uncomprehendingly while Kirishima completely lost his SHT. The only other person Katsuki had ever allowed to touch this system was Deku. They'd wasted hours when they were younger running through all the various games it had to offer, narrowing down their favorites to a select few that they'd then mastered. Kirishima wasn't bad when he played, and he'd mostly gotten Kaminari and 𝐤𝐸 up to speed by now, but seeing Deku's eyes light up when it finally registered just what they were playing had a burst of eager anticipation exploding in Katsuki's gut, and he couldn't stop the sharp grin that plastered itself to his face. These losers had no idea what they were getting into. No, 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 damn it, Midoriya. 𝐤𝐸 cried, watching as his character on the screen exploded and spun out of control. Deku cackled as he sped past and temporarily claimed the lead spot in their race. God, you're brutal. His innocent baby deer eyes are a lie, Kirishima grumbled, stuck somewhere in the middle of the pack. He'd had first for a little bit before he'd also fallen victim to a well-timed onslaught of projectiles from Deku. Katsuki snickered. He was sitting this round out. Half and half's about to get his butt lapped again. I think I was going backwards for the first part, Todoroki said blandly. His eyes were narrowed, though, brows drawn down in frustration. Midoriya dropped a banana peel in front of me and then I got lost. It's literally a circle, dude, Kaminari pointed out. I've never played this before. Yeah, see, that excuse is only good for the first 10 races. Those are the rules. Seems unfair, Todoroki muttered, just as he misjudged a turn and drove off a cliff and into some water. His character was just getting sorted out and placed back on the track when Deku zoomed past. Heads up, he said cheerfully, and then the screen flashed as a bolt of lightning struck and everyone's avatars shrunk and lost speed. Brutal, 𝐸⍺ said again. How cool would it be if I could do that? Kaminari said. Just shrink people with electricity. I could carry Katsuki around all pocket-sized. Todoroki snorted. Don't know what good he'd be to you pocket-sized. Both Kaminari and 𝐸⍺ made loud, considering sounds. Keep going, Katsuki cut in dangerously before they could say anything, just as Deku crossed the finish line in first place and a burst of joyful music started playing. Seriously? I'll happily kill both of you. I mean, he'd still have arms, Deku said. He could easily wrap around. Katsuki spluttered and shoved him into the headboard as Kirishima, Kaminari, and 𝐸⍺ all burst out laughing. What the F, but? Todoroki blinked, something like realization dawning on his face. Oh, he said softly. His head tipped to the side like he was actually trying to picture it. I see it now. Mothif, do you want to die? Katsuki spat. Not particularly. Holy Ezu, 𝐸⍺ choked out, still chuckling as he tried to catch his breath. Oh my god, Midoriya, I had no idea. I told you. Kirishima crowed. The innocence is totally just an act. Deku grinned somewhat sheepishly as he pushed himself upright again. Yes, he said, overly serious. With my one meager relationship, I am now the most experienced of men. Liar, Katsuki said immediately. Deku just rolled his eyes. Kaminari barked out another laugh. Okay, pot, kettle, Mr. We're definitely keeping our clothes on at all times and you may only touch me above the Y. Katsuki chucked a pillow at Kaminari's head. He went down with a dramatic flailing of limbs. Diamin, really? 𝐸⍺ asked, and Katsuki all but snarled at him. His face was bright red, he just knew it. He could feel it. It was awful. Deku was gaping at him. Seriously, he said, reaching out to shove at his shoulder. You, Kaken? Are you serious? What? Katsuki snapped, pushing him right back. I never said, you sure let me think it, though. Well, that's your own Diamin fault, isn't it? They grappled with each other until their half-butted wrestling accidentally morphed into more of a slap fight, only pausing when Kaminari's loud guffawing finally hit their ears. The F, Katsuki muttered, staring down at him. Kaminari shot upright and tossed the pillow aside. The biggest sh-eating grin spread across his face. Dude. You really let him think we've been bumping uglies this whole Diamond time. What in the actual god MF is bumping uglies? Katsuki said exasperatedly, completely done with this entire conversation. Doing the horizontal hokey pokey, Kaminari clarified, as if that was anything better. I thought it was the horizontal tango. 𝐸⍺ asked. That's only once you actually know what you're doing, Deku said. Tangoing requires practice. Right. Kaminari nodded eagerly. Which is why Kaken only gets to do the hokey pokey. That's the one where you put a body part in and shake it all about, Todoroki spoke up. Yes. Kirishima totally lost it at that point, bending over and burying his face in his hands, his back shaking with unrestrained laughter. Okay, Katsuki said loudly, both hands coming up as harmless explosions popped and sparked along his palms. Everyone can shut up right the F now, because not one of you losers has done any kind of horizontal anything. It's true, Kaminari said. He shuffled over on his knees until he was in front of Katsuki and Deku, and then draped his torso across the bed between them and gave Deku an earnest look. Midoriya, let me be the first to assure you that my body is a temple and I remain pure and unsullied. Deku chuckled, reaching out to pat Kaminari's head. What a relief, he said. It was clearly meant to be a joke, but it kind of came out sounding just a tad too real. Katsuki's hands fell, his eyebrows going up at the same time, and Deku quickly cleared his throat. Oh man, Kirishima said, straightening up with a slight wince. He wiped at his eyes, a few tears having leaked out. While he'd been cracking up. Think that covered my AB workouts for, like, the next week. Okay, next game, next game. Kaminari exclaimed, pulling away from the bed and barreling into Kirishima's side. Smash time. Yes, Deku breathed, eyes going wide. He grabbed Katsuki's bicep, shaking him a little. Team up with me, Kakin. Katsuki shot him a baffled look. Ha! Deku leaned in a little, his voice lowering. We can destroy them. Wholly as Katsuki realized, very abruptly, right then and there, that he was totally screwed. Kakin. Sure, yeah, Katsuki said hastily. He forced himself to smirk, but it was easy enough to let his competitive nature take over and the smirk stretched immediately into a dangerous grin. Yeah, let's do it. Deku grinned right back, a wild look sparking in his eyes. Did it just get really cold in here all of a sudden? 𝐂𝐿 asked. Oh, sorry, said Todoroki. That was me. Midoriya has a terrifying look on his face and it startled me. Whoa, Kirishima murmured as he glanced back at Deku. Oh no, there's two of them, Kaminari said mournfully. Get ready, Deku said, apparently deciding to roll with it. It was the happiest he'd sounded all night. We're about to kick all your buttes. Yep. Katsuki was definitely screwed. Are you doing anything for Kaminari's birthday? Deku's voice was hushed when he asked. He and Katsuki were sitting on the floor now, backs against Katsuki's bed, their shoulders touching as they attacked a two-player side-scroller game. They were taking turns beating each level, speeding through the various brightly colored worlds as they tried to break their record from a decade ago. Their old completion time had still been saved in the system and Katsuki couldn't remember whose genius idea it had been to try to do this now, but here they were. It was late, and not just Katsuki's version of late, but actually late. Midnight had come and gone. Kaminari and Todoroki were passed out on the bed behind them. Kirishima and 𝐂𝐿 had lasted a little longer, but eventually they'd both disappeared to their own rooms so they could sleep, too. What do you mean? Katsuki muttered. It was his turn so he was currently squinting at the TV, trying to keep all the moving platforms and fire-spewing bad guys in focus. He was tired. They only had one world left, though, with just a handful of levels in it. It's soon, isn't it? Deku had one of the tubs of ice cream in his lap and was slowly finishing it off. Katsuki grunted out an affirmative. Few days, yeah. So are you doing anything? Katsuki directed the on-screen character around the final obstacle and then sprinted through the finish line before finally glancing at Deku. I think they're doing dinner and it's same as usual. He was pretty sure that had come up at some point, anyway. He vaguely remembered Kirishima talking about it. Deku grinned. Oh, you're cooking. The hell? Katsuki scowled. I didn't say I was doing dinner. So, you don't have anything planned? What the F are you even talking about? Katsuki grumbled. He gestured at the TV with an annoyed flap of his hand. Hurry up, it's your turn. Kakin, Deku scolded lightly, though he did as told and set the ice cream aside so that he could start the next level. You can't just do nothing. Why not? He glanced over his shoulder, making sure the two on his bed were still sleeping. Because he's your boyfriend and that's not nice. Katsuki grimaced. Hell, leave it to Deku to get hung up on that. We'll probably, he started, and then had no idea what to follow that up with. You should take him on a date, Deku suggested. There are a couple places close to campus that are nice enough for a birthday dinner. Which you know because you took round face to them. Katsuki bit out, and then immediately regretted it. Deku just frowned a little, though, his expression turning somewhat melancholic. He didn't seem like he was about to burst into tears, at least. Thank F yeah, he murmured. We're really not that serious, Katsuki said quickly, trying to move past the mention of Uraraka. Shitty dates aren't our thing. Deku hummed a little. You say that, but, what? Katsuki growled. You were pretty cozy with him on the couch that one time. That one time. He calls you Katsuki. Because it's my thing name. I don't know why you're so defensive about it. Deku jabbed at the buttons on the controller in his hands, eyes still on the TV screen. You guys are actually kind of cute. Don't, he leaned out of the way of Katsuki's abruptly raised hand, laughter bubbling out of him. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Don't explode me, Kaken, I don't want to start this level over. Katsuki huffed, letting his arm fall. Don't say stupid as then. How about you don't get riled up so easily? You're really asking to have your face smashed in. I'm only suggesting you take your boyfriend out for his birthday, I'm not saying you need to go buy a ring. For the love of F, Deku, he's not my boyfriend. Ah, damn it. Katsuki buried his face in his hands with a groan. Deku managed to finish out the level since he was close to the end anyway, but then he let both his hands and the controller drop heavily onto his lap before he turned his head to the side and forced out a disbelieving, "What?" I said, "No, I heard what you said," Deku interrupted. "I just don't know what that means." "It means what it means." Katsuki lifted his head again, glowering at the other boy. "I told you we're not that serious." Deku just looked confused. "So what are you, then?" "We're just..." "Whatever," Katsuki said. He could feel his cheeks going warm and had to refrain from groaning again. I don't want to talk about this." "You said you asked him out," Deku pressed, because he couldn't not stick his DMN nose in. It was still somehow awkward talking about this kind of stuff, though Katsuki wasn't sure if that was just him or if it was because it was Deku he was talking to and things had very extremely recently become an emotional mess in that department. Maybe it was both. Katsuki screwed his face up and exhaled noisily. "I asked him if he wanted to," he gestured randomly with his hands, shoulders lifting in a half shrug. "Mess around." "Oh," Deku said softly, and then his eyes went wide. "Oh. Yeah. Wow. Really?" "Yes," Katsuki said shortly. "He's your friend, though." "No thing SHT, that's why I asked him." Deku's eyebrows arched high on his forehead. "That doesn't make things weird." "No." Katsuki let his head thunk back against the mattress, resigning himself to this dumb conversation. "It cuts out all the bullshit." "I really feel like the bullshit is half the fun," Deku mumbled. He brought his hand up to slide his chin, and Katsuki could see the thoughtful, concentrated look that overtook him. "Great. Wonderful." Deku gave him a questioning glance. "Kaminari said you guys weren't, He went a bit red and didn't continue, but Katsuki didn't help him out. He just waited. "I mean, earlier." That above-the-waist comment, for FS sake, Katsuki said, his nose scrunching up. "Why are you so DMN curious, Deku?" "Sorry," he said immediately, flustered. "Never mind, you're right, it's not my business. It's your turn." Katsuki picked up his controller and started the next level without another word. But he didn't get very far into it before he sighed. "It turns out," he said, voice gruff, eyes taking every advantage of needing to stay glued to the TV screen, "that I like kissing and Oh," Deku squeaked. "It also turns out," Katsuki continued, "that you can waste a whole F-ton of time doing mostly that. And, like, related, whatever." Deku seemed like he was holding his breath for a moment, but after a second or two ticked by he chuckled. "You're trying so hard to talk about it without actually talking about it. F off." Katsuki smashed a button on his controller way harder than was necessary and very narrowly avoided his character getting killed. "I don't do this SHT. I know. You're right, I'm just nosy. You think. And I can tell you're gonna overanalyze the whole DMN thing, so I'm telling you it's not a big deal and we're both good with whatever the F we've got going on." "Okay," Deku said easily. "Whatever you're calling it, I think it's been good for you." "I'm gonna kill you as soon as I beat this," Katsuki growled. I told Todoroki, though." Deku winced. "Sorry." "Yeah. I'm super aware of that, DMN nerd," Katsuki groused. "But it wasn't just you. He also heard it from Ponytail, courtesy of Ears. Who got it straight from Denki." "Wait. Kaminari." Katsuki scowled. "Whole DMN class is full of gossips." Deku shot him an amused look, but then he frowned a bit. Kaminari told Juru you guys are dating. Why? I don't think no, Katsuki said. He likes her, so. So, Fing hell. How am I the one explaining this SHT to you? Katsuki complained. It pisses me off that I have to know any of this, what the F. Welcome to the world of high school dating, Deku said, laughing. I don't have any notebooks on this stuff so you have to spell it out for me. Katsuki let out an exasperated sound. He was probably making sure she knew he wasn't available. Deku still looked clueless when Katsuki flicked a quick glance at him. He rolled his eyes. That whole wanting what you can't have thing. Understanding dawned on Deku's face. He turned to look at the bed behind them where the other two were still sleeping. He was trying to make her jealous. Maybe, Katsuki said. I don't actually think no, that's just my guess. I might have fed it up because she was there when, whoa. Nope. He snapped his mouth shut before he could accidentally blurt out that Juru was totally aware Katsuki thought Dew wasn't terrible looking. He wasn't sure how that factored into Kaminari telling her they were together or whatever, or when that had even happened. It wasn't like he'd had a chance to talk to the other boy about it since he'd found out. She was there when what? Deku asked. Nothing, Katsuki said. Not important. Forget it. Deku's brow furrowed, but for once he left it alone. Instead, he asked, so, why did you tell me? And that was infinitely worse. Katsuki jolted, fumbling with the controller just enough so that he missed dodging an enemy and ended up sending his character falling off the screen in a pitiful death. Damn it, that was the end right there, he exclaimed, throwing a hand out at the TV. The finish line was at the far right of the screen, just inches from where he'd died. Now I gotta do this whole thing over. Kaken. What? Deku had his elbow braced on his knee and his chin dropped into his hand. He was giving Katsuki an unnerving, piercing kind of look, eyes trained steadily on him. Why did you tell me you were dating Kaminari? What? Katsuki blinked. That's not. Behind them, Todoroki made a grumbling sound and shifted on the bed. There was a solid-sounding thud and then an annoyed groan from Kaminari, who rolled over and nearly fell right off the mattress and onto the back of Katsuki's and Deku's heads. Both of them quickly threw a hand up to steady him, but Kaminari was already blearily squinting around the room before leveling a glare on his still-sleeping companion. This tall mothif, he grumbled, shoving at Todoroki who was now sprawled like a starfish across Katsuki's comforter. In bed hog. He slipped off the mattress on Katsuki's free side, and then curled up right there on the floor and pillowed his head against Katsuki's thigh. Katsuki said intelligently, one hand hovering somewhat awkwardly above Kaminari's head. You haven't beaten this yet? Kaminari asked. Not yet, Deku replied. Almost, though. Kaminari let out a jumble of sleepy, approving sounds. Okay. Good job, he said, and then he dropped off again. He was snoring lightly within a minute. Katsuki let his hand fall to rest against Kaminari's hair. Idiot, he murmured, a little more fondly than he'd meant to. He belatedly realized Deku was watching them and awkwardly cleared his throat before moving his hand back to the controller to restart the level. I don't know. Kaken, Deku said softly after a few seconds had passed. Maybe it didn't start out that way, but I think he might be your boyfriend. Katsuki scoffed but couldn't think of anything to say that didn't sound like he was just in denial or something. It was late and his brain wasn't exactly firing on all cylinders. He just wanted to beat this DMN game and go to bed already, preferably in his own bed, even though half and half seemed to have claimed it as his. They only had 2 levels left and then the final boss. He could make it. Hey, Deku spoke up again. Thank you for tonight. Katsuki caught his small grin out of the corner of his eye. His eyes were bright in the dim light of the room. This was a lot of fun. TCH. It was okay, he muttered. I'll get Todoroki back to his room when we're done with this. You can leave him, Katsuki said grudgingly. I'm gonna dump his butt on the floor, though. Deku laughed a little. No, it's fine. I know you want your room back. I can help you clean up tomorrow if you want. Nah, I got it. He could probably wrangle Kaminari into helping him. Or Kirishima. Katsuki cleared the level and let out a breath, his eyes sliding shut. You gonna make it? Deku asked, sounding amused. Shut up, Katsuki grumbled. Just hurry the F up. They beat the game not much later, taking a shortcut through the final castle that brought them straight to the boss. What they did not do was beat their old record. What the F? Katsuki complained, throwing an arm out at the TV where their completion time was blinking innocently at them. It was about 20 minutes longer than their previous clear time. How the hell were we better at this when we were 6? Deku thought it was hilarious, of course. He was bent over at the waist, trying to muffle his laughter. We were so proud of ourselves back then, he gasped out, his wide grin evident beneath his palm. For good reason, I guess. I'm not letting some brat beat me, Katsuki said. Even when the brat in question was himself. We're gonna have to do this again. Not tonight, I hope. Katsuki shook his head. No way. You need to practice first, you fed up in some stupid places. In my defense, Deku said, straightening up, I haven't played this game in 10 years. That's a shitty excuse. Katsuki shifted Kaminari off him, resting his head gently on the ground so that he could push himself to his feet and indulge in a satisfying stretch. It hasn't been that long. Deku followed Katsuki's lead, briefly standing and lifting his arms above his head for an extended moment before he dropped to sit gingerly on the edge of the bed. Close, though. Help me with this guy. Don't tell me what to do, Katsuki said reflexively, even though he was already moving to grab Todoroki and manhandle him into a sitting position. Wake up, but. Time to get the F off my bed. Todoroki just grumbled and gave them a squinty glare, clearly not all there, and Deku chuckled. I can give him a piggyback ride, Kaken. Katsuki frowned. He's twice your height, he said, and Deku rolled his eyes. Not even close. Just move him over here. They managed to get Todoroki's arms draped over Deku's shoulders, and Deku wrapped his hands under Todoroki's knees before unsteadily getting to his feet with a grunt. Don't drop him, Katsuki said. Or do. I don't really give a SHT. But get out of my room first. So helpful, Deku groused. He shuffled toward the door, only pausing briefly to glance down at Kaminari. He didn't say anything, nor did Katsuki, but it was obvious they both knew Katsuki wasn't going to bother getting Kaminari back to his own room. Deku looked back up at him, the corner of his mouth tugging up into a wry smile. Night, Kaken. Katsuki shut the door behind him and released a long exhale, then knelt beside Kaminari and reached out to prod at his shoulder. Oi! Come on, you touchy-feely butt. Kaminari uncurled with a groan, twisting around so he could peer up at Katsuki. No, he grumped, giving an exaggerated pout. It's too late to go anywhere. I live on your floor now. I wasn't kicking you out. Katsuki stood and pulled the other boy to his feet. Kaminari whined, protesting, until Katsuki gave him a shove towards the bed. Just go. Kaminari blinked, his eyes widening a bit, but he was smart enough not to give Katsuki time to change his mind and just collapsed onto the mattress and began messing with the covers. Katsuki climbed in beside him. He was pretty sure he was going to pass out the second his head hit the pillow. You gotta help me clean up tomorrow, he said, settling on his back. That's my price. Kaminari paused. The price for letting me sleep in your bed? Yep. Because you can't just do something nice for no reason. DMN straight. Rude, Kaminari huffed. He turned on his side, facing Katsuki. Hey! Katsuki glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. What? I know I'm not your boyfriend. Oh. Katsuki's brow furrowed and he shifted a little, angling more toward Kaminari. You heard. Just bits, Kaminari said. He curled an arm under Katsuki's pillow, which was barely big enough for the two of them to be sharing. His nosy, here. So nosy, Katsuki muttered. Gosh, I wonder why, Kaminari said lightly, and Katsuki scowled. Don't. Kaminari snickered. Anyway, he said. I haven't, fallen for you or something. I'm just having fun. Yeah, well. Katsuki made a face. Apparently we're the only two who get that. It's our business, so really we're the only two who matter. Katsuki peered at him. Why'd you tell 𝐴s about us, then? Ah. Kaminari grinned a little, looking sheepish. His cheeks went pink. That was after your Midoriya revelation. She asked if you regularly came bursting into my room yelling about how hot he is. Katsuki grimaced, fighting back his own blush. And I just kinda threw it out there. Said nah, you had an open invitation because we were dating. It was half a cover for you. Katsuki said, tone flat. And the other half? I don't know. I guess I wanted to see how she'd react, Kaminari admitted. She seemed pretty shocked. But that could mean anything. Katsuki was silent for a moment. He could feel sleep tugging at him, but he suddenly felt like this was a conversation they needed to finish. We probably both need a better tactic, he said eventually, somewhat reluctantly, and Kaminari sighed. Yeah, maybe. Honestly, it was mostly an accident and then I just rolled with it. But maybe part of me was hoping she'd be jealous. Midoriya definitely was. He-Fing was not, Katsuki said instantly, his shoulders hunching up. Kaminari gave him a skeptical look. Well, he sure was something. Shocked and appalled, maybe. Dude, you know that's not true. Kaminari squinted at him. Why are you so against the idea of him being into you? That was a loaded question. Was he against it? Or was it just completely unfathomable? Deku had no reason to feel any kind of way about him. Not like that. Obviously he was clingy as F with whatever lingering attachments he had from their childhood, but expecting anything more than that seemed like a really stupid idea. Katsuki hadn't earned that, and something cold formed in the pit of his stomach. He hadn't earned it. Even if he could accept this whole thing. Even if he let himself be okay with having Deku as a soulmate. Even if he could maybe, one day, want something to happen between them. It wasn't guaranteed that it went both ways. Deku didn't have to accept him. He didn't have to want him. Katsuki hadn't earned it and he definitely didn't deserve it. The others seemed to think they were a given. He and Deku. That as long as Katsuki came around, it would be smooth sailing. They had no ***ing idea. This was not a revelation that Katsuki wanted to be having at whatever ridiculous but time it was right now. He knew he'd been trying to get a reaction out of Deku, of course. He'd thrown Kaminari at him to test the waters, trying to see if Deku gave a SHT, if it disgusted him, if he was unhappy about it, if he got flustered or weird or jealous. But the realization that maybe he'd been scrutinizing Deku's reactions to see if he even had a chance with him was wholly unwelcome. Katsuki, it turned out, was an epic ***ing idiot. I just don't think he is, he finally managed to get out. Okay, well I don't know how people show affection on planet Bakugou but I'm not doing this right now, Katsuki interrupted, his voice low. I'm really ***ing not. It's late as SHT and I'm ***ing tired. Alright, Kaminari said after a beat. No problem. Keep ignoring your big romantic love story. Katsuki shoved his hand in Kaminari's face with a snarl and the other boy yelped, scrambling backwards. Say that again, he growled. I was kidding, Kaminari wailed, batting Katsuki's hand away. You need a new sense of humor. Maybe try actually being funny. I'm always funny, Kaminari said, lifting his chin. I'm the pinnacle of good comedic tastes. Katsuki stretched forward before he could stop himself, crossing the distance between them to plant his mouth against Kaminari's. He kept it short and simple, but Kaminari still blinked owlishly at him when he pulled back. Pinnacle of Damasery, you mean? So rude, he said, his cheeks puffing out in a pout. Katsuki grasped his chin and tugged him in to kiss it away. He let that one linger, pressing against Kaminari, his thumb gently brushing against his jaw, and when he finally leaned back he found Kaminari's gaze and held it for a long moment. What? Kaminari asked, a light laugh escaping him. Nothing, Katsuki murmured, until he realized he did actually have something to say. He just kind of didn't want to say it and he wasn't sure how to feel about that. Regardless, I think we need to stop. Kaminari's eyebrows went up. Stop, like? Katsuki took a breath. He forced himself to speak, even though it was strangely hard to get the words out. We have to break up. Maybe Deku had a point. He hadn't wanted to believe it, but maybe they actually had accidentally let this spiral into something more than either of them had planned for. The thought left an odd pang in his chest. He knew he didn't have shitty feelings for Kaminari or anything like that. He was absolutely sure of it. But Kaminari was still his friend. And he'd admittedly gotten comfortable being involved with him. He definitely hadn't considered that ending this would be anything other than easy. Kaminari had gone quiet. Katsuki inched toward him, his hand starting to come up. "Hey, Denki." "Sorry," Kaminari said quickly. "Sorry, no, I know. Break up." He laughed weakly. "That just hit weird." "Tell me about it," Katsuki grumbled. "It's fine," Kaminari said. "You're right. And you know I'm totally rooting for you and Midoriya, and I know his birthday is, like, soon. But..." His voice went small and he ducked his head a little. "Can we at least wait until after my birthday?" "I know that's stupid." "It's not," Katsuki cut in. "That's fine. It's only a few days away, I know. So it won't be much longer, then I promise we can stop." "I'm saying it's okay, you idiot." "Oh." Kaminari lifted his eyes again, meeting Katsuki's. He cleared his throat. "Cool, then." Katsuki snorted and after a beat, Kaminari chuckled, too. "SHT, man. I knew this was coming but it's still awkward. Sorry to drag it out." "Only because you're making it awkward," Katsuki said, reaching out to flick his forehead. "It's fine, I'm not so much of an but that I'd make you call it quits right before your diamond birthday." "Oh, Kaken," Kaminari teased. "You big ol' softy." Katsuki huffed. "F off and die, dunce face." "New." Kaminari slid forward and wrapped himself around one of Katsuki's arms. "It's sweet that you're saving me from looking pathetic. I'm about to make you look like an exploded Pikachu if you don't let go of me." "Hey, you're tired. Go to sleep, Katsuki." "Got it, Denki." But Kaminari pointedly closed his eyes, grinning and still curled against his side, and Katsuki was too exhausted to really fight it. He just grumbled and turned his face into his pillow, and within seconds he was asleep. They officially ended. Things 2 days after Kaminari's birthday. It was July 1st, a fresh start to a new month, as Kaminari put it. It was also the start of the 2-week countdown to Deku's birthday. "You nervous yet?" Kaminari asked. They were in the common room, freshly showered and lounging around on the couches after a particularly grueling battle training class that afternoon. Katsuki scowled. "Absolutely thing not," he said, which was only partially a lie. He felt antsy more than anything, to the point that he wasn't sure if he'd be able to sit still for the next 14 days. It was annoying. "You sure? It's okay if you are. Would you shut up already?" Katsuki said, exasperation evident in his tone, and Kaminari snickered. He was playing his stupid handheld game again, but this time Katsuki was sitting cross-legged several feet away instead of being pressed up against him. There was no watching over his shoulder from his spot in the corner of the sofa, and he was steadfastly ignoring that the space between them felt a little weird. Unlike Katsuki, Kaminari had his newly acquired soulmate words on full display. He kept glancing down at them every few minutes, as though if he checked often enough then a name would also decide to write itself onto his skin. It was something he'd been doing since the words had first appeared 2 nights ago. The sentence scrawled on his arm apparently wasn't anything that had been said yet, but according to Kaminari there was something about it that felt familiar. The phrasing, maybe, or the imagined tone that would accompany it one day. He said he couldn't really explain it, but not knowing who his soulmate was hadn't seemed to dampen his spirits any. Zero and Mina wandered into the room from the kitchen, their arms laden with drinks and snacks. "There are other birthdays in July, you know," Mina said, pouting in an exaggerated way. She dumped her haul on one of the coffee tables and settled on the floor before passing around bottles of sports drinks. "Seriously?" Zero threw himself onto the couch between Kaminari and Katsuki. "I know we're lacking in drama, but maybe try to spare some excitement for the rest of us." "We can do that after the 15th, Kaminari said. He leaned over to grab a bag of chips from Zero. "Not our fault you two are at the butt end of the month." 𝐤𝐬 let out a noisy sigh. What a shame that we won't know Kirishima's words until October, he said loudly, and Mina spun around to smack his shin. Friendly reminder that my acid can eat right through your clothes if I feel the need to punch you in the PP. Katsuki snorted. Nice. I mean, 𝐤𝐬 raised his eyebrows and made a very obvious attempt to shift away from her. I feel like you can leave my breathes intact for that. But that takes all the fun out of it, Mina quipped, giving him a bright grin. Scary, Kaminari muttered. He turned his game off and set it aside. Where is Kiri, anyway? Wasn't he with you guys? Midoriya accosted him in the kitchen, 𝐤𝐬 said. Something about being his sparring partner tomorrow. The F. Katsuki frowned. Why? He mentioned practicing his kicks. Mina replied. She then demonstrated the opposite of that by punching the air in front of her twice. He needed someone solid to go up against. Katsuki did his best not to look insulted by that. It wasn't like he and Deku really partnered up in class all that much anyway. They usually stuck to their extra sessions with all might. Mina would also like someone solid to go up against, 𝐤𝐬 said teasingly, leering at her, and Mina snapped her still balled-up fist backwards and clocked him in the kneecap. 𝐤𝐬 gasped and reached down to clutch at it. Oh, son of a beach, why you gotta poke the bear, dude? Kaminari asked. Mina just stuck her tongue out at them. Try it again, she said. One more time. I dare you. No, I'm good, 𝐤𝐬 said weakly, still rubbing his knee. Sincerest apologies, I swear. Aha. She dared you, Katsuki said. He stretched a foot out to nudge 𝐤𝐬's thigh. Say some other stupid 𝐸. I wanna see her kick your butt. Mina beamed and held up her hand expectantly. Katsuki eyed it for a second or two and then reluctantly gave her the most apathetic high five of all time. Wow. You need to work on that, she said, and Katsuki rolled his eyes just as Kirishima and Deku walked into the room. Mina. Hit me. Kirishima called, holding his hands up. She redirected her smile to him. Flavor. Blue. Blue is not a flavor. 𝐤𝐬 insisted, starting up a familiar argument amongst their group. Mina tossed Kirishima one of the blue sports drinks. It is so, Kaminari said immediately. It's printed right on the bottle. Blue's the best, Kirishima added, and 𝐤𝐬 groaned. Everything should be blue flavor. Deku leaned over the back of the couch near Katsuki, smartly ignoring the others. Hey, Kaken. Can I borrow you for a minute? That halted the bickering as all four of his idiot friends took the opportunity to unsubtly swing their heads around to stare at him. Katsuki hated all of them. He possibly hated Deku more, though, because he had his hair pulled back into his stupid tiny ponytail again, only this time he'd added a headband to hold back all the wild strands that were trying to escape the elastic. It was a look that made Katsuki's stomach flip. For something reason. He kind of wanted to bury his hands in that thick, curly mess. Kaken. Yeah, I'm coming, Katsuki said quickly, pushing up from the couch. Deku waved goodbye to the others and Katsuki shot them all a glare, trying not to notice their raised eyebrows and smirks, before he followed Deku over to the staircase. Where are we going? My room, Deku said, and Katsuki's stomach performed some more unwanted acrobatics. I want to show you something. Katsuki hadn't actually been in Deku's room before. He tried to imagine what it might look like, pulling from his childhood memories and general knowledge of everything Deku. His brain supplied him with an over-the-top all-might extravaganza, which he then mentally tried to tone down. Deku was a nerd, but he was nearly 17. He probably didn't owe. Deku had pushed into his room and Katsuki came to an abrupt halt in the doorway. Okay, well never mind then. Holy 𝐸, he choked out, bringing a hand up so he had something to hide his snickers behind as he looked around. What the F, Deku? Did you buy out an entire museum? I know it's a lot, Deku said, standing in the middle of the room with his hands propped on his hips. He didn't look the least bit embarrassed. Katsuki assumed anyone who had ever stepped foot in this room had made some kind of comment, so he was probably used to it. Or just plain over it. Katsuki didn't know why he'd thought even for a second that Deku would display less memorabilia nowadays when his collection had likely grown exponentially over the years. He remembered what his room back home used to look like, after all. I didn't even bring most of the really expensive stuff. Katsuki finally moved further into the room, absently shutting the door behind him. Where's your Bronze Age poster? His feet took him straight over to the numerous figures lined up on his bookshelf and he ran his eyes over them, trying to spot anything new. Deku let out a distressed sound. It ripped, he said mournfully. When I tried taking it off my wall. That 𝐒𝐻𝐿, Katsuki murmured, distracted by a limited edition young age figure that he, himself, hadn't been able to get his hands on. The heck? It really does. I taped it back together but it's still at home. Didn't want it to get more ruined. Katsuki hummed, lifting his gaze to look around the rest of the room again. He paused on a different poster that Deku definitely hadn't had before. Deku. Him. He took a step forward until he was next to Katsuki. Katsuki pointed at the 10th anniversary poster on the wall. Where the hell did you get that? Oh, Deku laughed sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. That was, Sir Night Eyes. They gave it to me after he, wow. Katsuki looked over at him, eyebrows arching, a smirk curving onto his face. You stole All Might's sidekick's never on sale for the public poster after he kicked it. Deku spluttered, his face going red. No. Kaken, no, I didn't steal it. The agency gave it to me. Sure, Katsuki drawled. Kaken. I'm surprised you don't have a framed autograph from All Might yet, Katsuki said, before Deku could keep denying that he'd ganked a dead hero's specialty merch. You should get him to sign the poster. Imagine how rare that would be. Actually, he signed something for me back when, well. Deku shifted his weight nervously. When he first came to town, so the day of the sludge villain incident. Got it. Katsuki jerked his eyes away with a slight grimace. But it's in one of my notebooks, Deku continued quickly, on the verge of babbling. The one you exploded, so the pages are kinda, it doesn't matter. I should get him to sign something else that I can actually display. I guess it's sort of weird now, though. Since we see him almost every day. Katsuki frowned a little, his brows drawing down. He remembered the notebooks, of course. If Deku still had some of the really old ones, then more than a fair share of the pages would be taken up by Katsuki's own sketches and doodles. When did he explode one of those dumb things? So that's where you draw the line, he asked, rather than dwell on it. Maybe there'd been one in Deku's backpack one of the times he'd stolen it to toss around with his lackeys. Playing keep away with Deku's 𝐻𝐿 hadn't exactly been an uncommon occurrence. Katsuki shoved the memories away and gestured around the room. Asking for a Fing autograph is too much, but this, stop, Deku said, chuckling. I can't help that I'm still a fan. What did you want to show me? Or did you just want to show off? Oh. Deku rushed over to his closet and started digging around inside. Katsuki trailed after him, curiosity piqued despite himself. He wasn't expecting Deku to turn around and move a slightly shabby old All Might plushie at him. Look. Katsuki blinked at it, uncomprehending for a moment until recognition hit. Oh 𝐻𝐿, he said, reaching out to take it. Is that, it's yours, Deku said excitedly. The one you lost. You mean the one you stole? Katsuki asked dryly. He turned the plushie over in his hands, eyeing the slightly faded colors and worn fabric. It had definitely seen better days. Deku lifted his eyebrows. Actually, you dropped it behind the couch. It was stuck between the back of it and the wall for years. I didn't find it until we got a new one. Katsuki scoffed. I didn't drop it. You definitely did. I wasn't allowed to touch it, remember? Well, duh. Katsuki had carried this stupid thing around with him for a solid year after winning it from a raffle at a summer festival when he'd been, like, 4. It was kind of embarrassing to remember, but he was pretty sure he'd dragged it everywhere specifically because Deku was upset he didn't have his own. He'd cried when Katsuki had won it, and even though 𝐒𝐿𝐴 had eventually bought him a similar plushie, Katsuki had made sure Deku knew it wasn't exactly the same. Deku's wasn't a prize, which meant Katsuki's was better. Katsuki had managed to be a little 𝐻𝐿 even at that young age, but Deku had been so damn jealous that he'd gotten some kind of weird thrill from it. What I remember is that I brought it to your house and 1 second it was there and the next your grubby little hands had hidden it somewhere, Katsuki said stubbornly, repeating the same story he'd made himself believe over a decade ago. Deku just rolled his eyes. You're welcome, he said, voice edged with sarcasm. So, what, you've just been hanging on to it for years? Well, I couldn't exactly give it back to you in junior high, could I? Deku shrugged. I picked it up the last time I was home, but if you don't want it, he stretched a hand out, like he was going to take the plushie back, and Katsuki recoiled sharply and spun out of the way. No, it's mine, he said immediately, and then promptly felt his face flush. Deku tried to stifle a snort, which just made Katsuki's cheeks burn even more, but he also couldn't stop the self-deprecating laugh that escaped him. Don't worry, Deku said, practically giggling out right now. I'm not gonna cry all over you for not letting me hold it this time. Take all the fun out of it, why don't you? Katsuki stepped away, moving toward Deku's bed and dropping onto it. He gave the All Might plushie another scrutinizing look. His face looks stupid like this. Deku sat down next to him, leaving barely a few inches between them. It's actually kind of terrifying. They really exaggerated that smile. It's so weird he's our teacher, Katsuki murmured. He forgot sometimes just how amazing that really was. He was so used to it now, so accustomed to seeing the man nearly every day, that it was almost hard to remember how awestruck by him he'd once been. His admiration for All Might had lodged deep in his chest from such a young age, burned him up from the inside out and consumed him for years. It was the spark that had ignited all his motivations, made him work so hard to get to where he was. His feelings surrounding All Might were somewhat complicated now, tainted with guilt and shame and a twisted kind of jealousy that he absolutely hated. Because logically, he knew it was stupid as F. It was unwarranted and misplaced and ugly. He didn't need All Might's quirk and it didn't matter that All Might had chosen Deku, but he couldn't stop the small part of him that still sometimes wanted to snarl at the very idea that Deku had been gifted this unbelievable power. Deku wouldn't be here without it, though. He wouldn't be aiming for the top, fighting both against and alongside Katsuki every day and forcing him to stretch the limits of his own abilities beyond what he'd ever thought possible. Katsuki couldn't imagine doing this without him. He didn't want to do it without him, which was maybe the most shocking thing of all. I'm really happy we're here, Deku said softly, and for a second Katsuki wondered if he'd unlocked some kind of mind-reading quirk in the last 5 minutes. But then Deku made a jerky kind of move with his hand, gesturing between the two of them as his face went pink. And I don't just mean here, like, at you with All Might. But, this. I'm glad we can talk like this now. Sap, Katsuki said, his voice a low, warm rumble. Deku grinned and swayed sideways to bump their shoulders together. Maybe a little, he said. And then, how are things going with Kaminari? Because apparently being friendly meant Deku thought he could keep prying into Katsuki's relationships, or lack thereof. He huffed out a vaguely exasperated breath. Great. We broke up. The grin dropped off Deku's face so fast it was like there'd been an anchor attached to it. What? He cried, lurching forward into Katsuki's personal space. Katsuki leaned away before he could stop himself. When? About. He made a show of checking the non-existent watch on his wrist. 2 hours ago. Oh. Deku frowned. He looked so goddamn concerned that it actually had Katsuki's shoulders hunching up around his ears and he just barely refrained from baring his teeth at the other boy. I'm sorry. Katsuki scowled. It's fine, he said loudly. It was mutual or whatever. I told you we weren't that serious. Still, Deku peered at him. Was it because of his words? I thought he said he didn't know who his soulmate was. He doesn't. Katsuki shrugged, his grip tightening on the All Might plushie still in his lap. It's not a big deal, we knew it wasn't gonna last. Shut up about it already. You guys were so good together, though. You sure didn't think that when you first found out, Katsuki snapped, more to get him to back off than anything. Deku paled, though, which was kind of unexpected. I was just surprised, he fumbled to explain, eyes skittering away from Katsuki's face. I didn't mean to, you were teasing me about Uraraka. I just got defensive, that's all. It's not that I really didn't want to think about you too. A beat passed, and the expression on Deku's face slipped into near panic. Wait, no. Not that I wanted to think about you either. I mean, wait? Katsuki slowly raised an eyebrow at him. Very deliberately. Is now a good time to remind you about all your DMN questions regarding my sec life? Since you definitely don't think about it ever. Your lack of one, you mean? Deku quickly threw back at him, though he couldn't stop his cheeks from flushing a brilliant red. Whatever, you nosy F, Katsuki muttered. What does that even mean, anyway? What? Deku asked warily. That we were good together. You keep saying that. Oh. Well, Deku eyed him for a moment. You're more open. And you're letting me sit next to you. The F. Katsuki's brow furrowed, mostly out of confusion. Where else would you sit? That was a dumb question, though. There was an extremely empty chair over by Deku's desk. Like, 3 feet that way, Deku mumbled, gesturing toward the other end of the bed. Ah. Or that. It was true, they had both needlessly settled on the same end of the mattress. Oh, he started to say, flustered and irritated, but Deku interrupted him. Both of them have been wearing you down since first year, Kaminari and Kirishima. You're not nearly as closed off as you used to be. You let people touch you now. Deku cringed a bit as soon as the words left his mouth. That sounds weird, but you know what I mean. It's like there was this unbreachable perimeter around you before, but it's starting to go away. And I think being with Kaminari just took it a step further. Now you know what being in a relationship can be like, and you know it's okay to let yourself want that kind of contact with someone else. Right. Like that time on the couch, you and that thing day with us on the couch, Katsuki forced out, feeling hot and uncomfortable and a little too seen. He had his arms wrapped tight around his stomach, unknowingly squeezing the All Might plushie against himself. Kaken, you were cuddling, Deku said, overly serious for such an innocuous statement. It was both adorable and really surprising. Katsuki groaned and collapsed backwards on Deku's bed. He covered his face with the plushie. Adorable, F, kill me now. It's not a bad thing. Says you. No, I mean, everything. All of this. Katsuki shifted the plushie just enough so that he could squint at Deku from behind it, and Deku grinned at him. It's just a different kind of personal growth. Katsuki was just about at his limit for earnest Deku babbling today. He wasn't sure how to address all of that, couldn't think of any kind of worthwhile reply. Not that Deku seemed to expect anything, but the silence hanging between them felt too easy somehow. Like they'd reached a natural stopping point and now Katsuki was just supposed to accept all the bullshit Deku had spouted as truth because he couldn't find the words to refute any of it. He heaved out a sigh, lowering the plushie from his face and squishing it against his chest instead. How are things going with Round Face? Deku blinked. What do you mean? She talking to you yet? Oh. No, not really. Deku's gaze lowered and he stared at the floor. She's not going out of her way to avoid me or anything, but we're not. It's still awkward. She'll come around, Katsuki said gruffly. Yeah, date a guy next time. Less thing drama. Deku laughed lightly. That's hardly true, he murmured, but then his hands clenched around the material of his shorts and he drew in a long, slow breath. Katsuki was watching him and not bothering to hide it, so their eyes caught immediately when Deku turned his head. A few seconds ticked by before he spoke again. Maybe I will, though. Katsuki was pretty sure he stopped breathing for a minute. He couldn't speak. What the F? Where the hell had his brain gone tonight? And what did that even mean? Was Deku admitting he was, what? Katsuki flipped through his limited mental catalogue of identifying terms and their definitions. SHT he never really bothered to apply to himself. Bisexual, that was the one. Was he trying to tell Katsuki he was into girls and guys? Eventually Deku looked away when no reply was forthcoming. He tipped his head back, smiling up at the ceiling. Guess we'll see. I gotta go, Katsuki said abruptly, sitting up in a rush. Deku didn't look surprised. Katsuki scrambled off the bed and headed for the door. Thanks for the, he waved the All Might plushie over his shoulder, hopefully at least somewhat in Deku's direction. "Hey, Kakin." He sounded so perfectly normal and happy. It wasn't fair that he could blow up Katsuki's whole world and be so unaffected himself. Katsuki chanced a glance back at him, his gaze landing somewhere near Deku's left ear. He could see the headband tucked just behind it, as well as a few stray curls making their bid for freedom from his ponytail. Katsuki swallowed. "What?" "We should do something over summer break," Deku said brightly. "I know we'll be spending most of it at our work study, but we get a few days off, right? We should go hiking or something." "Hiking," Katsuki repeated slowly. Deku nodded. "Yeah. I'm sure you know some good places." "Of course I do," Katsuki grumbled. "Summer break. When was that?" "It started the week after Deku's birthday, right? It seemed an entire lifetime away. So we'll go." Deku prodded, and Katsuki couldn't stop himself from nodding. "Sure, whatever," he said, and then he slipped out of the room before Deku's answering smile could somehow F him up even more. The days steadily passed by. Katsuki tried telling himself he didn't care, that he still wasn't nervous. That he was, in fact, totally and completely fine. It was definitely a lie now, though. There was a creeping feeling of dread slowly building in his chest. The vague helplessness that settled over him was even worse. He hated it. It set him on edge, had him snapping at everyone in a way he hadn't since they were brand new first-year US students. His friends started to tread lightly around him, keeping their interactions carefully controlled. Kirishima kept throwing him worried looks. Even Kaminari was trying to watch his mouth, clearly thinking twice about every word he said, and that was actually horrible. He could end all of this right now by ripping his patch off and shoving his arm in Deku's face. But he couldn't make himself do it. He wasn't actually sure that would help anything. They'd both still want to see Deku's words, as confirmation, as proof. And wouldn't that just make Deku as anxious as he was while they waited? That would actually be a PP move, right? Or would it take something away from Deku if he told him ahead of time? Would it dampen the excitement of waiting for his words to appear? What the F was the actual protocol here? There were 11 days to go when Kirishima and Mina's initial suggestion came back to haunt him. What if Deku wasn't his soulmate? What if his words were just some shitty opening line from someone else in the future? What if all this panicking was for nothing? That didn't feel right, though. He remembered what Kaminari had claimed, that the sentence on his arm was somehow familiar, even if it hadn't been said yet. Katsuki thought maybe he understood. He could feel it in his bones that his words were linked to Deku. With so many other things to doubt, it wasn't worth it to add that to the pile. There was no point trying to pretend this wasn't happening. Not anymore. Deku was his soulmate, and 9 days before his birthday, while Katsuki was sitting in his room, taking one deep, slow breath after another with his All Might plushie squished against his chest, he finally came to the realization that he was okay with that. Something inside of him uncoiled. It was okay. He couldn't really examine it beyond that yet, but that was fine. They would figure it out. It wasn't the end of the world. Deku would probably be fine with it, too. They didn't have to be, whatever. More than what they were now. Maybe one day. But they didn't have to. Maybe they could just keep existing as they were now. They had a good thing going recently, didn't they? They could continue to support each other as they grew as heroes. That could work. Their relationship was already kind of weird. So what if they had one more thing linking them together? One more hugely important, potentially life-altering thing. It took the edge off a little, at least. The dread was still there, but it had calmed a bit. All of it felt less overwhelming as they headed into the final week. Katsuki wondered if maybe he'd actually just entered some kind of fugue state. He felt like he was watching time barrel onward without really participating in it. Attending classes and doing schoolwork became mechanical. He was going through the motions, but that was about it. He fidgeted more, couldn't stop his knee from bouncing whenever he was sitting somewhere for more than a minute or two. Sweat kept gathering on his palms and he was continually letting off small, harmless explosions to clean it off. He sounded like a Fing popcorn machine, and when anyone asked about it, he blamed it on the swampy July heat. Deku heard him telling someone that one day and shot him a concerned look. They were inside, after all. 𝐂𝐸 did have air conditioning. Katsuki ignored him. 𝐤𝐸 sidled up to him when there were 6 days left and asked Katsuki if he thought Deku would mind if he asked Uraraka out. It's not like I've really got any kind of bro code with him, you know, he said, arms crossed behind his head as they walked back to the dorms. And I don't think she's gonna want to hang around on his birthday, so I thought maybe I could take her out for ramen or something. How the F should I know? Katsuki muttered. It's Deku, he'd probably tell you to go ahead even if he did give a 𝐻𝐻. It could just be a friend date, 𝐤𝐸 tried, and Katsuki rolled his eyes. He's not gonna care. You sure? Katsuki lifted one shoulder in reply. He was pretty sure, actually. If anything, Deku would probably be happy for them. 4 days to go. He saw Deku and Round Face talking after class. It seemed stilted, but Uraraka had a determined expression on her face. Deku just looked relieved. Their voices were hushed. Katsuki dawdled while putting his books away, and by the time he'd slung his bag over his shoulder, Uraraka was laughing at something Deku had said. He grinned back at her, and Katsuki let out a breath. Finally. Thank F. 2 more days had gone by in the blink of an eye when Katsuki bumped into Deku after the other boy was coming back from an evening run. Actually, to be accurate, what he bumped into was the thing wall outside the kitchen. He was on his way to grab a drink when Deku came through the front entrance. The stupid nerd was using the bottom of his shirt to wipe the sweat off his face, and Katsuki promptly did a double take, zeroing in on that light trail of hair just below his navel, and the next thing he knew he was smacking the side of his head into the goddamn door jamb. Whoa, said Juru from inside the kitchen. Katsuki looked over before he could remember to be embarrassed by his rare display of damacy and saw her sitting on one of the counters with a cup of tea in her hands. Yomomo was standing near her with her own mug, looking slightly concerned. He wasn't sure if that was better or worse than the amusement Juru was currently broadcasting. Kaminari really rubbed off on you, here. Are you alright? Yomomo asked. Ah. Now Katsuki was embarrassed. His cheeks flared red as he scrubbed at the one that had become acquainted with the door jamb and just grunted at the pair of them. I'm fine. Juru peered at something over Katsuki's shoulder and understanding dawned on her face. She snickered a little. Midoriya again. Die, Katsuki snapped. He yanked the fridge door open and snatched up a sports drink. That's unnecessary, Yomomo murmured. Deku walked into the kitchen and gave them all a bright grin. Hey, guys, he said, grabbing a glass from one of the cabinets and filling it with water from the sink. Yomomo smiled back at him. Good workout. Oh, I just went for a jog. He looked somewhat sheepish. Needed to burn off some energy. Juru let out a soft sound, her eyebrows lifting a bit. Oh yeah. Tomorrow night, right? Yep, Deku said. His voice had gone high and breathy, and he drew his bottom lip between his teeth for a moment. Kind of snuck up on me. I'm sure you'll get good news, Yomomo tried to assure him. Katsuki made some kind of half-butted attempt to blend in with the refrigerator, or at the very least stand as still as possible so that everyone would forget he was there. Tomorrow night somehow sounded so much worse than 2 more days, which was how he'd been thinking about it. But of course Deku would stay awake tomorrow. Of course he'd wait until midnight to see what words appeared on his arm. Juru chose that moment to look directly at him, which ruined his attempts to magically vanish through the floor or some SHT. He'd kill for that Tagata guy's quirk right now. Whoever you get should consider themselves lucky, she said, eyes sliding back over to Deku. Not gonna lie, Midoriya, you're looking pretty fit lately. Yomomo nodded, her ponytail bobbing gently. You've really been working hard these past few months. Deku flushed and palmed the back of his head, looking awkward as F but trying to laugh it off. Thank you, don't you think so, Bakugou? Juru was looking at him again. Her grin was downright evil and Katsuki was definitely going to have to kill her later. He's really bulking up. Katsuki lifted his drink to his mouth. I can still kick his butt, he muttered from behind it. You're welcome to try, Deku said, latching onto their familiar banter in an instant. His eyes were wide and bright with an eager light to them. Katsuki absently let his gaze roam over the rest of his body, taking in his broad shoulders, the strong muscles evident beneath his stupid shirt, It had sweat-proof written across the front of it, but it was a heather gray color and he'd just been out running in the dead-butt middle of July, which meant huge freaking patches of it were darkened by perspiration. It was gross. 𝐒𝐿 hated him so damn much. Deku was still talking, oblivious to the way 𝐒𝐿 couldn't stop dragging his eyes over every inch of him. His stupid fing-toned legs. We do have a gym date tomorrow. That got his attention. Date, he repeated. Like a goddamn idiot. He knew Deku was just referring to their session with All Might. Deku blinked, looking uncertain, his mouth hanging open the tiniest bit, and 𝐒𝐿 immediately tried to backtrack. Never mind, shut up, he said brusquely. I know what you meant. You fing stink, go take a shower already. Wow, 𝐤𝐸 drawled, brows hiking up again as Deku spluttered. You're such a charmer. No wonder Kaminari went out with you. Bakugou, really, 𝐿𝐸 said, cupping her cheek with a hand and looking slightly embarrassed on Deku's behalf. Should you of all people be commenting on that? 𝐒𝐿 bristled. The hell is that supposed to mean? That your quirk literally revolves around you sweating. 𝐤𝐸 said, her tone dry. Okay, F off, it's more like nitroglycerine. He moved a hand out like he could somehow show them, which was altogether useless. So it smells almost like, wait, burnt sugar, Deku offered. Both Yomomo and 𝐤𝐸 slowly turned to stare at him. He fidgeted for a moment, color bleeding into his face all over again, and then he downed the rest of his water and quickly dumped his glass in the sink. Think I'll go take that shower now, okay, bye. He hightailed it out of the kitchen before anyone could comment, which had 𝐤𝐸 bursting into another round of snickers. Burnt sugar. Oh my god, classic. I've never thought about it like that before, but I think he's actually right, Yomomo said. Fascinating. Oh de Bakugou, 𝐤𝐸 forced out through her laughter, and even Yomomo giggled at that. Holy SHD, I'm outta here, 𝐒𝐿 grumbled. He stormed away from them before they could say any more stupid things. The next day, their gym date, complete with All Might as a chaperone, was a hot mess. With only a few hours to go now, it was clear neither of them could concentrate on what they were doing. Deku was even more distracted than 𝐒𝐿 was, but at least that meant his own questionable performance wasn't really drawing any odd looks from All Might. The man was clearly more concerned with Deku, particularly when 𝐒𝐿 managed to catch him off guard with his age-old right hook maneuver. That 𝐒𝐿 had even used that move was a clear sign his heart wasn't really in it at the moment. He normally tried his damnedest to win every time they fought, and Deku had proven time and again he could dodge that attack. But he didn't this time, and the explosion sent him lurching sideways a few feet. He staggered a little, trying for maybe a second or two to catch his balance and right himself, but in the end he just let himself drop onto the mats and laid there on his back, breathing up at the ceiling. All Might stood over him, skinny arms propped on his bony hips. Forgive me for saying so, young Midoriya, but it appears you're having a hard time focusing today. I'm sorry, Deku groaned. It's my 17th, All Might grinned and held out a hand to help him stand up. Say no more. How about we call it here for the night? Probably for the best. Deku turned a wary look in 𝐒𝐿's direction. Sorry, Kakin. There was nothing 𝐒𝐿 wanted to do more than lock himself in his bedroom for the rest of the night, so this was absolutely fine by him. But he made a show of crossing his arms and scowling. Whatever. Perhaps young Bakugou can see you back to the dorms, All Might suggested, as if they weren't both definitely going that way anyway. 𝐒𝐿 rolled his eyes, but he waited for Deku to gather his SHT before the two of them headed outside. Deku was quiet for several minutes and 𝐒𝐿 let him be. It wasn't until they were about halfway back that the other boy finally spoke up. Was it like this for you? What do you mean? Deku exhaled noisily. I feel like I'm about to vibrate out of my own skin or something. 𝐒𝐿 snorted. Scared? No, Deku said immediately, shaking his head. No, it's not that. All this waiting might kill me, though. Weak. 𝐒𝐿 glanced at him, smirking, but then his gaze drifted away again and he sighed. No, I didn't give a SHT the night before my birthday. Oh, that's right, you said you didn't even read your words until the next morning. Katsuki grunted an affirmative. Wow, Deku said. I have no idea how you managed that. I didn't think I cared, Katsuki admitted. It didn't seem like a big deal. I figured whatever the F my words ended up being, it wouldn't change anything. Deku fell silent again. They were nearing the 2A dormitory now. You were wrong, though, he eventually said. Right. Katsuki frowned. Yeah. I guess. You actually do know who your soulmate is, don't you? They climbed up the stairs to the dorm entrance before both of them slowed to a halt. Katsuki's heart thudded against his ribcage and he just kind of stared at the door in front of them for a long moment, and then he forced himself to look over at Deku. Yes. Deku nodded. His breathing seemed off, unsteady, a bit shaky. That's why you went to Kaminari. You weren't interested in relationships until you saw your words, and then everything changed. You used him as a test run. Something like that, Katsuki muttered. A test run, a learning experience, practice, whatever you wanted to call it. He just needed to get himself on some kind of level playing field with Deku. He needed to go into this as his equal. Which was dumb. It was so dumb. In the end, did it really matter? Honestly, what was the point of making sure he knew how to kiss someone? And why had he put so much effort into trying to figure out if he could casually interact with Deku? He'd cooked for him, he'd hung out with him outside of school and training and their work-study, he'd forced himself to open up at least a little, and he'd spent more time than he cared to admit going over everything in his head, all the little details, what he knew about Deku, his looks, his personality, what they were to each other now. He couldn't make himself think about their past, not beyond the little they'd already addressed, and their future was a terrifying unknown. But what was the point of all of that if he wasn't trying to prepare himself for this? If he wasn't trying to explore their compatibility and get himself to a place where he could mentally accept that they were soulmates? The future might be a terrifying unknown, and it had taken him 3 months to get here, but Katsuki thought maybe he was finally ready to face it. He wanted to. He wanted Deku. Katsuki wanted that thing nerd more than he'd ever wanted anything in his entire life. The intensity and the abruptness of the feelings that slammed into him were overwhelming. Katsuki swayed a little and reached out to steady himself against something. His hand landed on the door, and to cover his sudden shakiness he groped for the handle so he could pull it open and step inside. Are you going to bed? Deku asked. There was something in his voice that Katsuki forced himself to ignore. Something hopeful, maybe a little anxious. Yeah, he croaked. He glanced back at Deku and for a second, just a second, he let his expression soften. I'll see you in the morning, though. Come wish me a happy birthday, Deku said. I'll tell you what my words say. It sounded like a promise. Like something to look forward to. Katsuki didn't reply. He left Deku there and headed for the showers instead. His thoughts were strangely quiet for the first time in days. He went about his business, his mind carefully blank as he cleaned up and changed into a new pair of gym shorts and a fresh shirt. Then he made the trip back to his room and collapsed into bed. For a long while he just laid there and stared at the ceiling. Sleep wouldn't come. He tried, but it was a fruitless endeavor. His skin felt like it was buzzing. A restless kind of energy thrummed through his veins as he tossed and turned, adjusted his position and then readjusted it again after that. He couldn't get comfortable. He wasn't tired. Oh, who was he fooling? Katsuki lasted about 2 hours before he heaved himself up and slammed out of his room. It wasn't that late yet, only about 10 p.m., so he assumed there'd still be a group of people down in the common room and he wasn't incorrect. Kirishima, Kaminari, and Mina were all there. Sera wasn't, and obviously Uraraka wasn't either, but both Ida and Todoroki were sitting on either side of Deku on one of the couches. Ojiro and Jiru were on one of the others, with Ieima lurking just behind it. Deku was the first one to notice him, because of course he was. He straightened up, eyes going slightly wide when he spotted him. It might not happen right at midnight, Kaminari was saying. My words didn't show up until, like, an hour later. It varies, Ieima said. But if it puts your mind at ease, mon ami, my words were very prompt. I fell asleep before mine showed up, Ojiro admitted, laughing in a self-deprecating way. I meant to stay awake but it hit 3 and I just gave up. I didn't even bother, 𝐻𝐿 spoke up. There were startled sounds from around the room as everyone spun to look at him. Some of them threw out greetings. Most of them looked surprised to see him. Kirishima grinned and immediately shifted over on the couch to make room. He gave him the corner that put him closest to Deku, because all his friends were actually sneaky assholes, but 𝐻𝐿 just trudged over and dropped into the open spot without drawing attention to it. It actually put him nearer to Todoroki since he was the one at the end of the other couch. Aren't you usually in bed by now? Kaminari asked, leaning around Mina to speak to him. Wasn't tired, 𝐻𝐿 replied. Thought I'd come see what all you losers were doing. We were talking about soulmates, Todoroki said. As if that wasn't the most obvious thing in the entire world. I still think that Midoriya's words are going to be something from Okako, said a floating t-shirt that could only be 𝐔𝐸𝐽. 𝐻𝐿 hadn't even realized she was there, but apparently she was sitting on the floor near one of the coffee tables. Deku chuckled a little, sounding somewhat pained. I really don't think so, it's like a movie, 𝐔𝐸𝐽 insisted. This is the plot of all the best rom-coms. Midoriya breaking up with her was the dramatic twist of the second act, but it'll all come together in the end. 𝐻𝐿 scoffed at that, slumping back into the couch cushions and crossing his arms over his chest. Girl, I tried that movie 𝐻𝐸 with Bakugou already, Mina said, flapping her hand dismissively. I told him his words could be a really sweet meet cute and just got a glare for my efforts. Boys don't get it. That's because most movies are not an accurate depiction of real life. Ida announced, as Jiru snorted at the same time and said, your first mistake was saying anything involving Bakugou could be sweet. Oi, 𝐻𝐿 snapped, glowering at her, and she held her hands up apologetically. Sorry, except for how he smells, of course. That got him a mix of giggles and odd looks from around the room. Todoroki, the very definition of unsubtle, leaned over and sniffed the air around him, which made 𝐻𝐿 snarl and throw a hand in his direction, sparks and embers flying from his palm. You ever try to smell me again and I'll kill you, half and half, he growled. Todoroki ignored him. I'm detecting hints of lavender. You're not detecting 𝐒𝐿, take that back. Dude, chill, Kirishima said, chuckling a little. You smell super manly, it's fine. She's talking about my quirk, 𝐻𝐿 ground out. Not my shampoo or something. Of course. Ida exclaimed. He adjusted his glasses. Your sweat is similar to nitroglycerine, so it would make sense if it left a scent comparable to that of burnt sugar. Jiru huffed out a breath. Dimon, it was way more entertaining when Midoriya was the one who said that. Wait, for real. Kaminari shifted to his knees, lifting up so that he could see 𝐻𝐿 over the tops of Mina's and Kirishima's heads. Is that why you smell like caramel all the time? Holy SHT. That makes so much more sense. I was wondering what the heck type of cologne you always had on. It's so cute that you think he put cologne on for you, Mina said, giggling. Right, so coming down here was clearly a huge mistake, 𝐻𝐿 grumbled, about to push himself up from the couch and disappear right back to his room again. But Deku made a weird little sound and stretched a hand out as if to stop him. Hang on, wait, you just got here, Kaken, don't leave yet. 𝐻𝐿 paused. He was already half out of his seat. I wasn't, he said, and tried to make his aborted escape look like it was just a position change by pulling his foot up onto the cushion and tucking it beneath his other leg. It wasn't the smoothest thing he'd ever done, but it seemed to work. The conversation moved on from what 𝐻𝐿 smelled like, thank F, and gradually people started wandering off to go to bed. Best of luck, Midoriya. Ida said when he took his leave. I'm sure you'll have great news to share with us tomorrow. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 was behind him, possibly bouncing up and down on her heels if her bobbing clothes were anything to go by. I'm rooting for you, she cried. Jiru just gave 𝐻𝐿 a long look before she walked out, her eyebrows raised and a smirk playing on her lips. Mina left with her, though she dove across Kirishima's lap to throw her arms around 𝐻𝐿 before she did. Good luck, Baku, she whispered excitedly into his ear, and then smacked a sloppy kiss to his cheek. For FS sake. He grimaced, wiping at the spot, and Mina just laughed and ruffled his hair before practically skipping out of the room. When it was down to just Kirishima, Kaminari, and Todoroki, and there were about 40 minutes left until midnight, Kirishima finally lost his patience and abruptly shot up to his feet. "Hey, Todoroki, I wanted to ask you something." Todoroki tipped his head to the side a bit, glancing up at him. "Oh. Yeah, but not here," Kirishima said, looking around awkwardly and trying not to meet anyone's eyes. "Can we go upstairs?" Icy Hot was still the most oblivious person on the entire goddamn planet, so he kept his butt planted in his seat with a vaguely confused and somewhat suspicious look on his face until Deku finally told him to get the F out. Except more nicely than that, because he wasn't Katsuki. "It's okay," Deku said, a wide grin plastered across his face that didn't look the least bit real. "Really? It's fine, I'll see you in the morning." Todoroki squinted at him for a moment. His eyes slid toward Katsuki briefly, then to Kirishima, who was still hovering impatiently beside the couch, before they returned back to Deku. "All right," he murmured, pushing himself up. "Happy birthday, Midoriya." Kaminari had stood, as well, while that was happening, and he silently held out a fist in Katsuki's direction. Katsuki bumped it with his own as subtly as he could, holding Kaminari's gaze out of the corner of his eye for a long moment, and then the three of them left. It was very, very quiet. Katsuki cleared his throat. "You're planning on staying up?" "Yeah." Deku glanced down at the blank, smooth skin of his arm. "Definitely." "Put something on," Katsuki said, nodding toward the TV. "I'll sit with you." The minutes ticked by. Deku flipped through the channels and chose some random action movie that Katsuki had never seen before, but it didn't matter because it wasn't like he was actually watching it. He might have zoned out a little, just staring blankly ahead of him, waiting. At one point, Deku went to get a drink from the kitchen. He sat down next to Katsuki when he came back, which was probably the entire reason he'd even made an excuse to get up in the first place. The digital clock beneath the TV blinked unhelpfully at them. The display shifted, counting each passing second, changing from 11:57 p.m. to 11:58 p.m. to 11:59 p.m. Until finally, after what had to be the longest minute in actual Thing history, the numbers flipped to 12 a.m. Both of them immediately looked down at Deku's arm, but there was nothing there. Deku snorted. "This is actually torture." "I'm not waiting all DMN night," Katsuki said. He rested his head back against the couch. "Tell your words to hurry the F up." "Sure, Kaken, I'll get right on that." "Give me that." Katsuki snatched the water bottle out of Deku's hand and stole a sip from it. "Happy birthday, I guess." "Thanks," Deku murmured. He kept trailing his fingers over the inside of his forearm. Katsuki vaguely wondered what time his own words had shown up. He remembered Kaminari saying he'd had to wait about an hour, but before that he'd never really thought about the fact that they didn't just immediately appear. He guessed maybe he'd known. It was probably some bit of information he'd absorbed through osmosis at some point. What had Tail Guy said? His words didn't show up until after Thing 3 a.m. Katsuki absolutely did not have it in him to wait that long. He would explode long before that happened, probably literally. Luckily for him, it was only a little over an hour later that Deku made a soft sound from beside him. Katsuki had started to doze by then. The TV was playing late-night commercials on a loop, the movie they'd had on having ended a while ago. Katsuki blearily looked over at Deku and found him staring raptly at his arm. He jerked upright, his heart lurching up into his throat and a prickling, tingling feeling spreading across his skin. Deku spared him a quick glance, but his eyes went right back to the writing that was slowly starting to appear on his forearm. Katsuki leaned across him, grabbing his wrist so he could yank him into a position that made it easier for him to watch, and Deku let him. Their heads bowed together, their intermingled breaths gradually picking up pace. He didn't know what he'd expected, that maybe the words appeared as if someone was actually writing them, one letter at a time. Or that they all suddenly flashed into existence at once, nothing there 1 second and then a full sentence the next. What actually happened was that they bloomed slowly, in pieces, like a darkening bruise making itself known. A slide here, a curve there, no one word more legible than the rest until everything was visible, dark writing a stark scrawl against its pale backdrop. Deku let out a shaky exhale. Katsuki's brow furrowed. Go take a swan dive off the roof for a second, he was just confused. There was a ringing in his ears and nothing made any sense. That wasn't. He hadn't said that. Had he? Was Deku not his soulmate? When the actual F had someone told him to, Deku was saying something. Trying to get his attention. He had his hand wrapped around Katsuki's wrist now, his grip tight, arm turned down so that his words weren't showing. Kaken, he said again, shaking him, his eyes worried. Worried? Like they'd been that day. It all came slamming back into him. The sludge villain, Deku sprinting out of the crowd, throwing his bag, clawing at the slime that had been surrounding Katsuki, choking him, suffocating him. But it was more than that. It was so much more. The day hadn't started and ended with Katsuki being attacked. Everything else had seemed small and insignificant after that whole incident, after All Might had showed up to bail them out. He'd shoved everything else aside, buried it all and forgotten about it. He couldn't bear to think about how Deku had actually had the nerve to try to save him after Katsuki had all but spit in his face and told him to. He shot up from the couch, breaking away from Deku and stumbling backwards. His legs hit the coffee table as he tried to skirt around it. Wait, Deku said, desperate, reaching for him again. Kaken, wait. Katsuki shook his head and forced his feet to move. Stepped away as quickly as he could. He couldn't breathe, it was like there was sludge being crammed down his throat all over again, thick and putrid and horrible. Efu, he swallowed. Turned back halfway to glance over his shoulder, but he couldn't meet Deku's eyes. He couldn't. You should cover that up, he said weakly. It's not. You deserve better. Deku deserved so much better. Katsuki winced and squeezed his eyes shut. He left. Like a coward. Staggered over to the elevator and jabbed at the button until the doors opened and he could slip inside. He ended up slumped against one of the walls, hunched over, hands buried in his hair and gripping tight. He didn't know what to do. His emotions were spiraling. His chest hurt. Fuck. He went to Kirishima's room. He wasn't even really sure why. His own room was just one more door down, he could have kept going. Could have locked himself in there to have whatever breakdown he could feel building up. Or he could have gone to Kaminari if he wanted a distraction. Kaminari probably would have let him crawl beneath a pile of blankets and camp out in his room for the next week. But he was here. It was late, far past midnight by now, and he was barely teetering on the edge of control. The last time he'd felt this close to blowing up, he'd gone to Deku and unloaded on him. Not like that was an option this time. Katsuki banged on Kirishima's door. He didn't answer right away. Why would he? It was but 1:00 in the morning, so Katsuki banged again. And again, and again, until something desperate uncoiled inside of him and his knocking picked up speed and turned frantic. Something thumped inside the room. Katsuki heard a muffled curse, and then finally the door swung open. Dude, what? Kirishima croaked, sleep-rumpled and rubbing at his eye. Do you know what time it is? It's Deku. Katsuki's voice sounded awful. It was completely wrecked, tearing from his throat with an uneven wheeze. Yeah. Kirishima didn't seem to notice for a second. He was still waking up and just gave him a wry grin. Kind of figured that out already, man. But then, all at once, he finally seemed to see Katsuki. His eyes blinked wide, all traces of drowsiness vanishing in an instant. Whoa! Holy SHT, Bakugou, are you okay? Katsuki couldn't answer. He felt like he was drowning, like he couldn't get enough air. He shook his head, swallowing, and managed to choke out some kind of negative response before he shouldered past Kirishima and blindly stumbled forward to collapse onto his bed. Hey, what happened? Bakugou. Kirishima trailed over after him, hovering anxiously beside the bed. Dude. Bakugou. Okay, you gotta give me something, man, you're scaring me. He didn't reply. Wasn't sure he even could with the way every inhale felt like a struggle. He curled up into a ball, face partly mashed into Kirishima's pillow, hands grasping for anything that might be able to ground him. SHT, Kirishima murmured. SHT, okay. Just, you need to breathe, Katsuki. He dropped to the floor, kneeling, and reached out to clasp Katsuki's shoulder. Calm down. Deep breaths. Alright, match what I'm doing. It's fine, whatever happened, we'll fix it, I promise. Katsuki squinted at him. Tried to focus. Everything had gone gray around the edges, anything other than Kirishima going fuzzy. Kirishima took a deep breath. Slowly exhaled. And then did it again. Katsuki found himself following his lead, watching his chest expand and deflate. It felt like his throat had closed up, but he forced each gulp of air down, forced his attention to narrow and concentrate on this one single activity. Good. Another breath. In and out. It was becoming easier. Good, there we go, Kirishima said softly. That's better. The room slowly started to come back into focus again, but Katsuki felt like he wasn't really there. He was drifting, lightheaded, his hands clenching around Kirishima's bed sheets. Something smelled like it was burning, but Kirishima didn't seem concerned. He was still speaking in a low, soothing tone, his hand still firmly clamped on Katsuki's shoulder. Okay, he said eventually, after a few more minutes had passed. Hey, Katsuki. When he still didn't answer, Kirishima stood up and moved out of his line of sight. Katsuki could hear him mumbling something to himself as he paced a little. He had no idea how long he laid there, basically being catatonic. Time was doing a weird thing, passing in fits and starts. Kirishima disappeared and came back with a glass of water that Katsuki didn't touch. Then he was gone again and everything was weirdly still and quiet. There was a second voice that spoke before Katsuki even registered there was more than one person in the room. What the F happened? I have no idea, dude, Kirishima replied, hushed. He just showed up and I don't know what to do. Should we get Aizawa? No. Not yet. The bed dipped behind Katsuki. He hadn't realized he was still curled up in a fetal position, back to the wall, until another body was spooning up against him. Hey! Kaken! For one horrified second, Katsuki thought it was Deku. It was enough to snap him out of it, clarity slamming into his clogged senses in an instant. He went rigid, but an arm circled around his waist and squeezed, and Katsuki realized there was no way it could be Deku behind him. You with us? Kaminari asked. Katsuki let out a shuddering breath. Yeah. Sorry, He tried to sit up, feeling a sharper kind of dread pool in his gut as he realized what had happened. It wasn't as crushing and all-consuming as the panic that had just been suffocating him, but that didn't mean it felt any less awful. It was embarrassing, frankly, but he was also quite suddenly exhausted, so when Kaminari's arm tightened against his stomach he went limp against the mattress. Just gave up. Calm down, Kaminari murmured. It's just us. Kirishima was standing in the middle of the room, wringing his hands. There was a worried expression on his face. You scared the SHT out of me. Are you okay? Katsuki could barely look at him. His face was hot. His eyes felt like they were burning. I'm fine. Oh, don't even. Kaminari gave him another squeeze. You're obviously not. Midoriya didn't turn you down, did he? What did his words say? Kirishima asked. Katsuki winced. Dude, Kaminari hissed. How was that a worse question? Katsuki turned his face into Kirishima's pillow for a moment, letting his eyes slide shut. He was half tempted to pretend to fall asleep, or actually fall asleep, but something uncomfortable twisted in his chest. There was no easy way to explain it. If anyone else ever saw Deku's soulmate words, there was absolutely nothing he could say that would make them less disastrous. He was fed. Deku was fed. He was stuck with that SHT forever, as if Katsuki hadn't done enough to him already. He didn't know how to talk about it. Had no idea where to even begin. But he was going to force himself to try. He needed to get it out. To acknowledge it. He had to tell someone. There was no pretending he could continue to ignore it now, if that's what he'd been doing all these years. It wasn't like he didn't know how he'd treated Deku in the past. Of course he knew. He could look back now and realize with an understanding he hadn't been able to reach when he was younger how completely screwed up it was that for his entire life he'd claimed to want to be a hero, only to spend years tormenting someone who'd undeniably been physically weaker than him. He'd let it go way too far. But Deku's words, that was a rock bottom Katsuki hadn't realized he'd hit. More than just hit, he'd slammed into it. That day had been such a whirlwind. He'd nearly died. He'd met All Might under the worst conditions. The entire thing had legitimately been awful and more than a little overwhelming. Maybe it wasn't such a surprise that everything that had happened before the sludge villain showed up had slipped his mind, though he had a sneaking suspicion it had more to do with how ashamed he'd been about the whole thing. How grating it had been that Deku had stepped in to save him. He'd shoved a lot of things deep inside him after that, had found it easier to just pay no attention to Deku than mess with him. It would have been too embarrassing to go after him when both he and Deku knew exactly what had gone down, what Deku had done for him. He couldn't face it, so he'd stubbornly turned away from it instead. And he'd thought it would be okay to continue doing that with the way things had improved between them recently. Katsuki had been fooling himself into thinking that the past didn't matter since everything had turned out alright. Deku had a quirk now. He had All Might supporting him. He was strong, he was capable, he'd ended up with everything necessary to go along with the hero spirit that had been burning inside him since day 1. Deku now had everything that would help him become one of the best. He was just also stuck with his childhood bully as a soulmate, and there was nothing that could soften the harsh reality of what their past was. "I'll tell you," Katsuki said, cutting into whatever the other two were saying over top of him. His voice was still a little rough, but he made himself keep talking. "But you both got to promise to shut up and not interrupt me." Kirishima nodded immediately. "Sure, of course." He leaned back against his desk. "Whatever you want." "What, has he got a whole paragraph written on him or something?" Kaminari asked. Katsuki jabbed an elbow back into his gut, which got him a satisfying oomph, but Kaminari was like a DMN octopus and somehow still didn't let him go. He did quiet down, though. Katsuki drew in a deep breath, then exhaled in a rush. "I don't know what kind of relationship everyone thinks we had before you," he started. "You all seem to think it's cute or some SHT, that we've known each other forever. Maybe you think we were friends who drifted apart and that's all it was, or that we were rivals or something. We weren't rivals. Deku was." He paused, thinking. It was okay to say that part, right? It couldn't possibly be a secret that Deku had been registered as quirkless for over a decade. He got his quirk late. Really late. I'm talking, like, right before the entrance exam. He was quirkless for our entire lives and I never let him forget it. "Oh no," Kirishima muttered, and Katsuki scowled. "It shouldn't be a surprise. I wasn't nice to him when we started here. He used to piss me off so goddamn much because," he brought a hand up. Shading his eyes, his knuckles pressed back against his forehead. "He wanted to be a hero. He always wanted to be a hero, we both did, but I had the quirk for it and he didn't have SHT. At least, that's what I thought. I figured quirks were all that mattered, that being powerful was what was important. Turns out it's not. It's way more than that. The best heroes have something else inside them, something inherently good. They want to help people. Build them up, not knock them down." Katsuki looked across the room, meeting Kirishima's gaze for the first time. "You know him. You know what I mean. He's good. He'd never not reach out to someone, no matter what kind of situation they're in. And he's always been like that, as long as I've known him. He'd make me so mad because I'd look at him, this stupid, weak kid, and he just embodied what it meant to be a goddamn hero, and I was nowhere close. I had the strength, but he had everything else. I thought he knew it, too. I thought he was holding it over me. So Katsuki swallowed. I tried to crush it out of him." Kaminari was tense behind him. A grimace had settled on Kirishima's face and there was something pained in his eyes. "He kept following me around anyway," Katsuki murmured. "Was constantly in my way. He's an idiot like that, doesn't know when to quit. Just made me even more mad." "You bullied him," Kirishima said. Katsuki was silent for a beat, and then, "Yeah." "But he doesn't," Kaminari cut himself off, shifting a little. Katsuki felt the arm around him tighten briefly and then release again before he continued. "He never seemed scared of you. I mean, he was anxious, I guess. In the beginning. A lot. But he still went after you in that first class with All Might. Most of the time he wasn't afraid to stand up to me," Katsuki said. I was an but he didn't let that stop him when we were kids. He didn't let me beat him down. He just used it as motivation. He actually saw my strength as something to admire. 𝐾𝐻𝐿 snorted softly. He's a stubborn thing, nerd. It changed as we got older, I guess. I got stronger, and he learned to be cautious around me. Kirishima was staring at the floor now. There was a deep furrow between his brows and his voice was low and almost emotionless when he spoke. So what do his words say, right? Okay. 𝐾𝐻𝐿 let out another breath. He focused on Kirishima's desk, trying to see past the other boy. You know about the sludge villain, he said. Right. It was in the papers and SHT. Kirishima nodded. 𝐾𝐻𝐿 caught it out of the corner of his eye. He could also see the way Kirishima's hands clenched around the edge of his desk. All Might didn't show up right away. Stupid villain had me trapped for a while, 𝐾𝐻𝐿 grumbled. There were a bunch of other but heroes standing around not doing anything. They were all waiting for someone better to come along, someone more suited to fight that DMN thing, I guess. Deku was in the crowd, though. Still quirkless. The second he saw it was me, he trailed off, eyes squeezing shut. He sprinted over. Quirkless. He just chucked his thing bag at the sludge guy and started clawing at him, trying to get me out. 𝐾𝐻𝐿 barked out a laugh, something high-pitched and strangled and wet. His chest heaved. I yelled at him, asked him what the hell he was doing. You already know what his reply was. The other two were silent. He felt more than heard Kaminari draw in a shaky breath. You looked like you needed saving, 𝐾𝐻𝐿 sighed. Took a minute to collect himself. Then he plowed on. Earlier that day, when we were still at school, we got into it. Our teacher had asked everyone what their plans were for high school, and of course he said UA. But I wanted to be the only one from our junior high to come here. No one else had ever made it, so I wanted to be the first. Deku didn't have a chance in hell of passing the entrance exam anyway. He couldn't do anything, he had zero fighting skills, he was a thing twig. And he had no quirk. So I told him, He grimaced. I said maybe he'd have a better shot at getting a quirk in his next life, and to go take a swan dive off the roof to find out. The room was quiet. Still. A horrible, heavy weight settled around them. 𝐾𝐻𝐿 only broke it so he could mumble, Deku's thing soulmate words are go take a swan dive off the roof. Bakugou, 𝐾𝐻𝐿 flinched. Kirishima wasn't looking at him. His stare was pinned on the opposite end of the room. He'd called him by his given name earlier, hadn't he? 𝐾𝐻𝐿 didn't know what this meant, this sudden reversion back to his family name. Normally he didn't care about things like that, but something cold washed over him. Maybe it was nothing. Or maybe Kirishima hated him now. His thoughts were starting to spiral again, splintering into 1,000 different panicked shards. He fought to pull them back in, to get the F over it and stop freaking out. I said that to him and then he turned around and tried to save me, he said in a rush, just to fill the silence. The room blurred as something hot welled up behind his eyes. It happened on the same thing day. The same day. What the F? How the hell are we soulmates? Is fate just an but? How did he get stuck with me? Bakugou, Kirishima said again. You told him to kill himself. 𝐾𝐻𝐿 shrunk back. He felt the blood drain from his face. Kiri, Kaminari said, his voice hushed. He hadn't let 𝐾𝐻𝐿 go, was still a solid presence behind him. No. Kirishima shook his head. No, he came here for a reason. He knew I'd tell him the truth. If he wanted to keep hiding from it, he would have gone to your room instead. Kaminari huffed a bit but he didn't argue. 𝐾𝐻𝐿 felt him duck his head, his forehead pressing against the back of 𝐾𝐻𝐿's shoulder. Kirishima finally looked back over at them. His eyes were wet. 𝐾𝐻𝐿, what the F? I don't know. His voice was faint. Barely a ghost of a sound. You're in the hero course, dude. That's not good enough. You're supposed to want to help people. You think I don't know that? 𝐾𝐻𝐿 scowled. It's not like he listened to me. No. His eyes went wide. He instantly wanted to take that back. Yeah, and you're DMN lucky he didn't, Kirishima snapped. Otherwise he might be dead right now. 𝐾𝐻𝐿 flinched again. I left him alone after that. He tried, But that wasn't any better. It didn't fix anything. That doesn't erase everything else that happened, Kirishima said, voicing Katsuki's thoughts out loud. You were actively mean to him. Right. Like, you had a choice and you chose to be a PP. And this was all before he had a legitimate way to fight back. He paused, expression tinged with a mix of confusion and disbelief. I just want to make sure I'm not exaggerating this. All of Katsuki's fight had left him. He just nodded and braced himself. For what, he wasn't sure. Their disappointment, maybe. Or the possibility that they really wouldn't want anything to do with him after this. This is probably a dumb question, Kaminari hesitantly spoke up. But you're saying it wasn't just, like, your usual yelling. And all. Katsuki shook his head. No. Kirishima's face twisted. Did you use your quirk against him? Sometimes. SHT. Kirishima jerked his gaze away for a moment. Where the hell were your teachers? Who knows, Katsuki said tiredly. Deku was quirkless, what did they care? Hey, that's not, Kirishima started, tone harsh, but Katsuki interrupted him. I'm just saying. It's a problem, right? No one ever tried to keep me in check, not once, and everyone turned a blind eye on Deku because he was lesser or some SHT. That's fed up, Kaminari murmured. Kirishima sighed. And you've never talked to him about any of this? Not really, Katsuki said slowly. We yelled some things at each other. Once. Then we fought. That time we got suspended from classes last year. You need to have an actual conversation. It's not okay. Kirishima's brow furrowed. You get that, right? You can't keep running away from it. Katsuki's voice was a low grumble when he spoke. I'm not running. You're here, aren't you? Where's Midoriya? Katsuki glowered, eyes dropping away from Kirishima's face. I left him downstairs. Dude, Kaminari whispered. I know. Do you? Kirishima asked. He's the one who has to live with it. It's just written on his skin. Forever. Permanently. You're supposed to be his soulmate. How is he ever gonna be able to look at his words in a way that's not totally negative if you don't get over yourself and talk to him about it? His words are me telling him to jump off a roof, Katsuki said. How do you make that not fed up? That's what you two need to figure out. Kirishima slumped back against the desk. His arms were wrapped tightly around himself, his shoulders hunched. He turned away again, tugging his bottom lip between his teeth. God, I'm so mad right now. Why? It's got nothing to do with you, Katsuki muttered. Kirishima's head snapped back around, glare stabbing into Katsuki, his eyes blazing. Because I know what it's like to feel completely worthless. Katsuki scared in a breath. He felt Kaminari's hand grip the front of his shirt. Not because of anything anyone else said, Kirishima continued. It was all self-imposed. But it's not great. You're right, I didn't know that's what it was like with you too. I don't know what I thought, maybe I should have realized. I had no idea it was that bad. I didn't know either, Kaminari said softly. I just thought he was jumpy or something, he went crazy when the League kidnapped you. Kirishima was still staring at Katsuki, not letting him look away. That's what Todoroki said. He just completely lost his SHT. That's why we got him involved with getting you back. I knew he would want to. He obviously cared about you. Katsuki clutched at the bed sheets, they were slightly singed, he belatedly realized. He twisted his hands into them anyway. For something reason. Because you're important to him, Kirishima said loudly. Don't play dumb. And you obviously care about him, too, or else you wouldn't be in here spilling your guts to me and Denki. You feel guilty, dude. You're years late, but that's still something, I guess. He paused for a moment, then finally lowered his eyes. I think you just wanted someone to yell at you, he murmured. You never punished yourself for it, so you want someone else to do it. I don't know if you weren't aware as a kid, or just didn't give a SHT, but it's different now, right? You obviously know what you did was messed up. Of course I know, Katsuki said, voice flat. But, I forgot I said it. The roof thing. Apparently I gave so few FS about it that it never crossed my mind again until tonight. Kirishima groaned a little and dragged his hands over his face. Stop trying to make it worse, Katsuki, it's not like I'm gonna break up with you or something. Not over this. It was honestly shocking how much relief crashed into him in that moment. He'd had no idea, he couldn't believe he'd let himself get to a point where his friendships mattered this thing much to him. He couldn't believe how much he cared. Emotion clogged his throat and he choked it back. Stubbornly forced down the sob that threatened to break loose. He would be incredibly lucky if Deku was even half as forgiving. Hey, if you two are dating, I feel like I should have been made aware, Kaminari said lightly, obviously trying to ease the tension in the room. We could have had, like, a really great manager choice situation here. Gross, Katsuki muttered. How do you even know what that means? Kirishima asked, a small smile tugging at his mouth. Kaminari waved him off. Don't worry about it. Do you think Midoriya will mind? We can make it a quartet. I'm totally down. Get the F off me, Katsuki said, digging an elbow backwards. It was half-butted at best, and Kaminari just stubbornly clung to him even more tightly. Bakugou. Katsuki's eyes shot back over to Kirishima. He frowned. Make up your thing mind, would you? Kirishima ignored that. He pushed off the desk and walked over to the bed, then dropped into a squat so that he was at eye level with Katsuki. You have tonight. Okay. One night. Sort it out. Wallow in your feelings, whatever. Then tomorrow you stop panicking and you talk to Midoriya. He's the only one who's allowed to give you any kind of closure over this mess. Not me, not Denki. Not you. You can't ignore it anymore, and we're not here to scold you like you're 5 years old. He felt scolded anyway. Katsuki's cheeks went warm. He pursed his lips. All right. Kirishima prodded. Yeah, Katsuki said gruffly. Panic and dread swirled in his gut again, cold, threatening to claw up through his chest. He crammed it down. It was bad enough that he even needed Kirishima to set him straight like this. He had to step it up from here. Take control. He had to apologize. Tomorrow, Katsuki agreed. He swallowed, brushing a hand under his eyes. It came away damp, which he didn't want to think about. SHT, he was pathetic. I know you're not like that anymore, Kirishima said, his voice soft. You're still kind of a JRK, but I think you're capable of better things than you even realize. Katsuki shut his eyes. Shut up. All right, buddy. Kirishima sounded faintly amused. You guys gotta shove over. Katsuki's eyes popped right back open again. What the F? Kaminari was already shifting backwards, trying to pull Katsuki with him. Kirishima yawned, his jaw cracking. He brought a hand up to cover it. I'm so dim and tired, dude, you have no idea, he said, a whine working its way into his tone. We've got class tomorrow. And exams soon. Still gotta make it through the rest of the week before summer break starts. Kaminari scooted up against the wall and tugged at Katsuki again, bodily dragging him across the mattress. It didn't exactly leave much room, but Kirishima clambered onto the bed anyway. Katsuki grunted and tried to twist onto his back. Kirishima curled into his side. Kaminari was still latched to his other arm like a leech. This is the worst idea, Katsuki complained. Loudly. Your room is 2 feet away, Kaminari said. Deal with it or get out. Katsuki huffed. Rude, he said, and then grimaced. God, he'd been hanging out with these losers too much. Both Kirishima and Kaminari snickered. Katsuki settled with a grumble and a sigh. He let a few beats slide by and then spoke again quietly, so soft that the word was barely more than a whisper. Thanks. No problem, Kirishima said, easily enough, though his brow furrowed a bit right after. I don't know. Cest. Katsuki supplied in a flat tone. Maybe. Or just. I feel bad for never questioning anything, I guess. Don't. Not like you could have known. Kirishima ducked his head. Katsuki could just barely make out his troubled expression, but he didn't want to know what he was thinking. He was probably running every interaction he'd ever had with Katsuki through his head, replaying all the times he'd seen him snap at Deku, trying to cast their experiences at you in a new light. One that painted him as a kid with a sharp attitude who intentionally cut down those around him, instead of someone who was just full of hot air, blustering and shouting at everything and nothing. If Midoriya is able to get past all that, Kaminari spoke up, then that's all that really matters. Kirishima hummed non-committally under his breath. I appreciate you telling us. Really? I know that wasn't easy. Kaminari leaned over, pressing his lips against Katsuki's cheek. You guys aren't together yet, so I can still do that, he murmured, reaching up to smooth Katsuki's hair back from his temple. Don't worry, Katsuki. You're both gonna be fine. Katsuki really wanted to believe him. He just wasn't sure if he should. How is he? Morning had come all too quickly. Katsuki wasn't sure he'd ever felt less prepared for a day in his entire life, but there wasn't much he could do about that. It wasn't like he had a quirk that could freeze time. He'd sent Kirishima off to Deku's room with one of his spare patches so he could cover his words. Kirishima hadn't looked too thrilled about it, asking Katsuki why he couldn't do it himself, but there was no way Katsuki was going to try to talk to him before class. They wouldn't get anywhere, there wasn't enough time, so everyone was just going to have to stew in this unbearable mess until later that night. Also, it was possible he needed more time to prepare. Mentally. The 3 months since his birthday had barely been enough time to come to terms with everything, and now there was this whole other curveball being thrown at him that, had Katsuki not been so goddamn stubborn, he really might have been able to see coming. Something like this had always been a possibility. He had no right being so blindsided by the fact that Deku's words were awful. Okay, Kirishima said, somewhat tentatively. He palmed the back of his neck, looking sheepish. I might have thrown myself at him. Katsuki frowned. The F. I just wanted to give him a hug, man. I don't know. Kirishima looked away with a slight cringe. And then I had to give him the patch and everything, so of course he knows that I know 𝐒𝐻𝐷. It hadn't occurred to Katsuki that Deku might not want other people being aware of everything. It was kind of sensitive, right? Maybe he wouldn't want anyone feeling sorry for him or something. Why was he so bad at this? Did he say anything? Katsuki asked. Yeah. He asked how you were doing. Son of a beach. Katsuki groaned, collapsing sideways on Kirishima's bed and faceplanting into his pillow. He hadn't managed to make himself leave the twisted mess of blankets yet that morning, even though Kirishima was already dressed for the day and Kaminari had disappeared back to his own room to get changed a bit ago. What is wrong with him? He sat back up, squishing the pillow to his chest and glowering at the other boy. I'm the last thing he should be worrying about right now. What did you say? Kirishima sighed. I told him you were reeling after being slapped in the face with 10 years worth of guilt and regret, but that other than that you were fine. What? Why the hell, are you gonna get ready anytime soon? Kirishima interrupted. We need to leave, like, now. We've got time, Katsuki said, scowling. Yeah, about 5 minutes. Kirishima leveled a hard look on him. You're not skipping, Katsuki. Wasn't planning to, he grumbled, though he'd sort of been toying with the idea, maybe. It was just that Deku sat behind him. All thing day. Katsuki literally couldn't avoid him in class, and it wasn't that he wanted to avoid him, necessarily, he just couldn't look at his face right now. He needed to talk to him first, but he couldn't do that until later, and it was his own fault for running away after seeing Deku's words and not seeking him out early this morning. And okay, can we please not have a repeat of last night? Kirishima said in a hurry, stepping forward with his hands held up in a placating manner. Breathe, dude. Katsuki sked in a much-needed gulp of air, not even realizing that he'd been on the verge of hyperventilating again. He shot up from the bed and stomped over to the door. I'm fine. Gonna go change. They slid into class with seconds to spare, much to Ida's extreme displeasure. Aizawa just gave them a bored look and told them to hurry up and get in their seats. Katsuki managed to avoid meeting Deku's eyes as he made his way over to his desk, though he could feel his stare like it was physically piercing into his skin. Miraculously, Deku left him alone until lunchtime. Katsuki could sense the anxiousness coming off him in waves, though. He could feel the slight tremors from Deku's bouncing knee that he normally might have snapped at him for, but not this time. Katsuki didn't dare turn around as their morning classes slipped by. He was ready to bolt when they were released for lunch, but Deku was quicker than him. "Kaken," he whispered, reaching out to grab the back of his uniform jacket before Katsuki could completely get out of his seat. "We need to get off of me," Katsuki hissed out of reflex, before immediately wincing. Deku backed off, his eyes wide. He looked hurt for a second, but then something determined washed over him. "I want to talk about this later," Katsuki insisted, but Deku just opened his mouth again, his brow furrowed, and Katsuki couldn't stop the distress sound that escaped him. He dropped back down into his seat. "Please," he said, meeting his gaze for the first time that day. Deku's eyes had gone round again. He'd probably never heard Katsuki utter that word before. "I can't. Not here. We can go somewhere else," Deku tried, but Katsuki just shook his head. "Later," he said again. "I'll find you tonight." "But you can wait a few more hours," Katsuki snapped, and then he inhaled sharply. Closed his eyes. "Deku, please." "Fine," he said softly. He looked away, a scowl settling on his face. "I'll wait." Katsuki nodded. He wanted to say something else, something that would make the frown tugging at Deku's mouth go away, but he didn't know what. So he just shoved away from his desk instead and rushed out of the room, head ducked down so he didn't have to look at anyone. He avoided the cafeteria. He couldn't deal with questions from 𝐂𝐿 or Mina. Hopefully Kirishima and Kaminari could hold them off. He wondered what Deku had said to his friends. If he'd told them anything at all or just claimed his words were something private. It didn't seem like anyone was cessed at Katsuki, at least. There weren't any glares coming his way, and the few times throughout the rest of the day that he tried to sneak a glance in Deku's direction, he seemed mostly okay. He was subdued, and he looked like he probably hadn't slept much, but he still spoke to their classmates as he would have any other time. They'd be throwing their usual birthday dinner for Deku later, though. That was probably where the real nosiness would kick in. Going downstairs the previous night might have been a mistake. There was no way other people wouldn't put it together. Rumors would spread, if they hadn't already. Look at everyone who already knew, after all, or at least had an inkling. His entire group, including Mina, who he'd never actually told. Jiru clearly wasn't stupid and had figured something out, so probably the only thing keeping it from spreading to the rest of the girls was that they might be trying to protect Uraraka's feelings. Todoroki was next on the list of people who really should be able to work out the simplest goddamn math problem in existence and come up with the answer of "Hey, they're F soulmates," and if he managed that then it would definitely hit both Ida and Asui soon after. This was going to be the most horribly kept secret of all time. Halfway through their afternoon classes, Katsuki finally accepted that he wasn't paying a single bit of attention to anything ectoplasm was saying and gave it up for a lost cause. It was just math, he could review the textbook on his own later. Instead, he decided he might as well succumb to more typical teenage bullshit because all the other drama apparently wasn't enough, and during a moment when ectoplasm had his back turned to them, he dug out his phone and found his thread with half and half so he could engage in some good old texting during class. What's the plan for tonight? He somehow wasn't surprised when Todoroki texted back within seconds. "Fing slacker. Who is this and why did you steal Bakugou's phone? We're in the middle of class. Just answer the in question. 𝐼𝐶. I'm not actually sure what you're asking. Deku's birthday. Ah. Ida and Asui are making dinner. Uraraka originally said she was going to help, even after the split TM. But she has other plans now. I've been asked to stay away from the kitchen." "Smart. Why do you ask? What are they making? I'm not sure. Do you want Ida's phone number?" "No, as if that, but didn't check all our phones last year to make sure he was in our contacts. What did you and Midoriya do last night?" "Nothing. Tell glasses to make katsudon." "What, nothing? WTF, does that mean you said it first? If you want to help, I'm sure they'd welcome you." No, I don't want to help. F off. Did he tell you what his words are?" Katsuki sent that last one before he could stop himself and then immediately wished he could take it back. He wasn't sure he really wanted confirmation on whether other people knew. Then again, 𝐼𝐶 probably wouldn't be talking to him so casually if he was aware of everything, right? His knee bounced restlessly beneath his desk. Between he and Deku, people were going to think there was a small earthquake hitting you. Damn it, Why wasn't Todoroki answering? Deku kicked the back of his chair suddenly. Katsuki's head jerked up, but before he could turn to snarl at Deku or do something else equally stupid, he realized ectoplasm was eyeing him suspiciously. Probably. Maybe. It was sort of hard to tell. He could have been glancing out the window near Katsuki's desk for all he knew. Katsuki tried to casually pick up his pencil anyway, ready to scribble any kind of nonsense in his notebook, and ectoplasm turned back to the board again. His phone buzzed in his other hand. Sorry, Yorozu keeps giving me a disapproving look. Midoriya said he couldn't tell us. Do you know 𝐂𝐩𝐲𝐵 yet? Not that he particularly cared or anything, but he wasn't about to respond to Todoroki's question. He'd gotten his answer anyway, and for once he was grateful that Deku was saving his butt, so he could have just done his usual ignore the rest of what this loser says thing and ended the conversation there. Of course, the butt-swing dumb reply of yes, she's quite a good friend, made him want to slam his face into his desk. He gave half and half the stink eye over his shoulder, not at all amused to find him staring right back with one eyebrow the slightest bit raised. Seriously though. Do you know what his words are? I don't want to know what they say. He'll tell me if he wants. But Kirishima literally dragged me out of the room last night to ask if he could borrow one of my shirts, and even I know that's a load of SHT. So I assume he was trying to give you guys privacy. He's just dumb. Maybe he's a closet Endeavor fan. I don't own any Endeavor apparel. Katsuki actually snorted at that, and ectoplasm spoke up without bothering to look his way this time. Is your phone really that much more entertaining than my lesson, Bakugou? Sir, he mumbled. I suggest you put it away, then. He felt the tips of his ears flush as a few of his classmates tittered around the room. With a scowl, he went to shove his phone back into his bag, but not without catching Todoroki's last message and firing off some final ones of his own. LL, good job. Shut the F up, Katsuden. Tell Glasses when he checked again later, once their classes were over and he'd safely made it back to the dorms without getting waylaid by Deku, there were only a few more texts from the other boy. Fine. Try not to screw things up with Midoriya. Also, speaking of birthdays, how do you throw a party in space? You plan it. LOL, wow. That had to be a new thing. Low. Kirishima stopped by to check on him while Katsuki was in the middle of giving his phone an extremely unimpressed look. They did homework for a little while, but it wasn't long before the other boy suggested they head downstairs, and he looked relieved when Katsuki didn't try to refuse or stall for more time. Katsuki was almost insulted, but honestly, with the way he'd been acting in the last 24 hours, he couldn't say he was surprised that Kirishima's opinion of him wasn't exactly at its highest right now. He wasn't too thrilled with himself either. Deku deserved some kind of normalcy today, though. On his birthday. If Katsuki thought it wouldn't make things 1,000 times worse, he'd probably just stay in his room. Deku should be able to have a nice dinner with his friends without Katsuki's shitty attitude and unwelcome baggage bringing everything down. But he knew Deku. If he avoided him too much longer, this whole delaying the inevitable thing was going to tip into levels of inexcusable dickheadness, and Deku was legitimately going to be hurt. And then he'd probably end up hunting Katsuki down anyway, which would make putting this off even more pointless. So he trudged downstairs behind Kirishima, carefully stepping into the common room and casting a somewhat wary look around. Deku was on one of the couches, surrounded by several of their classmates including Kaminari and Mina. Todoroki was also over there, but the sounds coming from the kitchen meant that's probably where Ida and Asui were. Like Half and Half had said, Uraraka was nowhere to be found. Zero must have gotten his date after all. Deku lifted his head at their arrival and his eyes found Katsuki's almost immediately, and everything around them seemed to go still. Katsuki dead but forgot there were other people in the room for a moment as they stared at each other. He tensed up, waiting for Deku to do something that would indicate how zest he was at being left hanging, but it never came. Instead, something shifted on Deku's face and his expression softened. He smiled a little, but didn't make any move to get up and confront Katsuki. He just turned back to their classmates and continued whatever conversation they were having. Katsuki felt something inside of him relax. Deku wasn't mad. He wasn't rushing over to drag him off to some corner of the room where they would have to have some awful, quick, whispered conversation before dinner. It wouldn't have been easy for Deku to escape everyone crowding around him right now anyway, but it was still his choice to stay over there. At least Katsuki didn't feel like he was running anymore. He wasn't hiding. He was here. And Deku knew it. They'd be able to talk soon enough. Katsuki moved away from Kirishima and was on his way to duck into the kitchen when Mina hopped off the arm of the couch where she'd been sitting and intercepted him. She quickly drew him into a hug, her arms circling his neck, and the only reason he allowed it for even a few seconds was because the extras in the common room were all mostly facing away from him. It also didn't help that he wasn't expecting it and kind of froze for a moment. "They didn't tell us exactly what happened," she said quickly into his ear, her voice hushed. "They only said you had a rough night. I'm sorry it didn't go well." Well, at least that clarified what all Kirishima and Kaminari had told her and Zero. He let out a breath and Mina gave him another squeeze before starting to pull away, but Katsuki caught her around the waist with one arm before she could get too far. It barely counted as returning the hug, he told himself, but that didn't stop Mina's eyebrows from shooting halfway up her forehead. "I'm gonna fix it," he said gruffly, and she blinked at him for a second before grinning. "Good." And then she let him go and Katsuki stepped back, and it turned out he actually could show some kind of half-butted affection for others without totally imploding. What a thing concept. Things seemed to be going all right in the kitchen. It looked like Icy Hot had passed on his message, because they were in the middle of preparing a ton of katsudon. Seitu had been recruited to assist, as well, which made Katsuki feel better about how it would turn out. Still wouldn't be as good as his own, but he could make it for Deku some other time. Hopefully. He stayed in there until everything was ready to go. Asui eventually assured him that he didn't need to supervise because Deku was important to them, too, so they were going to make sure everything tasted great, and Katsuki barely refrained from snarling at her stupid, yet correct, assumption that he considered Deku important. At what point, exactly, had he become so obvious about this whole thing? Or had Todoroki spilled, like Katsuki had known he would if he figured it out? They started dishing out plates for everyone and Katsuki found himself carrying some of them out to the dining tables after Ida made a comment about how if he was just going to keep lurking around then he could at least make himself useful. He waited for Deku to pick a table and then sat down at a different one, though he kept Deku in his line of sight just so that he could watch his face light up when he saw what they were having for dinner. Because he was that pitiful now apparently. Deku did look near ecstatic, though. He beamed, his grin stretching from ear to ear as he threw himself at Ida and gave him a hug. Then he bowed about 50 times to Asui before she put a stop to it by leaning in and wrapping an arm around his waist. Deku's face went bright red but Asui kept it short and sweet, pulling away after only a couple of seconds to take a seat. Ida said something, gesturing at Todoroki, and Deku shot him a surprised look that Todoroki just shrugged at. Whatever Icy Hot's reply was, and Katsuki could guess, it had Deku's head snapping up. He blinked across the room in Katsuki's direction, but Katsuki promptly dropped his gaze to focus on the food in front of him before Deku could catch him staring. Dinner passed uneventfully. There was a lot of loud chatting and laughter, conversations being held amongst those at their own tables but also shouted between people sitting apart. They were a noisy group, but Katsuki was used to that by now. He couldn't make himself participate, though. He just poked at his meal and forced himself to take a few bites. Kirishima or Kaminari would say something to him every so often, but he only responded in grunts. His stomach was starting to twist up, something antsy crawling beneath his skin. He hated that he was nervous. It was just Deku. Except it wasn't just Deku at all. It was his and Deku's whole relationship, past, present, and potential future. It was the weight of everything they'd ever been through, the culmination of every interaction they'd had through the years, their history that tied them together, and the unknown that they might finally take a step toward. He just had to get through this one night. This one conversation. They'd been building up to this moment for their entire lives. All of the uncertainty, the misunderstandings, the complicated emotions that existed between them, somehow they were here now despite all of it. They'd been stuck in each other's orbit forever, revolving around each other but never quite able to breach the distance between them. Katsuki was reaching across that space tonight. Deku was just finishing up his second helping of katsudon when his phone rang. His eyes brightened when he glanced at it and saw the name of whoever was calling him, and he gave the others an apologetic look as pressed the phone to his ear and stepped outside where it was quieter. A few minutes slipped by. Katsuki's heart pounded. This was as good a chance as any. He leaned over to speak to Kirishima, his voice low. "Don't let anyone come outside." Kirishima blinked at him. He looked from Katsuki over to the door and back again. "Sure. No problem." Then he grinned a little and reached out to grasp Katsuki's arm. "You got this, dude." Katsuki nodded, barely trusting himself to speak. He stood up from the table and walked over to the front entrance, took a breath, and then slowly pushed the door open and stepped outside. "It's complicated, Mom," Deku was saying. He was sitting on the top step, idly tracing designs into the stone with his finger. "I can't tell you right now, no. No, it's not that they are bad, it's just," Katsuki walked forward and Deku threw a look over his shoulder. His eyes went wide. Katsuki could hear 𝐒𝐭𝐲's voice coming through the phone. "I might know who it is," Deku said distractedly. Katsuki took a seat beside him. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 said something else and Deku chuckled a little. "I promise I'll tell you soon." "Yeah. Yes, okay. I have to go." I know, I'll call you later, okay? Yeah, it's been good." "Yeah. Mom, seriously, I need to." "Okay. Okay, I love you, too." "Thanks." "I know." "Okay. Good night." He hung up in a hurry. Katsuki was pretty sure 𝐒𝐭𝐲 had still been trying to say something. Deku glanced at him briefly, then dropped his gaze back to his phone. "Sorry," he murmured. "My mom. She's nosy." No question where Deku had gotten that particular trait from, then. Katsuki didn't say anything. He was busy peeling the patch off his arm. Todoroki said the katsudon was your idea." "That was." Deku looked over at Katsuki again and his voice died. He inhaled sharply. Katsuki ran his fingers over the words tattooed on his skin. Read them again, as he had so many times over the last few months. Then he held his arm out and let it hover over Deku's lap for him to see. Deku hesitated. His hand was shaking as he reached for Katsuki's wrist, pulling his arm a little closer so he could read his soulmate words more easily. Katsuki listened to his breathing pick up. Felt his grip tighten. He wasn't at all surprised when a wet gasp tore out of Deku's throat. "You look like you needed saving." Deku bent forward, doubling over Katsuki's arm. His entire body shuddered as he sobbed, tears pouring down his cheeks and his fingers digging into Katsuki until it bordered on painful. Katsuki gritted his teeth and looked away. He wasn't sure if this was good or bad or what, but he did his best to wait it out. Deku had probably been holding this back all day. Emotions could be overwhelming. Katsuki knew that all too well. He let Deku cry for ages, or, at least for a whole minute, but he just kept going and Katsuki's patience eventually evaporated. "I know you're upset," he muttered, trying to pull his arm back, but Deku hiccuped and clung to him. "I'm not upset." He interlocked their fingers together, a move that made Katsuki flash hot all over, and lifted his head to level a determined look on him. His eyes were red-rimmed, his face still wet with tears, but something about him made Katsuki's breath catch. "I thought it might be you." Why the hell would you think that?" Katsuki asked, frowning. Deku shook his head. "Just recently. With how you've been acting. I started thinking, maybe. And you weren't cessed about it." Deku looked confused as he choked back another sob and dragged the heel of his free hand across his cheek. "Why would I be cessed about it? Why wouldn't you be?" Katsuki's gaze fell to Deku's arm. His words were still covered by the patch Kirishima had given him. "I was." Silence fell between them. This time it was Deku who started to pull away, his grip on Katsuki loosening, but Katsuki gave his hand a quick squeeze and didn't let him go. "Was," he repeated. "I guess I'm not surprised," Deku mumbled. He wasn't looking at Katsuki anymore. "Deku, I can't believe you didn't tell me," he interrupted, and Katsuki scoffed. "I'm not apologizing for that part." "That part?" "Yeah, that part." Katsuki huffed out a breath, his brows drawing down as he glared at their intertwined hands. "I needed time to wrap my head around it and 3 months was barely enough. Telling you any sooner wouldn't have done anything good." "I guess it's kind of a lot," Deku said. "So," Katsuki said loudly. "You can be mad, 2. Deku made a small sound, something that was a mix between baffled and distressed. Why do you want me to be mad about it? Because I don't get why you're not. I don't know, Kaken, Deku said, annoyed. Maybe because I don't hate you. That doesn't make anything sense. Deku finally looked back at him, disbelief written across his face. At what point in all the years that we've known each other have I ever given you the impression that I could possibly hate you? Katsuki scowled. I know you haven't, he said, voice going quiet. I'm just saying you should. And it's stupid that you don't. Kaken, this whole thing is stupid, Katsuki said. It makes no goddamn sense. I don't know how you got stuck with me. How I got stuck with you. What? That's what you said. Deku's gaze had turned very serious suddenly. You didn't say that you got stuck with me. You said that I got stuck with you. Oh. Yeah, it had flipped to that at some point, hadn't it? Honestly, he'd stopped thinking of himself as the victim in this whole mess a while ago. The reveal of Deku's words had only cemented that it was Deku who was getting the short end of the stick. You did, didn't you? Katsuki said gruffly. He looked at Deku's arm again and Deku followed his line of sight to where it landed on his words. Understanding dawned on his face. This. He pulled free from Katsuki's grasp and this time Katsuki let him. He ignored how his hand suddenly felt cold, instead watching as Deku peeled his patch off. It was hard not to wince as his words were exposed. Kaken, I don't care what this says. Deku was the most confusing person on the entire goddamn planet. What the F? It's not just what it says, Katsuki spat. His arm was still hanging limply across Deku's knee, his hand empty. It's everything. All the SHT that led up to it. He said in a breath, his jaw clenching. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. For what my words say. Deku asked weakly, his voice small. For all of it. I'm sorry for being an but. I'm sorry for shoving you around for our entire lives. I'm sorry I called you quirkless, and I'm sorry I acted like that even mattered. Deku's eyes were growing wider with every apology that Katsuki threw at him, but he was on a roll now. Like saying the word the first time had opened some kind of floodgate. I'm sorry for turning on you. I'm sorry for blowing up your notebook, and I'm sorry for telling you to, Katsuki swallowed. To jump off a roof. I'm sorry where, Deku's hand found his again. He threaded their fingers together almost desperately, clinging to him and holding tight. Please don't say you're sorry we're soulmates. Katsuki paused. I'm sorry we're so screwed up, he finished softly. That's what I was gonna say. It's my fault and I'm sorry. I don't think we're that screwed up anymore, Deku said. I thought we'd gotten better. Yeah, well. Katsuki looked across at Deku's words. That says otherwise. Kaken, I never thought you actually meant it. The F does that matter? Katsuki grumbled. I never thought you'd take me seriously, but I still knew it would hurt you. So it was a PP move either way. And now it's branded on your DM and arm, which is just the cherry on top of this entire SHT sundae. Deku hummed a little, and Katsuki squinted at him. Seriously, what the F is wrong with you? Wow, this apology just took a real sharp turn. Okay, but, seriously. Katsuki said again. I'm trying. I don't get how you're not furious. I was always more sad about how things ended up between us than mad, Deku admitted, and Katsuki flinched a bit. I'm sorry for that, too, then. I'm sorry for hurting you. You really don't have to do this, Deku said quietly. But if it helps, I appreciate you saying all that. And I forgive you. Katsuki stared at him. Just like that. Just like that. But, he used their intertwined hands to gesture toward Deku's other arm. That. Deku sighed. Do you know what I see when I look at this? He asked, pulling his arm in closer and turning it so his words were plainly visible. I know it was bad. I'm not trying to pretend it wasn't. But it happened and we can't change that. We just have to accept it and move on. It was a long time ago, so it's not worth it to get upset about it now. He went quiet for a moment, eyes still focused on his words, and when he spoke again his voice was steady and sure. When I look at my words, all I see is how far we've come since you said them to me. Katsuki's chest tightened. It felt like something had grabbed hold of his heart and squeezed. That was the lowest thing point of our relationship, he forced out, his voice thick and ragged. Maybe, Deku said, absently nodding. This was as bad as it got. He tugged at Katsuki's hand, dragging his forearm more into view. And this was the turning point. Katsuki's breathing had gone all shuddery. He blinked a few times, trying to clear away the moisture he could feel building up. His eyes narrowed as he looked down at his words. This is when everything changed. It's not about what our words actually say, Deku murmured. For us, that's over and done. Nothing we do now can change anything about that day, so why get stuck in anger and regret? You hated that I jumped out at the sludge villain, that's fine, I get it. It sessed you off, I was embarrassed, Katsuki cut in. It was stupid, I should have just been thankful I didn't die instead of being ashamed because it was you. Although, seriously, F those other heroes. Regardless, Deku said with a slight eye roll. If I hadn't done that, All Might never would have given me his quirk. And I wouldn't be here now. At UA. With you. Katsuki let out a breath. I guess that's one bullshit fairytale way to look at it. You got anything better? No, he frowned a little. It's still a shitty sentence to have permanently written on you. Kaken, you only think it's bad because you know the context surrounding it. Deku tipped his head, his expression going slightly amused as he looked at Katsuki. It could be so much worse. How the F? Katsuki scowled. Your words are literally me telling you to key, he broke off, still unable to say it. They're not, though. They just say take a swan dive off the roof. That's the same thing. They're practically tame compared to some of the other stuff you say all the time. You tell people you're going to kill them on a regular basis. Deku pointed out. For that matter, it could just say die with 1,000 exclamation points, which you never mean seriously, and it would still look worse than this. And half the time you're just yelling that at an inanimate object. You're reaching, Katsuki said, even though he could feel something like relief starting to trickle in. People will still ask questions. Deku lifted one shoulder in half a shrug. I can handle questions. If it straight up said kill yourself, then I'd be way more concerned, but it doesn't. We can make something up, create a new story for it, and no one else besides you and me will ever have any idea what actually happened. He paused. And, the guys from Aldera, I guess. And Kirishima and Kaminari. Katsuki cringed. Yeah, sorry, I sort of unloaded on them last night. I figured that out when Kirishima stopped by this morning, Deku said. And then Kaminari talked to me during lunch. Don't worry, I don't mind. Katsuki's eyes widened slightly. Denki did. Deku nodded. You can thank him for me not pestering you for the rest of the day. Anyway, I'm glad you had people to talk to. For some reason, that made something in Katsuki's gut churn. He abruptly felt nauseous. I'm sorry I bailed on you. Oh. That seemed to take him by surprise. No, don't worry about that. It's fine. It's not fine, Katsuki muttered. I shouldn't have left you alone and I'm sorry. You can stop apologizing, you know. I don't know how to stop, Katsuki said, tone flat. It's just word vomit now. Deku snorted out a laugh. It's weird. Yeah, well. Katsuki looked away. He felt his face go warm. It's long overdue. Stop beating yourself up over everything, Deku said softly. I can't since you're letting me off way too easy. He glanced back at Deku out of the corner of his eye. What did you even do last night after I ran like a coward? Went back to my room. Deku shrugged. Tried to sleep. Didn't have much luck. You can? Katsuki paused for a beat, and then amended that. You should tell your friends. Mine have been dealing with my bullshit for 3 months. It took a few seconds for Deku to respond. I wasn't sure you wanted other people knowing, he said eventually, carefully. I just didn't want your words getting out, Katsuki said. Figured that'd be better for you. And you. And me, he agreed. But if you really think people won't give a SHD, what about us? Deku looked down at their hands. They were still clutching each other, which Katsuki had near forgotten about. Do you want anyone to know we're soulmates, F? Right. There were so many levels to this conversation they needed to have, and they'd only made it through half of them so far. Katsuki had gotten so distracted by what Deku's words were, he was so sure Deku was going to hate him for what was written on his arm, that it had almost managed to slip his mind that there was a whole additional discussion they needed to have. And that was, what now? Where did they go from here? That depends, he said slowly, even though for the entire day he'd been worrying about other people finding out. But that was when he'd thought Deku would be cessed. When he'd thought their classmates seeing Deku's words would mean they'd all pity him for getting stuck with an irredeemable butt. When he'd thought there was no way Deku would accept him, which would make anyone finding out they were meant to be soulmates absolutely mortifying. Katsuki would have been that guy whose perfect match had noped the F out of their supposed destiny because he knew Katsuki was a complete D-what. Depends on what? Katsuki drew in a breath. Forced himself to turn and look at Deku again. You said you thought it might be me. Were you hoping it would be? Ah. Deku's face went red. Yes, but that was just because. He seemed flustered, gesturing aimlessly with his free hand. It's selfish, really, but I miss you, he finally blurted. I know that's a terrible reason to be happy someone's tied to you forever, but I can't help it. I thought, hey, if he's my soulmate then at least we'll always be connected somehow. Katsuki frowned. Are you being serious? I know. It's stupid, I'm sorry, I haven't had much time to, actually think about it. You're happy we're soulmates because now we can be friends again. Deku spluttered. I know it's more than that. I haven't, holy as Deku. Katsuki let his head fall backwards with a slight groan. For FS sake, I've been working on accepting this whole thing for weeks now so we could actually. Deku blinked at him. His eyes were wide. Actually what? BLD rushed to Katsuki's cheeks. And ears. And everywhere, actually, soulmates, he choked out. Like? Deku inhaled sharply. Be together SHT shitfuck shit. If you want, Katsuki said, voice strangled and way too high. Wow, he hated this. Why was it still so hard? What was wrong with him? I don't not want. Deku tried, and at least his voice was equally high. They were a pair of idiots, honestly. But I need some time. Oh. Okay, cool. Cool. That's fine, Katsuki said blankly. His head was spinning. He tried to pull his hand free from Deku, but Deku's grip tightened and he yanked him back. You had time, Deku said, insistent. Like you keep saying. You had 3 months, Kaken. I said it's fine, Katsuki repeated, glowering at him now. Is this even what you want? Deku demanded. You said if I want. Do you even like me? Katsuki's expression cleared at that. He looked at Deku steadily for a moment, taking him in, eyes darting over his face and running over every feature, from the hair curled against his forehead to the freckles on his cheeks to the pouting curve of his lips. Something inside of him calmed. He felt whatever tension was left in his body drain away. When he spoke, his tone had returned to its usual timbre. A little gruff, but smooth and warm. Do I like you so much? Deku squeaked, his eyes going round with shock. He was practically crushing Katsuki's hand, but Katsuki let him. Okay, he breathed, looking dazed. Okay, and how long has that been a thing? About a day, Katsuki said, back to grumbling, and Deku snorted. Wow. Fine, maybe a couple weeks, he reluctantly admitted. I don't know, it just hit me suddenly. This is so romantic. Shut up. Katsuki complained. I was actively trying not to have to deal with all this goopy essay, but then Kirishima said I was in denial and that sessed me off. So you went clear the opposite direction and forced yourself to examine every little thing, Deku deduced. He was smiling a tad, his cheeks still flushed. Katsuki huffed. I guess, he said loudly. You're still a DMN nerd, but apparently I'm into that. You're into me. For something reason. Deku ducked his head, but he was full on grinning now. That makes me really happy, Kaken. But you have to think about it, Katsuki barreled on, a mocking lilt to his tone that Deku rolled his eyes at. Which is totally and completely fine. No thing rush or anything. I've never thought about you like that before, that's all, Deku said. Believe it or not. Katsuki fell silent. He looked at Deku. What about other guys? Deku shrugged. Maybe sometimes. He met Katsuki's eyes, the corner of his mouth tugging up. That part's not a problem, don't worry. I'm not worried. Okay, Kaken. I'm not, he insisted, and it was absolutely the truth. He felt lighter than he had in months. It was all out there now. Deku knew about their words. He knew they were soulmates and he even knew how Katsuki felt. And the world hadn't thing ended. Katsuki didn't even care that Deku seemingly wasn't sure if he returned his feelings or whatever. This was a lot to deal with all at once, he knew that better than anyone. Sometimes you just had to let things simmer. It didn't stop him from needling Deku, though. As if you're not gonna fall for me. Overconfidence is just so seki, after all, Deku said dryly. They went silent for a moment and then Deku exhaled, long and slow, his eyes sliding shut as he let his head fall sideways to rest against Katsuki's shoulder. We can keep it quiet for now. I'll still wear a patch over my words. I've got extras you can use, Katsuki said. He squeezed Deku's hand. Their palms were warm where they pressed together. I'll probably tell Todoroki, though, Deku said, and Katsuki groaned. Dumbass already knows half of it, I think, he groused. But tell whoever you need to. I'm going to tell him everything, I mean. Maybe Ida, too. Katsuki nodded even though it made that cold, uncomfortable thing want to claw up his chest again. He shoved it back. You need people on your side, he said. It's fine. If either of them wants to kick my butt, they know where to find me. But I'm gonna fight back. So dramatic, Deku murmured. It won't be that bad. You say that, but Kirishima was cessed. Katsuki had a feeling Todoroki, in particular, would be, too. I can take it. Deku sighed lightly. Maybe I'll leave some of the details out, then. You don't have to. The door behind them opened suddenly. Katsuki and Deku both straightened up and turned to look, but it was just Kirishima sticking his head out and giving them an apologetic look. Hey, dudes, sorry to interrupt but, the others are insisting it's time for cake. He let out a sheepish laugh. I held them off as long as I could. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Impatient assholes. It's fine, Deku said, chuckling. Thanks, Kirishima, we'll be right in. Kirishima hesitated. You guys good? He was eyeing their clasped hands, visible between them, and making no effort to be subtle about it. They looked at each other. Katsuki arched his eyebrows. Deku smiled. This wasn't completely over. They still had a long way to go. But similar to the time they'd fought each other and finally managed to clear some things up, the shift between them now was palpable. Something had definitely changed, and not in a bad way. Yeah, Katsuki said, still holding Deku's gaze. We good. Izuku felt like he'd taken a Detroit smash straight to his chest. The air was punched out of his lungs and something zapped up his spine. He'd thought, maybe, but it had seemed too impossible to seriously consider. Too much like he was grasping at straws, allowing his own desperate wants and desires to cloud his judgment. There was no actual way Kaken could be his soulmate. Just because Izuku kinda sorta maybe wanted him to be. That wasn't enough. There was no reason to expect that reveal. Izuku wasn't even sure why it was something he was tentatively hoping for, to be honest. It wasn't an attraction thing, though Kaken was undeniably attractive in the rare moments where he wasn't scowling and snarling at everything. Admittedly, there'd been more and more of those moments lately, but Kaken being good-looking wasn't breaking news. Izuku had known him forever, after all, and he had eyes. And he hadn't grown up admiring spandex-wearing heroes of all genders without coming to some realizations about himself. None of that meant he'd been harboring some kind of secret crush on the other boy for the last decade. But what he couldn't deny was that he'd always wanted to have 𝐭𝐿 by his side again, in some way, shape, or form. He wanted his friend back. He wanted 𝐭𝐿 to want him. He wanted them to be close. Being soulmates was maybe a little closer than he'd anticipated, but apparently he'd gotten his wish. Here. Oh, you want 𝐭𝐿 back in your life? Cool, no problem, now you're tied to him forever. Thanks, universe. Honestly, it was 𝐭𝐿's fault the idea had even crossed his mind. He'd just been acting so weird for the past few weeks, past few months, really. Ever since his birthday. Ever since he'd gotten his words. Not knowing what 𝐭𝐿's words were was actually torture. Sometimes he thought the curiosity burning inside him was legitimately going to cause his entire body to go up in flames. That there were others who knew was even more infuriating. Great, Kirishima was in on it. Wonderful, Kaminari was also aware. Kaminari? That was what initially tipped Izuku off. Everything about that whole situation. It made something in his gut churn with all sorts of complicated feelings to know that Kaminari had somehow managed to be 𝐭𝐿's first whatever the heck they were calling themselves. And the timing of it all, when it started, when it ended. 𝐭𝐿's own insistence that it wasn't serious, and how determined he'd been to make Izuku understand that. He was probably never going to be able to get the image of Kaminari kissing 𝐭𝐿's cheek out of his head. The way 𝐭𝐿 had gone just the slightest pink afterwards, his eyes widening almost imperceptibly while he tried to play it cool, all of it was permanently burned into Izuku's brain for reasons he couldn't analyze too closely. They honestly had looked cute together. More than that, they'd been good together. 𝐭𝐿 somehow seemed more open after that whole experience. More willing to talk about things he would have considered utterly pointless before, more willing to talk to Izuku at all. He'd finally relaxed his guard a bit, letting Kaminari press up against him all the time without even seeming to realize it. His hands had found their way to Kaminari, too, a touch to his shoulder, absently reaching for his arm, sometimes even plucking at his shirt near his waist to draw him in close when he wanted to say something to him. Izuku had maybe spent an inordinate amount of time watching them. But it was fascinating. That's why it was so odd that 𝐭𝐿 had started insisting they were just messing around, a notion that Izuku could barely wrap his head around. And they'd had that conversation on a night where 𝐭𝐿 had organized an entire hangout session with their friends to make Izuku feel better. He'd gone out of his way for Izuku while at the same time denying how into Kaminari he was, and everything about that was confusing. Despite that, though, Izuku had greedily latched onto all of it. 𝐭𝐿 had invited him to his bedroom, they'd played video games all night long like it was something they'd never stopped doing when they were kids, and late in the evening, when it was just the two of them still awake, they'd actually managed to talk to each other again. Not all that long ago he'd been happy whenever they could even manage to have a halfway normal conversation, much less this, but somehow now it wasn't enough. He wanted more. He wanted everything 𝐭𝐿 was willing to give him, without even knowing what exactly that might entail. Except then 𝐭𝐿 broke up with Kaminari and promptly went into zombie mode for 2 weeks, and Izuku found himself wondering just how not into Kaminari he actually was. At first, it had really seemed like he was more upset than he was letting on about calling things off with him. Which was fine. Totally fine. Izuku was ready to wholeheartedly support them if they ever got back together. But it wasn't that at all. It was Izuku he was acting weird around. 𝐭𝐿 kept darting glances his way. He'd tense up if they ran into each other, and seemed oddly flustered whenever Izuku said anything to him. He was irritated and restless in class, and stopped hanging out with anyone else when they were back in the dorms. His friends didn't look the least bit concerned, though. It was like they knew something. Like they knew this would all pass soon enough and things would be okay. At some point, Izuku realized it wasn't that 𝐭𝐿's nervous energy was a result of the breakup they were getting farther and farther away from, but because of Izuku's birthday that they were getting closer and closer to. The first time he thought as much, he immediately rebuffed himself. What an outrageous idea, right? How full of himself was he? Then he started connecting things together. 𝐭𝐿's complete flip from not even noticing people around him were dating to throwing himself into a relationship so soon after getting his soulmate words. His refusal to share what his words were with anyone, which maybe in itself wasn't that surprising, but at least 4 other people did know, and there couldn't be that much of a reason to keep the words secret unless he thought someone else might recognize them. The effort he put into his interactions with Izuku. How nice he was after Izuku broke up with Uraraka. Like, actually nice. Kaken. Nice. He'd made them all dinner that night, he'd sent his friends out to buy strawberry ice cream, he'd hauled out his treasured gaming system which, according to Kirishima, was a rare event for their group. He'd done all of that to cheer Izuku up, which was a concept so mind-blowing that Izuku could hardly comprehend it. He'd lied about the truth of his involvement with Kaminari. Izuku still wasn't sold on the supposed casualness of their relationship, but that wasn't the important thing. The real question was, if Kaken was so determined that they weren't dating, then why had he initially told Izuku they were? What the hell was the goal there? Kaken said Kaminari had told Juru about them to make her jealous. Was Kaken trying to make him jealous? Did he want Izuku to be interested in him? Why on earth would he want that? He'd wanted the exact opposite of that for nearly their entire lives. What the heck had changed? And then, what else could it possibly be, except for that, of course? The one thing that might be able to completely rock even Bakugou Katsuki's entire world. Had his soulmate words changed everything? Did he actually recognize them? Did he know who his soulmate was? Was his soulmate Izuku? Go take a swan dive off the roof apparently, yes. Izuku was so busy gaping at the words that had appeared on his arm that he didn't immediately notice that Kaken hadn't said anything. Then it took another second or two beyond that for him to realize how tightly Kaken was suddenly squeezing his wrist. He looked up at him but Kaken's head was ducked, his eyes wide and unseeing. His breathing was off, every inhale a ragged gasp, and something cold started to grow in the pit of Izuku's stomach. Kaken, he said softly. The other boy didn't give any indication that he'd heard, didn't even twitch when Izuku called out to him a second time. He wasn't sure what to do. Kaken seemed shell-shocked, far more than the situation called for if he had known Izuku was his soulmate. So, maybe he hadn't. Or he wasn't sure. Had he been waiting for Izuku's words as confirmation? Izuku's gaze dropped quickly to his arm again. There was no mistaking the sentence scrawled on his skin. If Kaken had needed solid proof, this was surely it. Izuku remembered that day vividly, how could he not? That was the day All Might had said he could be a hero. Had offered him his quirk. It was the day Kaken could have died. It was the day Izuku could have died. It was the day Kaken had told him to jump off a roof. He'd been smirking when he'd said it. Cruelly amused, without seeming to care or even consider that Izuku might actually take his taunting to heart. There was a pang in Izuku's chest. Something sharp and painful that he immediately tried to bury out of habit. He yanked his arm free from Kaken's grasp and turned it so that his words weren't showing, but even that didn't knock Kaken out of his stupor. Izuku wrapped his fingers around his wrist instead, shaking him. Kaken, he said again, and finally his head snapped up. Izuku didn't know what to say, but even if he'd had something prepared, the expression on Kaken's face would have rendered him speechless. He looked completely shattered. Izuku's eyes went wide. What on earth? What was happening? Was he okay? No, obviously not. What a stupid question. He was clearly distraught because he was tethered to Izuku for the rest of his life. Maybe. Except just hours ago he had definitely told Izuku he did know who his soulmate was. Even if he'd been waiting for confirmation, this shouldn't be such a surprise. Unless the shock was from what his words actually said. Izuku felt that pang again. Kaken ripped his arm free and was on his feet before he could say anything. There was a rush of movement, Kaken stumbled away from him and Izuku reached out again, feeling frantic, abruptly terrified that Kaken was going to shut him out and pretend this had never happened. Pretend that they weren't anything to each other, that neither of them had anything written on their arms at all. What the hell were Kaken's words? Kaken paused at the edge of the room. Hope shot through Izuku and he instantly hated himself for it. Even as he dared to dream, just for a split second, he knew Kaken wasn't coming back to him. You should cover that up, he said instead. His voice was a broken, feeble thing. Izuku's vision blurred, but he forced himself not to let any tears fall. It's not. You deserve. He couldn't seem to get anything else out. Just closed his eyes and hurriedly walked away. Izuku was left in a daze on the couch. It couldn't have been more than a few minutes since his words had come in, but it felt like it had been years. How could so much change in so little time? What was he supposed to do now? What did that even mean? You deserve. What? What did he deserve? What about all of this had messed 𝐭𝐿 up so badly? He made it back to his room somehow. At some point. He honestly couldn't say when. His head hurt. He'd briefly contemplated finding someone to talk to just so he could sort out his spiraling thoughts, but he couldn't think of who he'd go to. Especially at this late hour. And this was so massively huge, so tied down in the baggage of their past, that he wasn't sure how he could even start that conversation with anyone. Plus, it would be admitting a lot. A lot about 𝐭𝐿 that he might not want other people knowing. 𝐭𝐿 could still be a JRK nowadays, but it wasn't at all the same as it had been in junior high. There was a certain kind of intentional malice to his past actions that might cross a line for their classmates. As much as Izuku didn't hold it against him, he knew other people might not take it so lightly. Particularly his words, now that he thought about it. Maybe that's why 𝐭𝐿 was so upset. Izuku stared at his ceiling for a long, long while. His brain was running wild. He couldn't manage to pin down any one thought, couldn't examine anything in an even halfway coherent way. He'd been so busy fretting over 𝐭𝐿's reaction that he wasn't even sure how he felt about this whole thing himself, wasn't sure how he should feel. More than once he nearly found himself rolling out of bed and going somewhere. Anywhere. Maybe he could just go for a walk. Or he could dig out one of his notebooks. Flip to a new page, start scribbling down anything that would help him sort out the scrambled mess of emotions running through him. He felt like he was going to explode. In the end, he didn't do any of that. He couldn't think of anyone he really wanted to unload his and 𝐭𝐿's issues onto, and writing it all down would take too long. So he just laid there and tried to find a different solution, when really the only obvious answer to any of this was that he would have to confront 𝐭𝐿. And who knew how that was going to go? By the time he finally fell into a restless sleep, he'd found some new well of determination deep inside of him and was almost desperately clinging to it. He wasn't going to let 𝐭𝐿 ignore this. He wasn't going to let him be scared of what was written on Izuku's arm. They would talk. Izuku was going to make sure of it. He wasn't expecting to find Kirishima at his door the following morning, fidgeting anxiously and looking like he hadn't gotten much sleep himself. "Oh, Kirishima, hi." Izuku leaned against his doorframe, his head tipped to the side a bit. Do you need something?" Kirishima scratched the back of his head for a moment. "Well," he said. "Guess you wouldn't believe I came down here just to say happy birthday, here." Izuku grinned a little. "I would have believed it, but now that you've said that I know there's something else." His brows drew down. "Is everything okay?" "Yeah, dude, everything's fine." Kirishima paused for a beat, then huffed and rolled his eyes. "Mostly. Here." He held something out and Izuku accepted it before realizing exactly what it was. A Soulmate patch. He looked at Kirishima, blinking. "How did you?" Kirishima sighed. "Right, so. That's from Bakugou. He asked me to bring it to you." Izuku's eyebrows shot up. 𝐭𝐿 did. Wow. He really didn't want anyone seeing Izuku's words. Maybe some of Izuku's suspicions had been right, then. Maybe 𝐭𝐿 was worried about what other people would think if they connected the sentence on Izuku's arm to him. Kirishima shifted his weight. "Yeah, Midoriya, he fidgeted again, and then abruptly whatever nervous energy he'd been thrumming with seemed to explode out of him as he lurched forward and threw his arms around Izuku. "What? I'm sorry," Kirishima blurted. He pulled back as quickly as he jumped at him, before Izuku had even managed to do anything with his own arms aside from letting them hover awkwardly in the air at his sides. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to hurl myself at you, it's just," he looked worried. Izuku peered at him for a moment and then something clicked. "𝐭𝐿 told you," he guessed, and Kirishima nodded miserably. "He told us everything, man. Me and Denki just totally went off on us in the middle of the night. I'm really sorry." Izuku didn't know what to make of that. At least now he knew where 𝐭𝐿 had gone, though. "He told you everything, like, about my words," he hedged. Kirishima nodded again. Your words, that whole day, what he was like when you were kids. He completely spilled his guts. That's unlike him, Izuku said, trying to picture how such a conversation would even go. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Yeah, but he was upset, Kirishima said. It was rough. And I know it's not my place or anything, I know you guys have your own thing going, but I wanted to, I don't know. He let out a frustrated sound. I just feel like I should have picked up on it. Like, looking back, it seems so obvious. That he wasn't great. To you. I knew you guys went to the same school and stuff, and that you'd known each other forever, but I didn't realize it was like that. Izuku was still reeling a little. It's fine, he said faintly. He couldn't believe Kaken had told them everything. Hell, he couldn't believe Kaken had even acknowledged it, actually. He usually seemed pretty content to act like none of that had ever happened. It's okay, you don't have to feel bad about it. Kirishima barked out a harsh laugh, clearly not believing him. That's something we should be able to pick up on, though, isn't it? As heroes, we should be able to recognize the signs of someone who's being bullied. Izuku flinched a little, and Kirishima's eyes went wide. Sorry, I didn't mean, don't, Izuku said, holding his hands in front of him. Look, I'm not making excuses for him. Or trying to say it wasn't that bad. But it's nothing you need to get mad at him for. It was a long time ago. I know that, Kirishima said. He stared hard at the floor. I get it. It was a surprise. I didn't realize and he's one of my best friends so I don't know how to, Kirishima. Izuku interrupted again. You don't have to apologize to me for not knowing about something no one ever told you about. And, it's fine to still be friends with him. I'm happy he has friends like you here. You guys are part of the reason he's not like that anymore. You don't have to feel bad about liking him just because he used to be mean to me. Kirishima lifted his head to look at him. His eyes were wet. You're sure? He asked weakly, and Izuku nodded. Absolutely. God, yes, please don't regret befriending him. I don't. Kirishima shook his head and dragged a hand across his cheek. I don't, but you're my friend, too, and learning about all that, I just felt like I'd been a shitty friend to you. You haven't, Izuku said softly. I mean it when I say it was a long time ago. He stopped after that day, after the sludge villain. It's been different since then. He mentioned that, Kirishima murmured. It doesn't make the rest of it okay. I know. But that's between us. Kirishima exhaled noisily. Right. I know. Sorry, I'm not trying to stick my nose in. It just really got to me. He groaned a little, rubbing at his eyes. What the heck, I didn't come down here so you could make me feel better. Habit, Izuku said, chuckling. He went quiet for a beat, peering at Kirishima. Can I ask you something? Yeah, man, shoot. You've known the whole time, right? That I was his soulmate. Ah. Kirishima drew his bottom lip between his teeth. Not the whole time. He never actually told me, but 𝐂0 and Denki figured it out pretty early on and totally let it slip. Izuku lowered his eyes, messing with one of the buttons on his shirt. He was wearing the short-sleeved version and hadn't put his school jacket on yet, which meant his words were on full display. How's he taking it? Not well, I guess, if he felt like he needed to give you a complete rundown of our entire lives. Kirishima paused, going thoughtful. I think he's actually taking it fine. That it's you. He's been working through that for weeks now. The problem is he doesn't think he's, worthy or something. He gestured at Izuku's arm. That was a sledgehammer to the face. It reminded him about everything, not that he forgot, I guess. But he'd been avoiding thinking about it. Now he can't. Izuku hummed. I'm glad you were there for him. He scared the SHT out of me, Kirishima admitted. The way he was acting, that's why I got Denki. I didn't know what to do. Izuku didn't know what that meant, exactly. The way he was acting. But he'd seen Kaken get too overwhelmed by his own emotions before. Maybe something like that had happened again. What about this morning? I guess you've seen him. Kirishima's gaze darted away for a moment. I've seen him. He's not much better. Izuku frowned, feeling the worry start to creep back in, but then suddenly Kirishima was looking at him again. He'll be okay, Midoriya, he's just finally having to deal with the consequences of his actions and it shook him, that's all. But forget that. How are you? Izuku blinked. Me? Yeah, you. Kirishima was looking at him so earnestly that it actually made Izuku feel a little flustered. You're the one who didn't know about the soulmate thing, right? So that was probably a shock. Then Bakugou he trailed off. Ran away. Izuku offered dryly, and Kirishima sighed. I mean, basically. Right. I guess. I'm fine, though. Kirishima's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you? Yes. Izuku palmed the back of his neck. It's okay, it's a lot. I don't think it's completely sunken yet. And I still need to talk to Kaken, but I'm really okay. You sure you're not just saying that? Izuku nodded. I'm sure. I'm fine. Everything's fine, we just need to talk about it. I hope so, Kirishima said, but he had a weird expression on his face. I hope he talks to you. I really hope it works out for you, Midoriya. I mean that. Thank you, Izuku said, somewhat awkward, and Kirishima flushed a little. Anyway, I'd better go. Seriously, dude, I hope you end up having a good birthday. Yeah, me too, Izuku said. Kirishima gave him a strained smile before turning to head down the hall. Izuku watched him go, then looked back at the patch in his hand. He wondered if his friends would ask about it. He wondered if he should tell them. Keeping the mystery alive, here. Uraraka asked as they walked along the path toward the school buildings. You're really not going to tell us? Not right now, Izuku said. I need to sit on it for a while. Do you know who it is? Ida asked. Izuku shook his head. I can't really say. Suspicious, Todoroki murmured, and Tsuyu elbowed him in the side. He doesn't have to tell us if he doesn't want to, she said. Izuku was pathetically grateful to have such a blunt voice of reason in his group. Tsuyu was amazing. Ida looked somewhat embarrassed as he hurriedly adjusted his glasses. Of course he doesn't. But one can't help being curious, it's not a big deal, Izuku tried. It's really not that exciting. I mean, it's kind of a big deal. We're talking about your soulmate, after all, Uraraka said, and Izuku felt a little bad about hiding it from her. Only a handful of months ago, he was pretty sure she would have been one of the first people he told. Things were getting better between them, but he still couldn't imagine talking to her about who his soulmate was. Not when it wasn't her, after she'd been so hopeful it might be. Where'd you get the patch from? Todoroki asked. It was a muggy morning and Izuku had his jacket draped over his arm as they walked. He'd known it would mean everyone would see he had his words covered up, but they were bound to find out about that sooner or later anyway. Or were you just prepared? No, Izuku smiled sheepishly. Actually, Kaken gave it to me. Right. Todoroki nodded. His brow furrowed. Because he was there last night. Does Bakugou know what your words say? Ida asked. He gave me the patch because he knows what it's like to get so many questions, Izuku replied, neatly sidestepping Ida's question. That's all. You can't blame us for wondering, Uraraka said, bumping into him with her shoulder. I know. I just can't talk about it right now. They let it drop after that since they'd made it to the entrance of the school building. When they strolled into the classroom, Kaken wasn't there yet, and when he finally did show up, dashing into the room behind Kirishima at the last second, he didn't once look Izuku's way. His hands were shoved into his pockets and he had his shoulders hunched up around his ears as he stiffly moved toward his desk and sat down. Izuku felt his stomach sink. He didn't have time to say anything to him before Aizawa started speaking, so all he could do was wait until lunchtime, which took approximately 200 years to get there. Izuku couldn't focus for the life of him. He just kept staring at the back of Kaken's head, willing him to, he didn't know. It wasn't like he could just turn around in the middle of class. The JRK could have at least acknowledged Izuku, though. Shot him a glance. Nodded in his direction. Something. By the time their lunch break finally rolled around, Izuku had worked himself into a near-manic state. He was hyper-aware of 𝐭𝐿𝐴𝐴's every move and felt like he was about to jump out of his own skin. He was anxious to talk to the other boy. He just wanted to get this over with. He wanted to know 𝐭𝐿𝐴𝐴 wasn't going to ignore him forever, and when 𝐭𝐿𝐴𝐴 rushed to get out of his seat the second they were dismissed, Izuku straight up panicked. 𝐭𝐿𝐴𝐴, he hissed, reaching out to grab him. We need to get off of me, 𝐭𝐿𝐴𝐴 spat, twisting out of his reach, and that all too familiar pang shot through Izuku's chest again. His eyes widened. No. No, no, no. They had to talk. They just needed to talk. But nothing Izuku said got 𝐭𝐴𝐴 to stay put. He seemed desperate to be as far away from Izuku as possible. When he looked at Izuku, his gaze was pleading. You can wait a few more hours, he said, his voice rough and somewhat strangled. He squeezed his eyes shut. Deku, please. Izuku felt something inside of him crumble. He gave up. Fine, he mumbled. His heart felt heavy. Everything felt heavy. He swallowed thickly. I'll wait. 𝐭𝐴𝐴 was gone before Izuku could even look his way again. He let out a shuddery breath. Gripped the material of his breathes at his thighs. His friends were all on the opposite side of the room, waiting for him. Izuku thought about joining them, but that would require actually being able to make his legs work. Standing up somehow seemed like an impossible task. He belatedly noticed that 𝐒𝐿𝐴 and Jiru were hovering hesitantly beside his desk, having just gotten up from their own. Jiru kept glancing back and forth between Izuku and the doorway. She looked like she wanted to say something but was holding back for some reason. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 had his bottom lip pulled between his teeth. Are you okay, Midoriya? Fine, Izuku said shortly, even though he wasn't. He tried to dredge up a smile, but he honestly had no idea what kind of expression he actually managed. Jiru frowned. She opened her mouth, but Izuku abruptly didn't want to hear whatever she had to say. He didn't want to hear anything from either of them. He wanted to not be there right now. He needed to be anywhere else. His legs were suddenly working again, apparently, because he lurched up from his seat and looked around wildly, trying to figure out how he could get out of the classroom without his friends following him. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 had a hand held out toward him. The concern so blatantly evident on his face wasn't something Izuku could handle just then. Because he knew, didn't he? Kirishima had said as much that morning. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 had known all along, and he'd probably overheard the entire exchange Izuku and 𝐭𝐴𝐴 had just had. He knew 𝐭𝐴𝐴 didn't want him. Oh, Midoriya, said a loud voice, and then suddenly Kaminari was there, shoving his way between 𝐒𝐿𝐴 and Jiru. Both of them winced and looked like they wanted to pull him back or apologize on his behalf, but Kaminari was quicker than they were. He just slapped his hands on Izuku's desk and leaned in with a bright grin. Happy birthday, dude. Kaminari, Jiru hissed, grabbing his arm. Really not the time, man, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 said in a hushed tone. Kaminari just shook Jiru off him and shoved 𝐒𝐿𝐴 toward the door. Izuku caught sight of Kirishima waiting to haul him in. It's always the time, he said, still beaming as he slung an arm around Izuku's shoulders. Go eat already, I'm buying Midoriya something from the vending machines. It's a cheap gift but it's all I can afford. Dude, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 tried again, but Kirishima forcibly dragged him away, muttering something to him as he did. Jiru gave them an uncertain look, but Kaminari just arched his eyebrows at her and she finally huffed and backed down, moving to join Yorozu so they could head to the cafeteria. Izuku felt Kaminari relax beside him. Come on, he said in a low tone. Walk with me. He started to steer Izuku out of the classroom, giving Izuku's friends a big wave as they passed them. I'm borrowing Midoriya for a minute, guys. I'll have him back to you before lunch is over. Whatever their reactions were, Izuku didn't see them. He was too busy staring at the floor, taking deep breaths and trying to keep his emotions under control. Kaminari led them to an empty stairwell in the opposite direction of the lunchroom, where he finally let Izuku go. Sorry, he said, folding his arms across his chest. You look like you needed to get out of there. Izuku shook his head. No. I appreciate it, he murmured. I sort of froze. I saw Katsuki talking to you. Not talking to me, you mean, Izuku said. He rested heavily back against the wall, then slid down until he hit the ground and pulled his knees in. Right, Kaminari said. He sat down next to Izuku. I saw you talking to him, then. Tried to. Izuku drew in a sharp breath. Failed miserably. It is the middle of the school day. Izuku frowned. It's not like I was asking him to stand on his desk and make an announcement in front of everyone. Kaminari was watching him. Steadily. I know. But you'll have plenty of time to talk to him later. I just wanted him to. Izuku trailed off. He couldn't think of a way to finish that sentence that didn't sound completely pathetic. I'm not expecting anything, he tried instead. I'm not going to force him into anything, I don't even know what I want, but this isn't something we can pretend hasn't happened. I don't think he wants that. Well, I don't know that, do I? Izuku said darkly. I don't know anything. I have no idea what he's thinking because he won't even look at me. Kaminari sighed a bit. Just give him some time, he talked to you guys. Izuku burst out. His arms tightened around his knees. He told you and Kirishima everything, so he can have one DMN conversation with me about how we're soulmates. Whoa. Kaminari held his hands up in a placating way. Chill, Midoriya. It's gonna be okay. Why is it so hard for him to talk to me? Izuku continued, like Kaminari hadn't even said anything. He didn't know where this was coming from, or why his chest suddenly felt so tight. His eyes were burning but he refused to cry. He refused. He wasn't going to cry over this because everything was going to be fine. We can't do anything but yell at each other, we have to fight first if we want to have any kind of honest communication, but he can show up at Kirishima's door in the middle of the night and tell you guys everything under the sun. What the hell is so wrong with me? Nothing, Kaminari said firmly. He reached out, grasping Izuku's shoulder. There's nothing wrong with you, dude, this is all on Katsuki. He's trying, I know he's trying. Trust me, I probably know better than anyone how much effort he's been putting into figuring this thing out. I'm not letting him ignore me, Izuku said, his voice ragged. Not about this. He's not going to ignore you. Kaminari shook Izuku's shoulder a bit, trying to get his attention. Hey, look at me. Izuku finally glanced over and Kaminari gave him a soft smile. You're working yourself up for no reason. I bet you were awake all night thinking about it, here. Maybe, Izuku mumbled. Take a few deep breaths, Kaminari suggested, and Izuku stared at him doubtfully for a second before doing as told. He closed his eyes, drawing in several long inhales, his chest expanding with it each time. When he was done, he glanced back at the other boy and found Kaminari nodding at him encouragingly. Good. Okay, now don't think about it anymore. Izuku promptly gaped at him. How am I supposed to not think about it? Kaminari shrugged. Just put it out of your mind. But... Izuku's brow furrowed. What if, nope. I don't want him to, you're not thinking about it. Izuku scowled. I can't just, yes, you can. Kaminari arched his eyebrows. Midoriya, I promise you he's going to talk to you about everything. So stop worrying about it. For a moment, Izuku just blinked at him. He tried not to get his hopes up, but Kaminari sounded so sure. Izuku really wanted to believe him. So he decided to let himself. He fell into his certainty and let it wash over him. And for the first time since the night before, he felt almost calm. Izuku took another deep breath and then exhaled in a puff, his cheeks rounding out with it. Okay, so maybe he had been thinking about it too much. It was like his brain had become a swirling vortex of jumbled thoughts and Izuku had gotten swept up in how insanely overwhelming this whole thing was. You really think so? He asked quietly. I know so, Kaminari said. He's just not going to do it in the middle of school. Come on, you know him. He'll drag you out somewhere private later. That was true. Maybe Izuku should just prepare himself now to be called out in the middle of the night again. You're probably right. He gave Kaminari a somewhat embarrassed look. Sorry to explode on you. Don't worry about it. Kaminari let go of Izuku. When you keep thinking about the same SHT over and over and over, it makes your brain short-circuit. Especially when there's no easy answer and the only thing you can do is wait. It means your thoughts are stuck in an endless loop with no way out. Izuku huffed out a soft laugh. Waiting 𝐒𝐻𝐻. I know, man. But the best things are worth waiting for, right? He arched an eyebrow and Izuku nodded. So they say. I'm sorry he ran out on you, though. It's fine, Izuku paused. Maybe he didn't need to keep insisting it was fine. He sighed. Yeah, that surprised me. I figured he knew already, so I didn't know why he reacted like that. He looked down at his arm where his words were currently covered by both the patch and his uniform jacket. I think I have a better idea now. Kaminari followed his line of sight. He took it really hard. Which is kind of a good thing, if you think about it. How so? It means he regrets all that SHT he did. Izuku winced. I don't know if that's a good thing. What, you'd rather he didn't? No, Izuku said, shaking his head. But I don't want him to feel guilty every time he looks at me. Kaminari gave a slow nod. He looked thoughtful. I get that. Think you might have to wait that one out, though. It'll get better eventually. Izuku groaned a little. Did I mention that waiting 𝐒𝐻𝐻? Hey, if there's anyone who agrees with you, it's me. Kaminari waved his right arm around a little. If you thought waiting for your soulmate words was torture, try knowing what they are but not knowing who's going to say them. I could be waiting for years. Ouch, Izuku said, chuckling lightly. You're right, you win. Your guy's drama is small beans compared to my situation, Kaminari said, overly self-important. He gave a dramatic sigh. I'm obviously the only person in the entire world who's ever had to wait to meet their soulmate. Izuku reached out to pat his shoulder in a commiserating way. Poor you, he agreed, though he was grinning a bit. Kaminari exhaled noisily again. I'll power through. Somehow. He fell silent for a beat, then glanced at Izuku. Can I give you one more piece of advice? Sure. Try not to make him feel bad for making you wait. I know you wouldn't do it on purpose. He said quickly. He knows he has to talk to you. And I know he wants to. But he's one of the most emotionally constipated guys on the entire Thing planet, so this SHT isn't easy for him. I think he just wants to make sure he gets it right. I could have used that advice a couple hours ago, Izuku mumbled. I came on kind of heavy. Nah, you're fine, Kaminari said. Listen, it's totally fair that you wanted answers after he bailed on you. You're not in the wrong either. It was a shitty move on his part and he knows that. Izuku swallowed. He could feel his eyes trying to well up again and force the tears back. Thank you for saying that, he whispered. Sure, dude. Kaminari grinned at him. Just gotta be a little more patient. Only a smidge. Do that and you're golden. I'm, 2000% sure he's gonna track you down tonight. And what's a few difficult hours in the long run, right? It'll all work out. Fingers crossed. You okay now? Izuku hesitated. I will be, he eventually replied. It's crazy, right? I feel crazy. Kaminari shrugged. I don't know, he tipped his head back, looking up at the ceiling. Actually, I think it makes a weird amount of sense. Me and Kaken. Yeah. Kaminari looked at him again, lifting an eyebrow. Even with everything he told us, you guys obviously have a connection. And it sounds like you always have. Not sure how many people would try to save a classmate who was an butt to them, and you've done it more than once with him. Izuku rested his head back against the wall, his eyes sliding shut. I want to say all heroes would do that, but honestly I think maybe I'm just insane. Or maybe you knew there was a reason he acted like he did. You saw past all that. Maybe, Izuku said softly. Unless it's just blind, stubborn hope. I don't think it is, Kaminari said. Life's a journey, right? Even the Katsuki we've got now isn't the same one he's going to end up being. I've only known him for a little over a year, but I can see how much has changed even in that amount of time. He struggles with how to show he cares, but he's definitely getting better at it. I'm kind of jealous you've been with him since the beginning. You'll know more than anyone just how much he grows. Izuku blinked his eyes back open, turning to give Kaminari a somewhat surprised look. You're jealous of me? I mean, a little, sure. That's funny, The corner of Izuku's mouth tugged upwards. I was a little jealous of you. Kaminari gave him a wide, eager grin. Oh. Izuku felt his face flush. Stop, not like that. You sure? Kaminari's grin turned into more of a leer as he leaned in closer. What the hell else could you possibly be jealous of? I meant your friendship. Izuku insisted. You and Kirishima and Kaken, it hasn't been easy like that for us since we were 4. Kaminari said, rolling his eyes. So you're not jealous at all that I've gotten to make out with him, like, a lot. And stick my hands under his shirt and _. Izuku spluttered. I haven't, no. I've never really thought about him like that. Kaminari burst out laughing. Bullshit, he crowed. Oh my god. Izuku pressed his hands to his cheeks. The skin beneath his palms was hot. I've tried very hard not to think about him that way, he forced out. That would have been a disaster, okay? Not anymore, though, Kaminari pointed out. Izuku shook his head. That's so far away, he said weakly. There's so much else we have to get through first. I don't even know if he feels that way about me. Kaminari snorted. Loudly. My Doria, he said, and then just gave him a look. Please. Izuku made a strangled sound and shot up to his feet. I'm going back to lunch. Fine. You're really all right? Kaminari asked. He was still chuckling as he pushed himself up to stand, too, but the question was genuine. I take it you didn't tell anyone else about everything. I didn't, Izuku said. I wanted to talk to Kaken first. Well, you've got me and Kiri. Okay. If you need to explode at anyone again before you work SHT out with Katsuki. Izuku paused. He met Kaminari's eyes with a grateful smile. I really appreciate that. Thanks for calming me down. No problem, dude. You're definitely good. Kaminari asked again. I'm good, Izuku said. Great. Kaminari slapped him on the back as they exited the stairwell. I've been rooting for you too since I figured it out, you know. Thanks. Seriously, though, he's a good kisser. You should get on that. Kaminari. I'm just saying. Izuku managed to keep his cool for the rest of the day. His emotions were all still boiling just under the surface, but when Kaken booked it back to the dorms the second classes let out, he just took a couple deep breaths before getting up to meet his friends. Kaken was still nowhere to be found when they were hanging out in the common room a little later. He was probably holed up in his room, and Izuku mentally accepted that he might just remain there for the rest of the night. He was starting to sound like a broken record even to himself, but for the first time his repeated mantra of it's fine was actually sincere. Now that he was looking at it logically, he knew Kaken wouldn't and couldn't, frankly, avoid him forever. Their lives were too intertwined. Maybe now wasn't the best time to discuss things anyway. There were a lot of people around since they were celebrating Izuku's birthday. Despite Kaminari's firm belief that Kaken would talk to him tonight, it was entirely possible it might not happen. And if it didn't, it wouldn't be the end of the world. There wasn't a time limit on their soulmate words, after all. They'd still be there tomorrow, and the next day, and the next. Admittedly, cornering Kaken and trying to force a heart-to-heart talk on him might just be the worst thing he could do anyway, even though he had so many things he wanted to say. Izuku wanted to assure him that he wasn't upset about what his words were. He'd had time during their afternoon classes to mull it over, and there was no denying that the circumstances surrounding that day were hard to swallow, but it hadn't stopped him from caring about Kaken back then, and it certainly wasn't going to now. The words themselves didn't even seem that harsh when the rest of the story wasn't taken into account. They might actually be able to play them off as something else entirely. It would probably always be a little difficult for both him and Kaken to separate his words from the events that had led to them being said in the first place, but no one else would have that issue. And besides, they were kind of a reminder. It was like Kaminari had said, Izuku had been there since the beginning. He'd seen Kaken at his lowest points, but hopefully, going forward, he'd also be by his side to see him at his absolute best. And nothing was a better indicator of how far they'd come than what his words said. He liked to think that things would only continue to improve. They had nothing but time. Izuku let himself be distracted by his classmates, talking and laughing with them as Ida, Tsuyu, and Seitu prepared dinner. Soon enough, he wasn't even thinking about Kaken anymore and had managed to put the inky scroll on his arm out of his mind as he giggled instead at some silly joke that Todoroki delivered in the most deadpan tone of all time. So of course it was at that moment that Kirishima showed up with Kaken in tow. Izuku looked at him immediately. He couldn't help it. It was like Kaken was a magnet that his eyes were helplessly drawn to. His presence was all-consuming, even though he was standing on the complete opposite side of the room. Something like static electricity sparked across Izuku's skin and his stomach did a weird swooping thing. Kaken was holding his gaze this time, not looking away. It made his entire body feel warm. He smiled. Whatever happened, whether they talked tonight, tomorrow, in a week, or next month, Izuku knew they were going to make this work.